make up everything. I'm gonna pack my suitcase, fly away to a new place. I'm taking a trip, but I'm not falling over my shoelace. My music makes them screw face. I'm blazing lemon and blue haze. I'm eating fruitcake, there's no fluoride in my toothpaste. I face my biggest fear. 2020, my vision's clear. It's plain to see that we don't live on no spinning sphere. That's very controversial, underground and non-commercial. When I do shows, I improvise, I don't do long rehearsals. I ain't delusional, I ain't got paranoia, G. But everyone is sleeping when I'm speaking, it's annoying me. I'm gonna go online and book a flight and pack my bag. And when I do, I'm hiding DMT inside my toiletries. Cali packs expensive like lawyer fees. Fuck the government, they're causing loads of oil leaks. Fuck the HMRC and fuck the royalty. They're taxing me and taking nearly half of all my royalties. I'm giving them a demonstration on meditation and levitation. I'm levitating, it's elevation and vegetation's my medication. We're living in desperation and deprivation. Where's my explanation of powers to be? They wrecked the nation, no hesitation, it's devastation. We're separated in segregation and segregation is separation. The way we live's unnatural, just like artificial insemination. I've done my preparation, I don't care about speculation. I'm gonna do some traveling. The fifth dimension's my destination. Fuck authority, fuck the queen and fuck the monarchy. You dirty evil bastards, you can fuck your policy. I don't give a shit honestly, I'm just giving them quality. You need to question everything, I'm talking truth, I promise G. I'm just causing anarchy, I'll stab you with my Allen key. Don't be angry or mad at me, I'm talking truth, I guarantee. I'm alive and I'm glad to be, I'm talking facts actually. This world is changing gradually, the slow process is bad to see. I ain't delusional, I ain't got paranoia G. But everyone is sleeping when I'm speaking, it's annoying me. I'm gonna go online and book a flight and pack my bag. And when I do, I'm hiding DMT inside my toiletries. Cali packs expensive like lawyer fees. Fuck the government, they're causing loads of oil leaks. Fuck the HMRC and fuck the royalty. They're taxing me and taking nearly half of all my royalties.
Anyone actually hear the lyrics for that? You thought grass is still there, bro?
He's definitely a flat earther. He knows. Yeah, it's not even subtle. Like he's even saying, I'm saying this and it's not commercial and it's not going to do me any favors. But you know, if I'm going to talk about truth, if you're really going to talk about truth, I have to say it. I can't censor myself. I'm talking all this other shit. Can't not say it. But it was subtle enough that it might not get picked up on.
But he's fucking going to ban flat earthers in his fucking chat.
Well, he ain't. You think he's got time or could give a shit about, you know, whatever he's doing? He's just having a good time, man. All he has to do is write a few songs and.
But he's got quite a good following on YouTube, so he releases live tracks like repeatedly. Like over the past 6 months, he's released fucking like 10 tracks at least that I know about. Like he live streams them. He sets the premiere. Like if you go into YouTube and set it on like an upcoming stream, so the streams are open for a couple of days for people to speak in till the actual video gets premiered. So somebody's going through and fucking deleting people that are talking about fucking the stuff he's rapping about.
Yeah, anyone who's close to him who wants to make any sort of money whatsoever to keep the thing going will be doing that. It's the most anti-commercial thing you can do to mention that. Like you can mention everything else, just don't mention that. Like, what do you think Rogan was like? Oh, no, I like money. I'm going to say I speak the truth, this, that, and the other, but he doesn't really care about the truth. He just cares about money. 100 million or whatever it was he got paid to backtrack on his truth, whatever. Like, people won't touch it. People will not touch it. What was it Shaquille O'Neal? 3 days he was a flat earther until, the money's drying up. Shit, you turn.
Yeah, wait, I've got a classic. This is a classic by that same guy. It's called Epstein. Wait to hear this, man.
Just quickly, I used to listen to music like this when I used to, a long time ago. I think it was about 15, 20 years ago. I think the guy's name was Syntax. Is that a guy who does this sort of music, or whether he's still around? I'm trying to remember whether it's classic. I should look it up myself. I'm stuck in a big puddle of mud, so I'm not able to get to a laptop. Again, is this sort of lyrics? He was talking about Tony Blair and Bush at the time, and it was, this sort of music, which all my mates were making when I was at university. All my mates were making this sort of music. Every white kid could rap. And there was always this sort of undertone political stuff. Truth. Unless it's to do with the flat earth, then I need more proof. It's funny when you said, like, you started texting your ex-girlfriend straight away. Like, I remember when I first, like, anointed myself a genuine flat earther. That's it. I definitely know. I started telling people. Started messaging old mates. It was just amazing. Like, he was just like, "No, man, did you never watch Carl Sagan? Carl Sagan explained all this." I had no idea what he was talking about at the time because I just didn't watch that show, whatever that show was called. And it's like Rick was saying, you got to wait until you're really ready to start preaching because you just get undone so quickly. Like, I was undone by bloody Carl Sagan, just not knowing who he was, thinking, oh, he's some scientist who came up with this thing. Like, oh my God, it's just he's just got this sexy voice to tell people.
Just an actor, man.
Yeah. Great actor.
Paid for by the same people. Neil deGrasse Tyson's the same people that's fucking paying him.
Yeah, good actor.
Science communicators. Well, what they call science, like it's like pseudoscience communicators, technically.
I'd say that there's likely, it's kind of obvious, a faction of them. What they rub elbows, they run in the same circles. So obviously you're going to be working towards the same agenda in order to push the same narratives. I know they'll deviate a little bit, but it's kind of like the Sinclair script thing. They're freestyling around the same talking points.
You guys should subscribe to that Mr. Traumatic Man the next time he's doing a live stream. See if you can get away with talking about Flat Earth.
What's that, on YouTube?
Yeah.
Just
nope. But not brigading type or harassing.
It's just a shadow ban.
Gently ask the question. I know you're not trying to encourage anybody to be retarded or anything. You're just saying, hey, see if you can ask him some questions about this.
Just to see if you get banned. Like, if he's just banning people for no reason. Because I never done anything. I don't breach terms of service. I don't attack people personally. I don't speak to them like a piece of shit. I just try and ask some questions.
Yep. It's all about being respectful. And finding the truth objectively, not just by feelings. I think people get stuck in their feelings. They'll get embarrassed by a question, so they'll just ban. Instead of answering the question, there's like that, no, and just ban.
Spake, do you see his album 369 Wide Awake? Oh, it's in now, but album Wide Awake. That eyeball that he's taken a picture of, that's kind of showing that the eyeball is like land masses and water.
Yeah.
Can you see that? Like, that's not just an eyeball. That's actually the pupil is like Polaris and the North Pole, and then there's land masses coming away from that. Like, it's good. It's a great little image.
That in this video?
That is very definite. That's not like maybe someone's really come up with that.
No, I've seen a picture kind of like that before, with the inside of the pupil, like underneath the lens part of it, looking like Earth. A lot better than what he's got on that album cover or record song cover. If I ever come across it, I'm not going to go looking for it, man. But I've definitely seen a better looking eyeball with the Earth inside it. And then it kind of looks like the lens is a dome.
Yeah, it's subtle. It's good. It's like it's like playing both sides of the field. Like, you can be completely aware of what you're doing, and you can know, any smart person especially if you're doing anything commercial, you don't want to keep your mouth shut, but you can always have little hints to keep that fraction of your audience involved. Like, so many of Joe Rogan's audience disappeared as soon as they realized he wasn't going to talk about the moon anymore. But every now and then he'll have somebody on who'll keep people interested.
Well, I just posted another song from Mr. Traumatic in a live stream, and I was in that chat. I was talking freely. Nobody banned me then when that song came out.
Yeah, I keep playing the music. I like it. It's good.
I'm wondering if it's like has to do with the subject matter, like if it's on topic or not. Like this, if you're talking about FP stuff in there, it's on topic. But then if the song's about something else, but you try to talk about FP stuff, like some of these mods are like freaking ban happy. Like they'll instantly, oh well, this blah blah blah, and click a button and use their power because they're freaking retarded, and they don't see the bigger picture. You said some of these people are probably higher. They're not even like actually flat earthers or anything like that. They're just kind of general truth or whatever. But if he himself banned you, that's something else. Like, why?
Sad.
I don't know. I think a lot of people are afraid of real questions and they don't know who to trust, so they instantly put up walls or something. And plus what you were talking about before, like some people, they just don't share the same beliefs, so they'll target people who are questioning the real things.
You want me to try and play that Epstein song? The same guy, Mr. Traumatic. It's up to you guys, man, if you want to hear it. Anyone?
If you want to, it's up to you, man. It's what else. I'm cool. I'm just chilling.
It's not like a 3-4 minute song.
Yeah. To me, when we play a song, it's like we chat a little bit and we play a song for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, man.
Chat some more.
Listen to this. This is fucking amazing, this song, man.
Nice.
Listen close.
I'm smoking, thought-provoking strains of weed. Home alone, Macaulay Culkin, won't you take a seat? Take you on a trip, this ain't no A to B. I guess it's mainly kids who really make a scene. Say your piece and they'll make you seem delusional. Try be wary of the wool, you know the news will pull. Remove the supervision, but I see through the wall. They're scared to death cause Jeffrey Epstein knew them all. Can't put the topic down, refuse to go to sleep till the truth gets exposed. Ooh, it's giving me chills. Adrenochrome looks like Ellen needs a refill. The island's not been searched, but a pedo's flat in Leedsville. They're playing devil's advocates. I know elites kill children all the time, and I'm sure you've seen the cabinets. I wonder why police will arrest me for some cannabis. They don't want us free thinking, making this analysis.
Where the late Jeffrey Epstein is accused of trafficking underage girls. We're also hearing a first-hand account from one of those alleged victims. Little St. James off the coast of St. Thomas was privately owned by Epstein until his death in August. The local government is now suing his estate for control of it. It's also providing new details of how Epstein was able to get away with his alleged crimes for so long.
Jeffrey Epstein, he was very extreme. He was a dirty pedophile, he was a sex fiend. Let's check the flight logs and see who else is involved. The evidence is here, the case has been solved. The world is run by dirty, evil pedophiles. If you turn your TV on, you see their evil smiles. The secret documents, yeah, I seen the files. The world is run by dirty, evil pedophiles. It's plain to see, you don't need a telescope. You don't. The secret files are hidden in the envelope. I'm talking truth, shouting through a megaphone. The power's in control, they're addicted to adrenochrome. They're vampires, they're parasites. They're hiding in the caves with the stalagmites. Research for yourself, analyze. Your hands are not the only thing that needs to be sanitized.
She was very specific about that night. She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have baths, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat.
How long would this have happened if we never captured him? Can't take my mind off the flight logs are factoring. Private jet hosting big names, it's staggering. If you think it's only paedophiles your favourite actors win. Focus on my delivery, man, I don't think it's pizza. It isn't cheese, neither pasta, nah. Kids, they want a piece of their pineal gland, so I think you should do some research. Fuck the news reporters, twisted knobs, turn up the speakers. Now we're seeing why some famous people melt down. Everyone is staring, so the TV host step down. Elephant in the room, I don't think they want it to spread round. But evidence and proof tackles them and shit, they get fouled. Truth, I hide it in a verse. Abuse, they hide it in a church. If you think he did tie the noose, then why'd they cut the cameras? Error 404 online trying to look for answers. Bottom of the rabbit hole, reality gets manufactured.
It becomes really clear that Epstein was part of this larger network of sexual blackmail operations that have existed in the US since the 1920s that trace back to this national crime syndicate. Even though he was working for Israeli intelligence, the mega group is that same syndicate that's been using sexual blackmail to control politicians since the 1930s. If they've been doing it since the 30s, you know, it's not something that stops with Epstein.
What did you think of that, bro?
People need to look up those logs.
I don't even want to see the log like officially, because I know they're all most of these fucking stars, they're all complicit with it if they're not actually actively involved. So I think they're all the women are men and or the men are women. Like I'm constantly fucking, or I used to be constantly pointing it out, but it's just another distraction, man.
There's somebody else who was on the flight logs. And I think that if people knew, they might stop being fans of his so much.
Good music though, man.
There's a hint for the person I'm talking about. He recently moved to a place where certain things are considered a mental disorder and not a crime. These creepophiles they're relocating strategically to position themselves in order to protect themselves. Kind of obvious. But I digress. I'm not going to point any fingers. All I know is, if people knew everything that dude just said, look up line by line, research it. He wasn't lying.
Poison. I'd rather listen to it like if you listen to a lot of Mr. Traumatic stuff, like it wakes you, well, maybe it doesn't wake a lot of people up, but to the wakened people it gives them something really interesting and intriguing to listen to, man. It's just pointing at stuff you already know.
Yep. Well, also, it's definitely a good icebreaker when hanging out with people and
yeah, man.
Just jamming out, listen to a song, man.
Yeah, man. Chilling, having a spliff in the sun. I've always got a big speaker, a big Bluetooth speaker always with me. Usually you have a JBL. And then you just sit in the park, have a couple of cans of beer and a spliff, and start talking to the people next to you.
People are a lot more open-minded to hearing things about the truth than what a lot of these science communicators and anti-flat earth internet keyboard warriors would have people believe. It actually scares them how many people are willing to talk about it. That's why they're in here like militantly, adamantly trying to fight. It's kind of pathetic though, because it's like flailing.
Yeah, brother. This is a song by that same guy. It's only like a minute long. It's just like a clip, like a preview. But I've never been able to actually find the whole track anywhere. I think you need to listen to the album for that. But tell me what you think of this, man. It's fucking class. please. This is fucking top class,
We're
man.
currently in a quantum supercomputer called Earth. Inside of this computer, we've been fractalized into physical avatars.
It's aliens, a brainy one, or maybe I'm a crazy cunt. And now I'm astral traveling, I'm flying over stadiums, and I'm abducting everyone. Americans, Canadians, and Europeans, Japanese, and even the Australians. I'm probing them and shaking them, I'm stroking them, impaling them. I microchipping them and leaving holes in their cranium. Aim at them with laser guns and rape them with my veiny one. And when I see the pain in them, I burn a fucking flame on them. I'm only joking, I will build a holographic simulation of an artificial world that's containing them. Make a dome and say it's home, and make a moon and make a sun. Make an ocean, make some land and make some clouds to rain on them. Make imaginary characters so they can pray to him. I'm indoctrinating them, teaching them and training them. Harvesting the energy to feed them. I'm a lazy one, I'm trapping souls of cycles of life and death and enslaving them.
What do you think of that, bro?
Nice. And that was just like a piece of the song. Like, what is that? A preview of a different song?
Well, it says out now, but like there's not a link. I think you maybe have to buy the track.
Yeah.
But I've just looked for the whole track on YouTube and it's not there, man. I'd buy it if I could.
Yep.
I'd love to go to a club that plays that kind of music, man.
Start a bar/club called The Level.
I'm gonna play this and then I'm gonna go. But this is fucking the same guy. It's probably the biggest sort of track that he's had. It's got the same one of the beats that the Mobb Deep used it in that album, that fucking major album they had. But it wasn't Mobb Deep's actual track, they just covered it. But yeah, man, it's had like 2.2 million views. This is fucking dynamite, man.
Yeah, it's Mr. Traumatic, Dr. Dimensional. Don't let the cultural conditioning control you. You don't need to worry about the vaccine for Ebola. All I see is terrorism on the television. All they do is lie to you, it's all a fake persona. Turn off your TV, go outside and leave your sofa. Cause you notice when you're looking up and planes are flying over. They're spraying chemtrails, it's not normal. Geoengineering makes the atmosphere colder. Yes. Don't worry about the finance on your rover. Worry about the mercury they stick inside your molars. And worry about the taxes you're paying to the soldiers. They're dropping bombs and leaving children in a coma. There's aspartame inside your soda, fluoride in your water, turning you bipolar. Worry about McDonald's, KFC and Coca-Cola. Cause you feed them to your kids, they might as well catch pneumonia. And mental issues when they're older, it's terrifying. I'm talking truth, real facts, though I'm never lying. I do my best, I'm forever trying. If humanity do not ascend, I'll end up crying. We'll all end up dying cause humanity's defenseless. All I see is pain, but my strategy's relentless. Never ending, no, the agony is endless. Paradise is infinite, the galaxy's tremendous. Well, that's so deep and intellectual. I'm giving them facts when I'm speaking at a festival. I'm screaming, no freedom ain't acceptable. Well, that's so deep and intellectual. And now my sanity is mad at me for finding out the truth. Cause in reality, humanity is dying out, it's true. I'm astral traveling, I'm flying out the roof. Because your government officials, they've been hiding all the proof. Now my sanity is mad at me for finding out the truth. Cause in reality, humanity is dying out, it's true. I'm astral traveling, I'm flying out the roof. Because your government officials, they've been hiding all the proof. That's why I'm channeling these frequencies of energy right from the fifth dimension to awaken lost souls. Even though this mass awakening is taking place, ascension is priceless and only God knows. Yes. Believe me, being vegan isn't easy. All I see is GMO cause real food costs loads. Big up my vegetarians and all my entities. Plant-based protein will give you strong bones. Nature is astounding, that's why I love green. I love grounding and gazing at sunbeams. You got healing powers, but the unseen. Fuck the dentist, saber poison in my bloodstream. Now this mercury is hurting me internally. It's burning me, these metals in my mouth are needing surgery. It's an emergency, I need them urgently. Holistic dentistry, no infirmary. And now it's getting complex like quantum biology. The blueprint to the universe is sacred geometry. You can see it microscopically or looking through a telescope and studying astronomy. I'm talking real facts, I ain't talking comedy. There's a lot to learn, trust me, there's a lot to see. Show compassion, integrity and honesty. Humanity is equal, that is my philosophy. So I researched all the greatest minds, like Pythagoras and Plato from the ancient times. I use this information when I'm making rhymes to resonate with people in a different place and time. Metatron's cube should be common knowledge. The methyltryptamine should be compulsory in college. Less intelligent design in the creation of the universe. Trust me, that's a promise. Metatron's cube should be common knowledge. The methyltryptamine should be compulsory in college. Less intelligent design in the creation of the universe. Trust me, that's a promise. Trust me, that's a promise.
What do you think of that, bro?
Nice.
He's definitely on a weekend individual, man. Payday Monsanto as well, man. Like, even though his live streams and he acts fucking like he's on meth and he's fucking really erratic, but the shit he talks about in his music's fucking like spectacular, man. You done much listening to him?
Not too much. I think that this is actually the first that I've heard of him.
Well,
I might have heard of him a little bit before, but I haven't.
Yeah, Payday Monsanto, man, he's fucking amazing, bro.
I was just saying, if somebody had played any of his stuff earlier, maybe I've heard him before, but this is the first time I've actually like sat down listening to the songs.
I'm the only person really that plays Mr. Traumatic or Payday Monsanto. Payday Monsanto's fucking, I mean, the production value, like when you listen to this, you can tell it's made fucking professionally, man.
Yeah.
I'll drop the link in the live stream as well so you can get access to his music.
Yeah. The gold reserve got my tongue super loose and comfortably numb, more focused than ever and ready for whatever's to come. While Big Pharma got the populace wonderfully dumb, addicted to deadly drugs to keep them under their thumb. You're dealing with scum, instantly paid to peddle poison. Enjoy something that grows out of the ground, that annoys them, destroy them. Let them know you're privy to their thin scam. Stand tall, don't ever fall for the flim flam. Most politicians are supporters of NAMBLA and actors who follow a script similar to Tony Danza. Who's the boss? It'll cost if you're a gambler. I'll disappear you off of the grid like Adam Lanza. My mantra, incarcerate inquisitors and put them on serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Pharmaceutical giants should lose all privileges, incarcerate their contributors, strip them of their visitors. All I got is a gold pot to piss in, a pole pot position, controlled opposition. They won't stop the mission, they don't got the vision. My cold got them shivering, I'm so hot, I'm sizzling. I am not a slave to the rhythm. The rhythm is a victim of an ancient predilection that I give them. The law of nature on which I base the decision. Obama was the president, I voted for Shirley Chisholm. Sharks might not be surrounding you yet, but you just wait till the moment that you're drowning in debt. You'll be so much more than upset. You'll be loading your weapon, step into the eye of the threat. Sharks, they are all around you. One drop of blood and they start to surround you. You better stop talking to skanks. They seduce you on the ship and you're walking the plank. The treatment you're receiving is no different from stepchilds. You keep swallowing semen of these demons and reptiles. When will you learn? Pyros are working together, taking turns, and their only endeavor is to make it burn. Hey yo, I had enough of this. Justice Department suck my dick, fuck that bitch. I will force feed her the poison from a pufferfish. These snuffleupagus motherfuckers in love with this hot potato, but they won't even touch it with some oven mitts. Now that I understand the level of deceit, to keep these devils in their seat and let them pedal on the street. Their pathetic, apologetic rhetoric that won't compete with the veracity and the tenacity that can't be beat. Suckers Suckers and tyrants, they both act as one. The best way to expose them is to make them act like one. Look at all these evil people making a killing. Literally, I'll make the gargoyles come to life and eat the people in your building. Sharks might not be surrounding you yet, but you just wait till the moment that you're drowning in debt. You'll be so much more than upset. You'll be loading your weapon, step into the eye of the threat. Sharks, they are all around you. One drop of blood and they start to surround you. You better stop talking to skanks. They seduce you on the ship and you're walking the plank. Word magic has let the oligarchy step on your voice. Man, I'm telling you, it's the pirate's favorite weapon of choice. Lady Liberty has been literally keeping people in misery. The context is more complex than the prison industry. They're parasitically feeding upon the citizenry, leading it, ritualistically feeding it so habitually. America's in a crisis, getting massacred by ISIS. You could be Al-Qaeda, so your constitution don't mean shit to me. You look suspicious, miss. Step out your car, please. Civil forfeiture, we're collecting like Barclays. We'll take your cash and we'll wipe out your cars, please. And trying to get it back is worse than ripping out shark teeth. I hate to sound unkind, but all that does is cloud your mind. I hope you get to take some time away from shit that makes you blind. My self-contained underwater breathing apparatus lets me see these sharks for who they are and come report the status. Sharks might not be surrounding you yet, but you just wait till the moment that you're drowning in debt. You'll be so much more than upset. You'll be loading your weapon, step into the eye of the threat. Sharks, they are all around you. One drop of blood and they start to surround you. You better stop talking to skanks. They seduce you on the ship and you're walking the plank. Sharks. Say what? Say what? Say what? Say what? Say what? Sharks. Say what? Say what? What? Say what? Say what? Say what? Say what? Sharks. Say what? Say what? Say what? Say what? Say what? Say what? What? Say 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 what?
Nice. Yeah, that's well made.
I'm fucking right, man. I found one of his tracks yesterday, man, because I thought I'd heard most of his music, and I found this track yesterday, man. I'll play it if you want. Or if you want to talk, man, it's up to you. There's only me and you really here.
Yeah. I'll be right back in a minute. I'm going to step inside. It'll only take a minute or two, and I'll be right back.
I'll just put a track on.
Yeah. I'll see you in a minute. I'll talk to you.
Unless anybody's want to speak up just now, or I'll put this track.
Speak now or hold your peace for 3 to 5 minutes.
Speak now or be played over. Go.
Mr. Page against the grain, as always and forever. Slum One, high society for life. 2012, baby. No census, the 12th hour. Oh, I figure it's appropriate. We file chapter 11. It's about time for that. Religious indeed. Clock's about to strike. No more fires for my flesh. No more masters found a threat. No more following another's footsteps. No more need to bow, cringe or crawl. Utter lying words. I was free. I stood erect and fearlessly, joyously. I faced all worlds in defiance of greedy tyrants. It was the end of compliance for me. And that was back in 9-3 when I realized I'd be better off worshiping a tree than that cruel deity that they depict in the Bible with that angel who supposedly became his arch rival. Today, religion's used for mental incarceration. Though the writers of them books had some wild imaginations, I'll make astronomical facts my emphasis. To dispute the account of creation is told in Genesis. I learned that some of the known stars were so far away in depths of space that they're like traveling at the ridiculous rate of almost 200,000 miles a second. Took 2 million years just to reach this little globe. Now check it. Many of them great stars you have to understand make this sphere we're living on here look like a tiny grain of sand. Now just based on them two facts alone. I ask myself if the author of Genesis would have known. Would he have wrote in verse, Jehovah worked 6 days on earth and only a part of the afternoon on the fourth to make the rest of the universe? And here, please allow me to say, those answering me in malice have got their guns pointed the wrong way. You see, I'm not the one you should be shooting. You should blast Kepler, Copernicus, Herschel, Newton. They uncover the facts to dispel the lies, and after you dispose of them, you can wage a war toward the sky. And Jehovah himself for shooting his foot and having furnished evidence against the truthfulness of his book. There's other steps I took to reach the conclusions I do. These are just a few examples that I'm using for you. I studied geology for a semester or two and learned principal facts that a lot of cats prove to be true. Enough to know the Laurentian rocks are more than antique, unique, millions of years older than concrete beneath my feet. Enough to know that this earth has been wheeling in light and shade hundreds of millions of years before a Bible was ever made. Now again, for the zealots that wanna point their guns and malice at me, why don't you launch a curse against the blasphemous sea? For the reverend snarling at me like an ox, why don't you just bang your head against the infidel rocks? Now intelligent men who are not easily frightened, whose brains have not been paralyzed by fear, who stay enlightened, men whose minds where the act of reason has not been banished, know the story of creation was written by a satyr. No, I don't subscribe to the older new edition, although there's lots of beauty and wisdom within them. I sympathize with sincere Christians, but they obviously don't know the origins of their religion.
That could be a song. Oh yeah, man. Bonjour. Anyone there?
Mr. Page against the grain, as always and forever. I'm one high society for life. 2012, baby, no since it's the 12th hour. Oh, I figure it's a
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
Well, a child's happiness is priceless, right? Especially on a birthday.
Snap the fuck out of your trance. Turn off your television. Pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. They forgot the melody, so they made up a new tune. NASA was laughing their asses off at the buffoons, watching this shit thinking it's real when it was just a cartoon. All that shit collapses right in front of your face. The moment you cannot see the stars from outer space. I will have any astronaut's forehead wrinkling when I ask why there's not a solitary star twinkling. Man lands on the moon, what the fuck you thinking? Who the fuck you think you're fooling? What the fuck have you been drinking? No wonder why you're scared to put your hand to God. Not a single speck of moon dust on your landing pod. There's not a bigger bullshit fairy tale that you could cobble. You forgot the burn crater underneath the lunar module. Snap the fuck out of your trance. Turn off your television. Pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene. The very people who've lied to you about their lunar landing have given the whole planet an uber misunderstanding. Circusy clowns nervously frown when you point out the computer-generated image of Earth that is perfectly round. We searched and we found all of these anomalies. When you put them together, it's comedy. The exaggerated nervia, using a fisheye lens just to fabricate the curvature. Half these so-called astronauts knots don't know what space is. You can see the duping delight on their Freemasonic faces. They are light years from logical. Is it oblate? Is it pear-shaped? It's absolutely comical. They can't seem to make up their mind. They're thinking you're blind. You know what? They're motherfucking right, so I gotta tell you one more time. Snap the fuck out of your trance. Turn off your television. Pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene. Is it flat or is it round? If you're looking for the truth, it shall be found. Is it a disc? Is it a sphere? Do you really think the answer is that clear? Television, pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene.
Ether.
All right, I'm back. That's one of the songs that I have heard, actually. Like, there's a couple others, but that one specifically, like the chorus, it made me laugh because I was like, oh, I remember this one.
Hey, bro, believe it or not, he banned me from his live streams as well.
What a goober.
He was like having a meltdown on the fucking camera, man. He was up on the month or two before that, he was like live streaming all the time, and he must be setting up his phone or his tablet, and then he would just walk out the house. You'd hear the front door shutting, like after all this rummaging around and noises and shit, and he would just go away, and like the stream would be running in an empty house for like 6 hours, and then he'd come back in and start fucking doing shit, talking about, he's saying that the government are looking through his eyes and fucking that they've got frequencies and they're able to see what we can see and they know what we're thinking and they're planting fucking thoughts in our mind and shit. But that doesn't detract from his music, because his music's fucking top class.
Let's say that there's like a depth to paranoia where it goes a little too dark and too far.
Man, taking drugs and realising, like being in the sort of waking up to reality, and if he's on like heavy stimulants, crack or fucking meth or some shit, like, and staying awake and not eating and shit, and fucking like finding like rabbits, finding like trails, finding breadcrumb trails to all these different fucking conspiracies. But they've all been like the reptiles and the fucking demons and all that shit, man. It's all constructed to get people digging into the rabbit holes.
And some of them, they're not even rabbit holes, and that bread trail, the crumbs just lead to a rat hole. And you don't want to find out what's down there, especially if you find out what a rat king is. There's just certain things it's not worth digging into, is my point.
No, for sure.
And then they'll act like it's a big, important thing. No, we got to keep it grounded. But like that's the thing. If the guy had stuck with, there actually is some kind of patent for technology that involves spying on people using like an ordinary television, somehow being able to read what's going. And if he had stuck with that, then I was like, all right. Like, that's kind of a meta reference to something that legit has an actual document that's been declassified. But then the thing going, like, behind your eyes, and maybe after people get implants, I guess.
Nah, but think about it, man. There's fucking frequencies, fucking Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, 5G, and God knows what else out there on this fucking grid, and the ground, and matter in general. Everything's, like, electricity anyway. So... yeah. I would imagine at some point they would have control of kind of that shit, man, and the more fucking frequencies they put into the fucking populated areas, the more control they're going to get. So, and
that's true, because I wasn't factoring in nanoparticles or anything like that that could actually be read through. Like, you don't have to actually get an implant that has something that generates electricity in order to have data be able to be transferred to something that's reading and looking for information. Kind of like contrast. So, like, at first I was, like, thinking, wait a minute. Yeah, they actually could, though. They can technically influence and read people's minds from afar.
Well, they've already they had the fucking patents for it decades ago just by TVs. And look at See, if you see a child watching one of these, like, super flat screen fucking thin plasma or whatever, the LCDs, the really, like, 50-inch motherfuckers or bigger, they're literally the kids watching it with their jaw hanging open. They're like, that's not even the information, that's just the flickering of the TV that you can't fucking see because it's too fast.
Yeah. It gets them in a kind of hypnotic state. Pretty much everything that everybody uses and they assume is just something that's for the public was actually engineered and developed in relation to or directly by the military-industrial complex.
If you've got a fucking, like a decent flat earth track, man, give me it and I'll post it if you want.
I don't have one that's necessarily FE. Like off the top of my head, but here's one that's... let me open it up. It's kind of about the state of the world. Pretty sure that this would be okay to play, because I don't think he monetizes his channel. He just kind of... I guess I can do this. And copy what you did. The song's by Poor Man's Poison, called Feed the Machine. He touches on a lot of true stuff without actually directly mentioning stuff. It's like, if you know what he's talking about, you know what he's talking about.
Here's to the greater good for all. Do what you know you should for all. We all may die.
To be honest, I'm actually the comments about it. Room. It's just there.
Yeah, man.
That one they call the sequel to Feed the Machine.
I'll just put in the comment section, you know the Earth's flat and stationary just like it presents itself on a question mark, so hopefully it gets back to me.
On that same video.
Yeah.
Go check the comment.
I thought a good Monsanto track to play, man.
There we go. We'll go ahead and like your comments since you just posted it.
I mean, where's the accountability? EPA across the board said it was okay for first responders to walk into that asbestos trap. Controlled demolition by Larry Silverstein, the usual suspects that benefited. EPA also says you can inject an 18-month-old baby with poison that a 250-pound man can't handle by their own standards. You know, come on, where's the accountability, man? I knew a few people who were murdered on the 11th. Talked to family members in their remembrance. Subsequently, I have allied with brave first responders who have now died. So when they tell me I'm disrespecting the victims, I feel compelled to smack them with a big fat dictum. So take it from an authoritative source. It's not prudent to remain on a pejorative course. They made you want to bomb Islam. Fuck all of them, cause all they got is ad hominem, ad nauseum. If you believe Muslims carried out 9/11, there may be a place for you in Jew heaven. And I'm talking about here, forget the afterlife. You are not prepared for what disaster's like. I'm not a rapper and this isn't a song. It takes a real man to admit when he's wrong. You don't think 9/11 was an outside job? You must pray to the Talmudic God. The game is on, your brain's in a fog, yelling at the television like a big fat slob. You don't think 9/11 was a Mossad job? You must pray to the fake Jew God. They got your mind stayed ensconced in a fog, yelling at the television like a big fat slob. I blame you, and you. What you gonna do, and do? You can't sue me, cause what I say is true. My words contagion like the flu. Ashkenazim, you are ultra pathetic. I'm anti-Semitic, you are not the Semitic. And even Alex Jonestein has admitted that. Once you make a move, you cannot get it back. They put a knife to the throat of your librarian, Khazarian. With your life, you better beware of them. You thought that shit was all behind you. You never thought the karma was ever gonna find you. My people ain't believers in that. It don't get much more egregious than that. You're told bold lies about the globosphere. The penalty is treason, that's the reason that you're out of here. Fake regrets, there's no word for it. Like space cadets in low Earth orbit. My father told me at the tender age of 2, son, beware of what these slimy motherfuckers do. You don't think 9/11 was an outside job? You must pray to the Talmudic God. The game is on, your brain's in a fog, yelling at the television like a big fat slob. You don't think 9/11 was a Mossad job? You must pray to the fake Jew God. They got your mind stayed ensconced in a fog, yelling at the television like a big fat slob.
What do you think of that?
Nice. That's what I keep going through, is like every time you share something, I'll just go through and like the actual video. go ahead and start modifying YouTube's algorithm so that it'll send me that kind of stuff. Now I got a bunch of songs that I can download and add to a playlist and then drive around town listening to.
Well, you got an Android phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's an app called NewPipe. You go to newpipe.net, and it's basically a YouTube downloader. You can download it in different formats, MP3 or fucking any format, resolution on video, and then you can play it back. Plus, there's another app called 432 Pure. It changes the hertz of your music into 432 hertz. Changes it from the standard tuning. So I'll give you the link for it if you want.
Yeah. Well, I think I got the YouTube client thing. Like, I went ahead and looked it up right when you said it.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you that for free music.
Yeah. Definitely, man. Most of the downloaders out there suck. It's hard to find a good one.
Time to warm up. Let's go. Easy warm-ups always. Walk, 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 walk. 4 basic steps, and then I'll get you moving from there, okay? Nice, easy walking. I need your core temperature to go up. Body temperature has to raise. Muscles get warm, joints get fluid, and wow, we're ready to take off then. So here's what we're doing. Warm up. 5 and 6. Okay, step out to the side. It's a side step now. Nice and easy. Out together, step out. Out together. That's the motion. Good.
The bot sometimes plays stuff, random shit that you've not pressed, and it could be copyrighted. So if you're putting something on, make sure it is whatever you put on, and just give it a few seconds, and if not, hit M exclamation mark stop, and it'll clear the queue.
Okay.
The bot controls are in the pinned messages anyway, man. If you have a look.
Yeah.
We'll try and play this, man, again. Plastic Patriots, man. It's a Monsanto tune.
Take a long, hard look at what you see on your boob tube. That they can call that news. Ain't it sad? Does it even wanna make you mad? I can't believe you believe what you have heard from your TV. 'Cause they've been known to deceive. It's quite absurd to think your press is free. They all work for your owners, simply pawns in an elaborate game. It's amazing the tricks they use to make the people think that shit is really gonna change. 'Cause both their agendas the same. They've established a fraudulent fight with fake patriots on the left and the right. So you can put them all in a burlap sack, shake them up, dump them out, and no longer be exact. You think it's funny? You're a slave, you've been sold. They get paid a lot of money to behave how they're told. The young and the beautiful, the restless, the bold. It's just a soap opera, they molested your soul. They can't report what the they want. You must have got hit upside the head as a kid with a blunt object to think the corporate news is not a scam. You've been hoodwinked by robots, it's all a sham. Plastic patriots are all around. They don't know what's been percolating underground. They're all owned by demons, don't believe them. It's time to chase the devil out of town. Plastic patriots are all around. They don't understand what's percolating underground. People are screaming, we go surround the demons and chase the little devils out of town. I'm sure it's been said before, but I can't emphasize it enough. We chase the devils out of town. never before to block me now. I am 9/11 trooper cocky now. I'm all over the world, you can't stop me now. I'm glad the soldiers decided to sign. See, this could never happen if we don't take your poor little soldiers and sculpture moldable minds. Glenn Beck, no respect every time. Chris Matthews, a big ball of slime. Oberman, O'Reilly, paid to be blind. They're working for the very people who committed the crime. Can you hear the plastic patriot? Contractually obligated to say you're not. Can you hear the plastic patriot? Contractually obligated to say you're not. Can you hear the plastic patriot? Contractually obligated to say you're not. Plastic patriot.
Yeah, he thought he was there, man.
That was fire. That one's pretty good.
Yeah, well, if you look in pinned messages, you'll find the APK. You'll be able to download it. It's just I couldn't download because I'm on iPad. I'm unable to download fucking APKs onto the iPad and then drop it for you. But if you go to pinned messages and then scroll right down quite a little bit, you'll see that copy and paste that I dropped, and underneath it, if you just jump to the message, you'll be able to get the APK.
Yeah.
But I've been listening to my music for years on 432.
Yeah.
No, to play for you, man. It'd be another one to add to your playlist.
Alright, I just went ahead and downloaded that.
And among the participants at the Jekyll Island celebration were current Fed Chairman Ben Bernanke and former Chairman Alan Greenspan, along with a host of other regional chairpersons. And we had Scoop Johnson on the scene with an exclusive. There actually was a hot microphone there, Scoop?
Yes, Gloria, there was a hot mic. We could actually hear some of what they were saying. Let's listen in. Good afternoon, Alan. Ben Shalom. Helicopter Ben, how you been? Not bad, Alan. Lovely. Beautiful day for November, eh? Yeah, I was quite surprised myself. Talk about the crime of the century, eh?
Like Aurora Borealis, so incredible to observe. We must ignore what they tell us about their Federal Reserve, because folks don't know the half about Jekyll Island. So if I was you, I wouldn't laugh or heckle, my friend. When they control both sides and they can disguise the opposition, maximize profits and minimize competition. If they're in the wrong position, then the belief backfires. Some of the unsung have swung and hung beneath the Blackfriars. Bad liars search the lost files and the pocket dwellers. Even the blind would find the Rothschilds and Rockefellers. They forgot to tell us, or maybe I made a mistake about the 7 men on JP Morgan's private estate. To survive and create a bank that's being centralized by a crooked cartel, an unseen enterprise. At the center lies the deeper secrets of the mystery. Only a few been taught the sinister plot and what it is to be one of the pranksters. Disregard the fables you've been told. They've been dealing under the table and they've stolen all your gold. Pranksters won't hesitate to leave you in the cold. Prankster, prankster, badass pranksters. Pranksters disregard the fables you've been told. They've been dealing under the table and they've stolen all your gold. Pranksters won't hesitate to leave you
where they snatch the dream from your mind. To celebrate, their money machine remains supreme and sublime. A gaggle of criminals many can't seem to define, who've essentially ripped your spleen from the seam where your spine used to be. Now you have little immunity. They don't just own the printing press, they operate the news you see. This is how they were able to move elusively, cause nobody heard the words of those like Lindbergh or Louis G. Many have lucidly taken apart their schematic, able to poke at the heart, making them start all the panic. Ceremonies commence with a mystical enchantment as they suck your life's blood in a ritual satanic. Hey, yo. You want a revolution? I'ma say how. March into their institution, say I ain't your slave now. International money changers need to pay now. They've been robbing you blind, time to make the banks to lay down.
Disregard the fables you've been told. They've been dealing under the table and they've stolen all your gold. Won't hesitate to leave you in the cold. Badass banksters. Disregard the fables you've been told. They've been dealing under the table and they've stolen all your gold. Won't hesitate to leave you in the cold. Badass bankster.
Bankster lay down. Bankster lay down.
Bankster lay down. I ain't your slave now.
Bankster lay down. Bankster lay down.
Bankster lay down. I ain't your slave now.
Bankster lay down. Bankster lay down.
Bankster lay down. I ain't your slave now.
Bankster lay down. Bankster lay down.
Banksters. 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 Banksters.
And that's that.
Nice. There's a lot of really good songs out there that I haven't even heard yet. I kind of stepped away from Discord and other stuff for a while. I think I missed out on a bunch of things. There's this one song that I want to share, but I can't. I'm not going. Well, let me read the About Me. Unsigned to... I'll share a screenshot. I think that this would qualify as something that could be played. Like, here's from their actual website. But the song that I was going to suggest would be this one. Hold on. I'm not trying to play it, I'm trying to copy it. Automatically plays. I'll post it in the locker room. I'm uncertain about it, but based off of what they actually have on their bio, like the entire point of the music that they're making is to combat ignorance. I can't see why they'd have a problem with us playing that one, since it's along the same lines as the other stuff. These other ones that I shared, though, I wouldn't, well, especially the Money song, I don't think that one's probably would get a strike, copyright type thing. But Sin Shake Sin is unsigned, so there's no like automated label to go and try and do stuff outside of their will. The reason why I'm asking, but instead of just playing things, I'd like to get an idea of what I should play and what I should avoid before I start actually playing anything. But from what you've been, I got a good idea based off of what you've been sharing. That I'm just kind of asking. The music video actually adds to like that song so much, like the visuals from it. Yeah. I think I can say one thing. The past couple of years definitely inspired a lot of people to make some pretty good music. I feel like that's one of the key components for actual good music. If it doesn't have the truth, it's just whatever. Things that are real resonate. That one in the wrong room. There we go. I got one that's old one, but it's a good one. I know we can play.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that. Well, if anybody would like to come in and discuss the state and physical properties of this world we live in, now is an awesome time to do it.
Or be played over by another open awake song.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, man.
Hey, man. How you doing, bro?
Pretty good. How about yourselves?
Same old shit, bro.
Doing pretty good today, so far.
Nice. Yeah, that one's definitely a classic.
Just been playing some Payday Monsanto and some Mr. Traumatic. Just rather than just play a bot track and then it's nobody's talking for an hour and a half, it's better just play a little song, keep the conversation going, and then play another song.
Yeah, even just to kind of talk about it. I mean, my favorite part of that Flintstones part is where he's like, but we know it's around, right? And they're like, yeah.
You know it's flat. Yeah.
My favorite thing about that show is they were celebrating Christmas in the Stone Age, before Christ. They show the Masonic Lodge in that show. It's funny how much they put into these cartoons, especially to kind of get the children not necessarily indoctrinated, but it's like they almost give away the plots, if you will, within these like children movies and children shows. And Flintstones is just another great example of probably predictive programming as well. But I just find it terribly interesting.
You got the Saturnalia celebration going on in the cave. Flintstones Christmas.
But I definitely agree with y'all. The music that has been inspired, even in the past 12 years for Truth, like, you're really right. It's not really a good song unless it just has that, like, silver lining of truth these days. I can't even listen to other music now.
Yeah.
My favorite, the Beatles, I hardly listen to now just because I'm like, dang it, darn Travis Stock group, like.
If it's either deceptive or there's just a meaningless message being propagated out into the air, or why? It's just pointless music. It's a waste of time.
I listen to Led Zeppelin now and I'm like, dang it, I can hear the backwardsness.
I found another good song, like.
But yeah, the talent in this room for sure. Myself included, being inspired by all the great talent in here. I've never actually got to talk to Chocolate Sam, but like his work and CVs, like Witsit, all of them, like just really good stuff.
Song, or you want to talk?
One thing that we could do too is playing songs like this is awesome, and like you were saying, those other things where they're debating and discussing things that carry on for an hour or more. It would be cool to have sound bites and clips where it's like kind of like 2 or 3, or maybe a top 10 thing where it goes really fast in under 3 minutes, where we could use those too. Kind of incorporated in. There would be a mix of the music and then just random discussions and weird kind of candid stuff that's happened here. Yeah, I know. Like, I was just, he had mentioned Christmas and I was seeing if there was any, like, nativity scene related stuff in the Flintstones stuff, but it didn't have that. So I'm like, well, they have tree and presents and generic holiday stuff. That's why I made the Saturnalia reference.
All right.
I was just responding to what AI Arden said. But yeah, there's definitely a difference between those two things, and there's a lot of overlap and a lot of confusion that gets mixed up amongst all of the marketing. In fact, the modern Santa didn't even exist until it was like fabricated by people trying to sell crap. It's like a collaboration of a bunch of different winter festivity
that's right.
patrons or whatever. But
did
yeah, he's
it
right.
kind of start like in the 20s or 30s? I can't remember.
Well, the fat red Santa with all of the eccentric paraphernalia is, I'm pretty sure, literally a mall Santa. I think it's like a catalog or something. They're trying to sell presents.
Marketing.
Yeah, I mean there's obviously the Saint Nick story with the other, but some dude made toys or some mess. But they took a whole bunch of lore and merged it together.
That's why you got St. Nicholas, Kris Kringle, all this stuff.
Yeah.
I was just wondering because it'd be kind of interesting that, you know, when they started teaching this Globli predominantly, like in the 20s, I wonder if they were kind of doing the same thing with like Christmas, like just pumping the gas of sort of the new frontier of lies for the next 100 years kind of thing.
Yeah. Father of American cartoon on this nest.
I don't know. I think of the 50s cartoons, and because I used to watch them all the time, like Bugs Bunny, and I guess maybe that was more like 60s and 70s. But some of the sound clips in there, like, I don't know if you guys remember where like Bugs Bunny like pretends to be like hurt from something, and he just like yells like ah kind of thing. And there's always like there's that one right where the dog is like the towers they're falling kind of thing. Where, you know, people of course relate that to 9/11, but then you have like Flintstones, you know, making fun of the flat Earth. It seems like they were already starting to cover the bases, if you will, and sort of using graphics and sound to, I mean, of course, manipulate. But I don't know, it's just kind of strange. I have kids, so I end up watching, you know, a few of these shows to kind of see if they're okay. You know, kind of what they're about, just because I don't like telling my kid, like, no, you can't watch this just because, you know, it says this, but, because I don't know, I feel like everything's kind of a teaching moment, but, yeah, it's just interesting, especially when you've studied MK Ultra, and you notice that there's frequency, there's sound, and there's a lot of observational science about the manipulation of people with these things. So it makes me wonder, you know, was all that violence, not that I'd say it was that violent, because, like, I don't know, Roadrunner and the Coyote was, like, the most hilarious thing I've ever seen in my life, but, or Tom and Jerry, right, where there's almost even no words, but it's all sound, it's all sort of just, like, hitting each other kind of thing. I don't know, it's just
mixed with classical.
Right, and how they kind of just took that all out and blamed like violent behavior on it. It was just weird. Like maybe it was causing violence. I don't know. Like it's too hard to tell, and it was kind of before my time. But it does seem related to flat Earth. Anyway,
like that kind of reminds me of the video games create violence argument, which I don't believe it's as cut and dry as that, but video games do operate as kind of training programs for a lot of people. Like, you can literally teach yourself about real world things with some of these games.
Oh, absolutely.
And if somebody's already, you know, predisposed to violence, and then they have a tendency to devote a lot of time meditating upon certain things and digitally training themselves how to do certain things, those people, yeah, it would definitely influence them and begat violence in their own mind. They're susceptible to the mind control that way.
And I don't know, it makes me wonder.
Rare. Sorry, man.
I mean, you bring up a good point, because I played a lot of Windows 98 Flight Simulator back in the day, and not that I could be a pilot or anything, but I was so used to seeing a flat plane, you know, like maybe that's why it was so easy to just be like, oh yeah, that is like the Earth. Yeah. Of course, didn't notice it myself. But until much later.
Interest.
But yeah, there's definitely a subconscious always sort of being turned, I think. But
what you focus on the most, you'll be the most interested in one way or another. kind of like what we look at the most will become like the most. That's one thing I try when things start getting too dark, because I can get it with the dark sense of humor to an extent, but when people start getting too dark, it's like, alright, we don't need to stare off into the void and become like the void. Like, let's bring it back.
Right.
You got a bunch of doomers these days. Doom and gloom.
What do they call them? The black pills.
Yeah, they're blackpilling everybody, and you see that on the mainstream media all the time, every day. Like,
well, especially these quote-unquote truther pages. I'm like, come on, guys! Like,
oh yeah, they'll be spiraling down some rat holes. They're not even rabbit holes; it's just rat holes.
I was like, you don't know if that's real. Like, you're just rotting your mind with nonsense, honestly. But I think that's what makes a topic of flat Earth so much easier, right? Because it is factual, right? You can observe it, you can measure it yourself. But when it comes to some of these black pills, you're like, yeah, they're doing this, and it's like, well, go prove that. Like, that's so highly speculative, and it's just going to change your energy, man. Like, don't buy into it. I don't know. It's kind of like this whole quote unquote pizza fence, right? Of course, I'm just kind of using a different word. You know, I kind of felt that whole thing was like, I kind of knew that was already kind of going on. So the fact that they were kind of trying to make it like popular to look at was really weird.
Yeah.
Especially in the whole 2020 scene. It's like, man, what are they doing? It was just like left after right of just like, here, look at this, look at that. Here's a, what was it, Tiger King?
Yeah, well, they'd flip-flop and then have, like, some random circus sideshow attraction, like, storyline. And then back to the Epstein didn't Epstein himself thing. And then back to some other sideshow.
Oh, by the way, riots everywhere. Here's the bricks. Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're telling everybody to chant, I can't breathe, and then, yeah, whatever.
Or flatten the curves. Like, I was like, what?
No, here's the interesting thing, though. I believe that what you speak actually affects you, like, kind of, it's sort of like a mind over matter thing, but not so, like, weird and woo-woo, whatever. It's literally psychologically, though. If you're positive and confident about certain things, you're more likely to succeed. Whereas if you're negative and you're only focusing on the negative, your fear will literally trip you up and you're more likely to fail. So if people are going out and they're having a certain attitude about stuff, they have a very negative perspective, it can influence how they actually feel about everything that's happening around them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, not to sound weird, but I kind of do this myself.
I mean, that's like honestly, the core of the mind control is trying to influence those feels.
Yeah. I say be happy, be healthy, and in love. You know, kind of just as my mantra all day. And things have gotten better, you know, since I've sort of made these good habits for the mind, you know. Started taking care of the body a little bit more. Way less sugar than I did a year ago. You know, and it's night and day. Almost, I can't even be negative anymore to a point. Or it's just like, I don't know, once you actually really trust the creator, like, there's no going back. When the image starts to get crystal clear, you just
tell people to stay blessed.
Yeah.
You know, like certain people will say, like, bless you or be blessed or something as though they're not already. And the whole thought is, if you're breathing, if you're alive, you are blessed, whether or not you see it. So stay blessed.
Right.
Maybe blessed more abundantly, but stay blessed. Usually I'll say stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
I love that. I've started using it in real life.
Yeah, a lot of people do. But it's true, there's so many people out there who are just kind of mindless, and you literally have to watch out for them because, I mean, they could be driving, looking at their cell phone, crash into you. Or,
oh gosh, all the time.
Yeah. Or go feral on you because you said the wrong thing, and all of a sudden, rage out. And you can't tell who's who because they look like normal people.
Yeah. No, I'll be in these meetings where, you know, I'm supposedly with the best of my professors, and half of them are at the meeting, but they're looking at their phone going, yeah, you know. I'm following along, and it's just like, what have we become, you know?
That's another thing. So many people, they think that they have good memories, that they pay attention. But because of the fact that they're staring at the phone, their attention's divided. So it's impossible for them to actually know, with all of their senses that are available, what's going on, because they've divided their attention. Especially if they're focusing their sight fully onto just one thing. So most of the people over the course of, like, whatever, since smartphones were invented and went popular, they've been paying attention to tablets and smartphones and laptops and desktops and giant screen TVs in the corner of their room. They don't see anything else. So how could they possibly know what's going on?
Well, some of them, like, as they work, they're, like, watching a Netflix movie, and I'm like, what are you doing?
How would you feel if, like, you had a pilot flying a plane, he's got a laptop sitting there?
Exactly.
Kind of chilling, not even paying attention to the horizon or anything, just whatever. The autopilot should know what it's doing, and if it doesn't, then screw the guy who made the autopilot. Act like it doesn't even matter to pay attention. Like, yeah, that's a great idea. Or, brain surgery or open heart surgery. The doctor's, like, over there, like, on YouTube trying to watch a video on open heart surgery while giving you surgery.
Reminds me of Idiocracy, where he sees the doctor and a bunch of buttons.
Oh, God. He put the wrong thing. Yeah, it doesn't know
what to press. He's like, wait, you don't have a tattoo.
Then he flips out.
That's exactly right. Like, oh, you're not following the program. Oh, crap.
Yeah. The dumbing down program is very much intentional, and it's quite obvious. People don't know what words mean. They don't know where things come from. They don't know how things work. They don't know their own worldviews. Everything's just a cloud that they just float in. And they think that they're grounded using gravity every time they invoke it, but they mentally have no foundation.
And I think what keeps them going is they think that literally nothing matters. I'm boggled.
Nihilism.
Yeah. Because I've definitely gotten the pushback when I don't even mention the words flat Earth. I mention, like, level horizon, right? And it's enough to be like, what are you talking about? Or, I'll talk about the moon, like, because it's, like, full right now. And I go, did anybody see the full moon last night? Isn't it interesting that it looks larger on the horizon than it does when it's, way up there? And some of these people are just like, wow, I've never noticed that. Like, they just haven't looked at it yet, so... But it's funny, the ones that kind of know what you're talking about, but you haven't said flat Earth yet, so they're just kind of, like, boiling in their own head.
Yeah. You kind of want to say... Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah, man, you're alright, bro. I was just going to say, it's kind of like when you put a comment on a YouTube video and you know that person's went and looked at your channel and sees your uploads or sees your playlist, and they're trying to get you to say you're a flat earther just to fucking have an argument and start mocking you.
Yep.
The same sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
And then they say some bullshit like, oh, you're probably a flat earther. Like they've not looked at your channel and seen all your content shit. But there are two guys in the YouTube chat, Mark Shire and Jojo. You look like you want to have a debate or discussion about flat Earth, so why not join the server? Follow the link, jump in, have a chat.
I think they use the word probably because they don't know if they're only 99% sure they're even sitting or laying wherever they are. So that's why they'll say you're probably a flat earther, even if they looked at every one of your videos and know full well you're probably.
They want to pigeonhole you, they want to claim that you claim a model, even though you've not mentioned any model, any shapes, any maps, anything at all. They don't realise they're the person with the claim about the radius and the specific curvature dictated by it. So but I don't even use observations because they always say refraction anyway. So it's pointless even having those discussions because you're just going through the same fucking shit over and over again. That doesn't affect them, doesn't change their mind, doesn't make them think.
Yeah. It had me think about it, like the fact that I've heard the word probably so much. Like, let's look up the etymology of the word probable. It's kind of funny that so many people, they like to come out bringing this kind of big demonstration as though they're gonna like debunk things that can be said in here. And then all they really actually do is just test everybody's patience. Probably. How can a cynical sophist nihilist perform an experiment?
A sophist would do it sophisticatedly.
Yeah, but then that would be cutting out the control then. Because you need an unsophisticated variable in order for it to have a control to begin with. So if it's sophisticated...
I was just making fun of the word, really. But
no, that's interesting. So I looked up the meaning of that, like what sophisticated means, because I was just looking up the etymology for sophist. And I'm like, okay, well, I didn't save it. I don't think I'll do it again.
But you're right.
Let's see. It has a bunch of different things, like adulterated, mixed with a foreign substance, tampered with, like from sophisticus or sophistic. And then it says the shifts in the sense probably occurred first in the adjective unsophisticated from uncorrupted via innocent to inexperienced and uncultured. So unsophisticated actually means uncorrupted and innocent.
That makes sense.
Especially in this world. But yeah, send your children off to school to be sophisticated. I'll share the etymology right there. I like putting screenshots whenever I use words like this that I'm reading. It proves that I'm not just making the crap up. I'm literally making references to things that people can... Literarily making references to things that people can look up on their own.
Extremely important. Gospel Bear used to kind of do the same thing. Like every time there was a word, he'd put the etymology right in the chat, and I love it. It teaches you so much, just vocabulary, and how important it is to, like you were saying, kind of use in your mind to weed out the the words you don't really know and are using maybe unknowingly.
House of Bear is probably one of the ones who subconsciously influenced me to start using etymology a lot.
Yeah, because I know I used to be one that was like, oh yeah, govern and meant, mean mind control. I learned that lesson pretty quick. Tell, lie, vision, right? His story, things that are like, it does seem like it, but
it's another discussion. Well, I do believe that there is something to be said about the sound effects that we make when we communicate, since our verbal communication existed prior to our written language. So the phonetic spelling and pronunciation and the kind of vibes given off by certain sound effects we make, some of them are actually like cross-cultural, and they're not even like a language thing. Like, there's like certain noises that people make when they're startled or when they laugh. It's the same.
Well, I've always wondered, why do we all agree on the word no, as the sound? No, nor.
There's just several weird things that transisted all the way through. Another one is interesting. Ancient Phoenician and Hebrew have like a similar word, like eretz, for earth. And earth has always just been earth. Like the name for it never changed. It's just been earth. Mm-hmm. Like this is pretty much, it's like a slight different pronunciation. It's the same thing though.
Right.
And there's a lot of other words that are like that. And it's like, wow, that same exact sound effects that we use to describe this thing, right here is a representation of it in the future. To me, that's interesting.
The one that gets me the most is the realize.
Yeah. Due to the multi-layer meanings of certain things, it's beyond. Like, that's another thing is we also have to take into consideration that every single letter in the words that we use are also technically words because it's a glyph.
Right.
It symbolizes something. So,
well, that's what I think gives numerology such power too.
And and then that glyph itself has multiple meanings. So it could mean like 1 to 3 to whatever. Like, could have like several meanings. I mean, usually it's a couple, but some of them have like a lot.
Right.
And the reason why that would be important for anybody who might ask is because if you don't know where the roots are or the foundation is, then you're building a house on sand, or you have a plant with no roots.
Yeah.
It's going to get blown away like dust in the wind. And math is direct. There's no difference between math and language. They're directly connected.
Right.
There's words and sound effects used to describe things and ideas.
And it's probably the most universal of all. At least the languages that we use. Yeah.
It's definitely present when you look at music and how music's made, like the crossover between language and sound and math. But people trying in their head make a distinction like, oh, math is one thing, English is something else. No, language is language.
Yeah. I've always kind of felt the same way with geometry and architecture, that, the triangle's the same as for everybody else, right? That's just what it is.
You get another cross-cultural thing, man, that nobody's going to argue over. Like, you go anywhere in the world, and they're going to look at the same exact thing and be like, yep, that's this. They may have a different word for it, but it's still the same idea in their head, because they're looking at the same thing. Just like the idea of day and night, like everybody understands that unless they were born in a barn or a cave or something, never allowed to go out. And then I guess they only see darkness. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I had a friend actually when I was going to college. Her parents lived in like a Buckminster Fuller geodesic dome. It was like a large sort of dome-like structure, if you will. And she was homeschooled her whole life, so she was so used to this like wide, expansive space. I think it had like an oculus at the top. She said it was very much like a Pantheon situation where the light would come in through the middle. But she would get so sick, like she would feel sick every time she, got into one of these classrooms that were a box, right? She'd feel uneasy. She'd feel queasy, nauseous. because she was so used to like the freedom, and was just like, why do we make boxes, sort of thing. She was a pretty interesting architecture student too. Her designs were usually much more flamboyant and wild rather than sort of ordered or structured and box-like. That has always kind of interested me. Like, do we think like this? Mostly because we've actually put ourselves in boxes, but
Yeah. Well, people grow up and spend most of their lives cramped in a little box. Right. Something that's interesting to me is a lot of people spend so much money buying a little chunk of land inside of a town, and it, at best, may be an acre, unless they're like really rich and lucky and they got a couple. Usually it's about an acre or less. And then they just grow grass.
Right.
And like then they put their children in little boxes, little areas, and they like everybody's got their own space, but they never actually look at each other's faces. They stare at a phone and walk past one another.
Yeah.
Like living in a home with somebody you don't even know who they are. They wonder why the house ends up falling apart, or people just drift away. Nobody actually knew one another, or if they did, like they let the tech and the distractions and the fantastic fantasies that are portrayed by their scrying mirrors distract them.
Yep.
Going down rat holes looking for rats instead of finding actual rabbits in rabbit holes.
Very true, man. Well, I actually got a split ether, but I'll catch you guys later.
Well, stay blessed. Watch out for zombies. And
will do. Yeah, I'll be back later.
The world's not as dark as people think it is. It gets dark at night, which is normal. Or, when things get stormy and cloudy. But there's always a cyclic event where things get light again. I mean, normally we call that the day. But I'm just saying, things can seem dark and all this weird stuff's going on. People are confused because there's so much propaganda, but stuff does get better. There's a season for everything.
I found another amazing song by that dude.
Alright.
I'll drop it in the chat, buddy.
Vladimir Popov. It's just another motherfucking day. On the boulevard of broken dreams. Situation isn't always what it seems. You know what I'm saying? This is a warning. It's in effect. Ever since I had some time to reflect, they offered me a FEMA check, but I declined with respect. I told them all things equal, I wouldn't reject your plan, but I understand its intended effect. I know your cops are trained by Israeli commandos. I saw the coffins, the camps, the hollow tip ammo. I know you're paid experts in their extravaganza. I see them all on the TV pushing your propaganda. Dr. Phil said, yo, you should chill. Vaccinated your children and prescribed you a pill. They've been unwittingly trained to kill. Who cares who it hurts if it makes them a mill? Still, they can surely appreciate the myopic. They want the whole populace addicted to psychotropics. They manufactured your culture into their junior dance. It won't be long until you're ushered off into the camp. The nuclear wind is blowing, blowing in the breeze. Your future lies on knowing your true enemy. It's time to buy some bullets, cause the balance full of whores. If that candidate gets 4 more years, you'll get 4 more wars. There's a predatory gang of scheming rats, relentless to censor us. Beat the motherfucker senseless. Freedom and truth must coexist, precocious. Woke to those who don't understand the symbiosis. You can't have one without the other. Like the First and Second Amendment, they go together, my brother. That's why when I'm admonished by someone who's shouting stop, I scream it from the peak of a fucking mountaintop. Voltaire taught me a lesson. You wanna know who rules, you just ask yourself who you can't question. Even Kennedy told you something's going on. Days after that, his whole dome was gone. Public ritual, so the public is fearing it. Done in the 33rd degree parallel pyramid. You get curious when they start throwing prices at you. Ask yourself, will you ever be a crisis actor? Nuclear wind is blowing, blowing in the breeze. Your future lies on knowing your true enemy. It's time to buy some bullets, cause the ballot's full of whores. If that candidate gets 4 more years, you'll get 4 more wars. We've all been bamboozled. We've all been bamboozled. Something's fishy here. Can you smell it? Something's fishy here. Something's fishy here. I think it's gonna get more macabre. Something's fishy here. Something's fishy here. Something's fishy here. Can you smell it? Something's fishy here. Something's fishy here. Something's fishy here. Can you smell it? All judges the jam. Send all judges the jam. Send all judges the jail. Send all judges to jail. Send all judges. Send all judges to jail. And that is where the treachery ends. All judges to jail. And that is where the treachery ends. Send all judges to jail. And that is where the treachery ends. Send all judges to jail. And that is where the treachery ends. Everywhere.
Anybody's got any suggestions?
So that inspired me to look up the number 4 due to the 4 more years thing. And it's interesting the origin of that word. And then how over here you've got the judgment by shards. And how pieces of pottery were used as writing material for voting. So you've got 4. It's talking about the 4 sides of it, but it could be a die, a cube, or a square tablet with writing on it. And then the judgment by shards. People rolling dice, playing games, for playing the political whatever. It's just interesting how the words are blatantly here for what is actually going on. the reason why I find this to be relevant to everything is this is actually how their mind control works. There's certain foundational principles that they still maintain and use, and they're references to things that the higher thinkers know, and it's just like, you know, it's whatever for them because it's anybody can search it, it's facts. But for normal people who never would, they'd never know, and they wouldn't care. The people who've been to these colleges and they've graduated, they know what all this stuff means, especially if they're specializing in certain things. Like political things, they know the history of politics and voting. So this would be one thing a lot of politicians should know, and if they don't, they're probably retarded. I didn't pay attention to some like basic Greek politics type stuff. And then for us, we just never looked. Why? Because it didn't matter. Why would we?
Classic, like. I'm going to play this last one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm that cat that's quick to put the bass in your face, adjacent to grace. I be escaping with papes from the bank depository. Skank, you got a story to tell, keep that shit to yourself. I'm not about the glory, fuck the fame and the bourgeois bitches. Honey, I want the money, yes, I'm all about obtaining riches. Then fuck this rap shit as well. Hip-hop is an actual place in which I dwell. More than a state of mind where actors illustrate a crime or wax and play the characters they made. Shut up and say your rhymes. Suckers get so upset to find out they don't own a set. I'm sorta like a homeless vet that didn't get his bonus yet. My fashion statement's making bombs. All the clothes I got look like they from the Lucky Shop over at Slayton Farms. Your material world don't meet expecting illusions of grandeur. They're all fucking peasants to me. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison district complex would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison industry would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design. Space confusing you with a great illusion too while they fuck us. Democracy doesn't exist like juvenile justice. To them the youth is just rats. They wanna study at centers meant to prevent your downfall, but it's all done for money. And they make us worship papers and kill each other. After they outsource all the jobs and flood the streets with drugs, you will discover people are poor on purpose. Ask your mother. For capitalism to prosper, somebody's got to suffer. They've conditioned people to walk into expensive restaurants, oblivious to the homeless man that's lying in the entrance. Hundreds of billions of dollars for Pentagon defenses, while education funding ain't even seeing 1%. I wanna be a news reporter, cause I'm able to smile while I get into details about a gruesome slaughter. Set Charlie Manson free, stop fronting high class. You're all fucking peasants to me. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison district complex would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison industry would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design.
The system's designed and been so. People get them legal searches, then get the get-go. Designed to pinch those wicked woes fingerprinted. Trigger riggers submitted so kids figure and spit it out the mouth. Mean machine, shot them up and locked them up when they agreed to freeze. You seen the scene, brutal chart arrangements, televised live like funerals and entertainment. Numeral cycles striking, you will soon copy. Pushing the broom, cause pushing his goons Illuminati's. True in, but probably murdered. Turned out the burglar just wanted a turkey burger by design. Divided the mind in line, side by side, some kind of crime. Winston Smith said it, then they left them bedded. Head itch ticking from each treatment that it speaks.
You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison district complex would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison industry would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design.
Killy Philly, really living paranoid. Walk all around, this is a parrot ploy. They marriage toys with the big boys. And asparagus, just isn't coins. Megaphone over the con camp. Yo, the boss Cobra rocking his God cat. Ain't none of these snakes fucking with me. I break their greed rates up in my dungarees. Some of my fellas be hungry. Hell, I'm sending death threats up in 33 companies. We got no choice, we got no voice. So stop, cock the Glock and keep the peace moist. Rolls Royce is where they wanna fuck us. Dump us and then run us the fuck over. The chauffeur, roll with car, roll. Say they sung discussions of clones and barcodes.
You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison district complex would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison industry would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design.
That had me look up some stats related to how much money's flowing through prisons.
You are an old man who thinks in terms of nations and peoples. There are no nations. There are no peoples. There are no Russians. There are no Arabs. There are no third worlds. There is no West. There is only one holistic system of systems.
I will MK Ultra ya. Put the MK scope on ya. If the MK hits you, it's guaranteed to open ya. The 57mm Mark 110. 220 rounds a minute, try to stop them. Don't put that on your wish list, that's retarded babble. Protesters make the hit list soon as they start to rabble. They are nothing but fishes in the barrel. It doesn't have to be Christmas for a carol. Some decorate with ornamental decorum. Some perform Shakana on Hanukkah and Purim. That's where my job come in. I am a blessing to the mercenary. For the corporation selling weapons to them. Any potential competitor step into them. I'm authorized to knock them out and stick a GPS into them. They wanna sell uranium to Iran. That's enriched, that's a bitch. Now we gotta teach a lesson to them.
Track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race was systematically debased, set up to be automatically erased. It's a great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking in case.
Tyranny has come to America in a $5,000 suit.
They can trace me, slid into the database. 2 steps from going crazy, that's the way it tastes. Reborn into this, retorn ligaments. Be more vigilant, it's known what your business is. Deformed privileges, right away to wickedness. Ever since the infant handprints on my certificates, I've been saying fuck this shit, not riddles. Middle finger flying like a Barrage missile. Out of Israel with tedious tools. I'm trying to get out of America, I pity them fools. Sobbing feds trail me, track like Donovan Bailey. I'm always running from heat cause it's hot on the daily. Through the sewage units, you get used to the racket. Merry Christmas from my girl, the day I married the ratchet. Activate my passion on radiated wasteland like Van Gogh hands. Digital with the spray can. Track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race was systematically debased, set up to be automatically erased. It's a great big
but they don't know the composers of the orchestration. They are forced to dance to the music under the grandiose illusion that they choose it. Actors in your name behave insidious. DC is simply Hollywood for the hideous. Eager to drop a big bomb where a city is. The plan they got for Tehran is iniquitous. Your average presidential advisor's a monster. They make Dexter look like Mr. Rogers. All these grand lodges, they got you crammed in. Looking like Fred Flintstone and Ralph Cramden. The technocrats settle the score. Populace intoxicated like never before. America's death ain't special at all. The money changes, no perpetual debt, perpetual war.
The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business.
We want to track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin ways. The human race was systematically debased. Set up the beat, automatically erased. It's a great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking in case.
Is a business. It has been since man crawled out of the slime.
I had to reorganize that, but that's a list of the cost of prisons, the cost of inmates. I only did the top 10.
I saw a shit on the TV. It was on like BBC or something years ago, and it said that if the fucking all the industry that's in the prison complex, if like all these people were released and that like that economy wasn't there, that the dollar would collapse. That's what it was saying. That all the trillions that get made by cold calling and construction and like making fucking vests and like they make loads of shit in the jails.
Yeah, one part of the modern slavery system. Ending modern slavery, to me, should be actually one of the most important things that humanity as a whole can do. But due to their greed and their lust and for material things, crap in one hand and wish in the other and see which one fills up first. These people don't care about other people, especially the people they don't recognize as being people because they're far off. Like that, whatever. I don't, give me my products. The messed up part about that is a lot of companies, they'll get caught doing something and they might like stop doing it and issue a public apology, but they won't actually do anything to kind of pay back the wrongs that they've done to the people that they've actually hurt. They just make their public appearance look good. Like we kind of don't know whether or not Nike's still using sweatshops to make their Nikes. Pretty sure there's probably still nets out there, on the outside windows of certain factories that produce technology. Because that's how hard they're not allowed to jump. And that's just the light aspects of it. It gets a lot darker, and I'm not even going to touch on that, but human trafficking's everywhere. Human slavery's everywhere. Modern slavery it's an issue that needs to be addressed, and a lot of people turn a blind eye to it whenever it inconveniences their normal daily paradigm. Nobody wants to know where things come from.
Oh, man.
It kind of touches back on something that we were discussing earlier about lithium mines. Professor Flat Earth dude was on. But, they just destroy everything. They leave these giant toxic pools everywhere. God knows what happens, the health condition of the people who are actually working in those mines. But as long as everybody's got batteries for their cell phones and electronic vehicles, whatever, right? Where the hell do they think batteries come from? This is my point. They don't know where the products they demand for the life that they imagine require certain things to happen that you can't just, manifest. Like, poof, what do you need? And a genie grants you a wish. It doesn't work that way.
It's just the same with the vegan issue, man. Like, they want to not eat meat, but look at the destruction that some of the vegan products. Look at the fucking acres and the acres of land that get destroyed for it. Animals, insects.
Yep. Oh, dude. Anybody who tries to act like veganism is some kind of moral high ground is either an idiot or they're being intellectually dishonest on purpose. Because you have to admit that there is a large population of bugs and various things, like animals that are considered pests, that have to be exterminated in order for that food to be produced. So, whatever the hell they're trying to pull, bull crap.
I don't disagree, but I stopped eating meat for a couple of years because I don't think the way that we get our meat, like just walking into the store and all the carcasses all cut up, and we're not actually at equilibrium with the surroundings, so I don't think that's natural at all. That's why I stopped eating meat, but I have started again, like. But yeah, I stopped for a couple of years because I thought that these conscious beings, they're not even animals anymore, man. They're literally just commodities.
Yeah, it's messed up how the average company does their stuff, the way they treat their animals is crap. And we should actually know how our meat has been treated, like how it lived. I thought that's important for health, because if something's had nothing but fear and, toxic stuff, like low grade, whatever, the meat's going to be low grade. It'll be crap.
Not even that, but when they're in the abattoirs waiting to die, their whole system's flooding with cortisol, like the fear hormone. So those fear chemicals and hormones are tainting the meat. Then it gets its throat cut or stunned or whatever. So all that tainted, all those hormones and chemicals, as far as I see it, are transferring into us.
Or let's see chickens, for example. I guess if people can tune out if they don't want to hear some weird, disturbing crap, but one of the ways that they'll execute a large portion of chickens is to just flood an entire area with foam so that they can't breathe and they all suffocate at the same time. And that's just again, the light end of the horrors, because I'm not even going to get into how they butcher other things.
No, I don't. But there's a documentary called Earthlings. I used to have it on my old YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And it's like an hour and a half, and I was only 10 minutes into it, and I'm like, I'm never eating meat again. And that's when I stopped for a couple of years after I saw that shit, man.
I believe that the problem's not the meat, though. It's that factory farming, that cruelty. If you have respect for it, it's something different. If people get weirded out by the idea of a creature having a name or something like that, it's like, whatever. Farm life, man. Kids name critters stuff. But meat's still meat. But people, they're disconnected from everything. They don't even know where animals come from. It's like they won't, while simultaneously thinking that they're animals. Bizarre. They don't want to know how any of these processes work, because I think they lose their appetite, whether it's vegan or completely carnivore. They still wouldn't want to eat any of it if they knew how any of it worked. The actual biology behind how muscle matter functions, that alone will have somebody disturbed about eating meat. And then where food actually comes from, like plants, like some people might be like afraid of dirt. Well, it literally grows out of dirt and then breathes in stuff. It's made out of freaking like farts and people breathing out whatever. Breaks down all that CO2, turns it into itself, and it starts growing stuff for you. Made out of the nutrients it's sucking up from the ground and the dirt. You're literally eating farts and dirt. Just processed heavily. And maybe a little bit of volcanic ash once in a while. And a lot of car exhaust. But people think that they can destroy this world. It goes through seasons. So when it starts looking like the end of an epoch, the end of an era, end of an age, when they talk about a new world, there's definitely one coming. I just don't think it'll be like what they think it is. I think one thing that people need to keep in mind as they go down that journey searching for truth is truth itself, not their own perspective, because our own perspective doesn't matter. Truth itself is what matters. And that reigns in authority above anybody's teachings or worldview or perspective, because the Logos is the Theos and the Theos is the Logos. If people start trying to deviate from that into these maybe, what if, probably, I don't know, uncertainty worldviews, they have no tether to a foundational reality. Usually those people tend to easily be triggered and spin out quite quickly. Some of them will spin out right through the door and right back out again before ever saying a word, because they can't fathom any of it. We see it every day. Or they'll be afraid of sound waves. They won't join the VC, even though they'll be VC verified and then leave like instantly. It happens all the time. You get cold feet, I guess. I mean, I know sound travels like over 700 miles an hour, but dang, you don't have to be afraid of it or anything. I think a lot of these people automatically start off in their feelings and they make assumptions.
I'm gonna go make a cup of tea.
All right,
Let's
man.
just play a song. I'll play a song just now.
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it.
Then I take it this place, this Maple Street, is not unique. By no means. Their world is full of Maple Streets. But we'll go from one to the other and let them destroy themselves. One to the other. One to the other. One to the other.
I travel so much it makes me want to thank my feet. I'm all alone at night walking down Maple Street. I hear the angels speak, I see the demons walk. Can I get down at least a block without hearing all this evil that these people talk? I don't believe in time, I don't need a watch. I'm not a person, I'm a spirit in your speaker box. Monsters are coming, they'll be here anytime now. Get the kids in the basement and lie down. The system's based on divide and conquer. Just look in the face and the eyes of a monster. This is quality, fuck the size of a concert. A blonde jerk in a 9/11 inside job shirt. I had a future life progression tonight. I'll be a crystal bird in my next life, flying through the night in perpetual flight like animals. Distressing dream last night.
Everything I saw from above was so pretty.
I was a crystal bird caught in perpetual fire.
Monsters cannot fly with me. They conditioned you to think it's okay to murder innocent women and children every day, far and far away. Or should I say, far away and foreign. They won't distinguish a Muslim from a Mormon. Have fulfilled their plans to surround Earth. Now your job's done and you're nothing but a brown shirt. Don't let them shake your hand with a mason grip. You might walk away, my friend, with a Verichip. I'm a charitable psychopath, you gotta pardon it. Send your kids home with a fingerprint starter kit. Your offspring are animals, I give them green coats. And when I say kids, I really do mean goats. The battlefield is nothing less than a laboratory. Monsters have arrived, that's not exaggeratory. Equipped with a ridiculous type of wickedness, slated to make Maple Street look like a picnic.
Animals, distressing dream last night.
Everything I saw from above was so pretty.
I was a crystal bird caught in perpetual fire.
Monsters cannot fly with me.
How much fear is in your natural mind state? If you're out of element, how much can your mind take? How quick are you to act like a primate? If your comfort zone is provoked with high stakes, see, that's how they get you with fear. They don't want anyone thinking crystal clear. Media static induce panic in your ear. Then comes the favor. See this pistol here? Your neighbors are acting mighty suspicious. In a preemptive strike wouldn't be vicious. Get ready to send out the soldiers again. Oh shit, it's Maple Street all over again.
Animals, distressing dream last night.
Everything I saw from above was so pretty.
I was a crystal bird caught in perpetual fire.
few variations. They pick the most dangerous enemy they can find, and it's themselves. All we need to do is sit back and watch.
I had a most distressing dream last night. I dreamed I was a crystal bird caught in perpetual flight.
Somebody's hot micing. You hot mic and speak. Well,
in the way, stumbling blocks. Yeah, we moving the obstacles. What seeks to find level and stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born until the last night you fall though. You still think you're living on a ball with your friends. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon, then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think there are so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So currency for eternity is what devil's stealing. Rob their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. With scrying me the signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishing lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always digging for a model like you need it to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
Ether, are you there? Ether, I was thinking about what you mentioned earlier. I don't know if it was you or if it was Chris, but the importance of just having a positive attitude. I know it sounds corny a little bit, but it's true. Kind of surrounding yourself with, I guess, positive vibes or positive people, positive messages, and you'll have a greater chance of success in whatever you put your mind to. I was thinking when you said that, you guys have those in, probably heard of those police audits, see them on YouTube. You got a lot of them in America. I think in England too, they got some guys that'll post videos, but you watch those things and they're pretty entertaining because you got your average citizen confronting a police officer or several police officers who, like whatever, they're just pointing out corruption or kind of crossing the line with the power. When I watch that stuff, they're like, it kind of gets me riled up too. Like, those are our rights, right? Those are our rights. They can't do that. But recently, I stopped watching it because it kind of depresses me in a way. Even though it's, you know what I mean? It's got a ton of truth in it, but it's still, I'll watch like whatever, 5 videos in a row, and then I turn off the phone and it's like, oh man, now I feel all bummy. It's like, what's up with that, right? So, important. Positive is very important.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think it's engineered to get people riled up like that and to feel those emotions of anger and like, okay, something has to be done. You got like this righteous anger and justice that needs to be had. And that's the entire point of them posting a lot of stuff like that, I think. Inflammatory. There's a lot of things that's like true, yeah, technically, but also anything that happens is canon to the story, and whether it writes or not, if it happens, it happens, and there's not much anybody can do to stop something that already happened. Like, here one day, gone tomorrow. Somebody signs some order, and then there go your rights. They can label it. Oh, there's so much. God. Well, dang. I don't even know what I should even talk, like, I can talk about when it comes to certain things. But, I mean, the Patriot Act expansion pact didn't help. And I'm just not going to talk much more about other stuff like that because I think it'll get too political. There's a standard of rights that exists outside of that piece of paper, but that document that people call the Declaration of Independence and that series of documents called the Constitution are based off of something much more than just the guidelines and frameworks of a government. A lot of it's pretty much just stating the obvious. Hey, people can do this, and there's not much you can do about it. They're going to do it. It's kind of a law of existence. You can try and regulate it, but good luck. Because sooner or later, something's going to happen. The tables will turn. The scales will get balanced. Censor freedom of speech and see if people don't find a way to speak. Take away the right to defend oneself and see if people don't find a new way to defend themselves. These rights are something that are outside of the confines of the minds of people who write laws here. These little paper laws that you throw some water on them and they just disintegrate. I think that's what actually frustrates a lot of people, like who are into all that weird political activism, like the New Age version of stuff. They can try all they want to, but they can't actually argue with the founding principles that the Constitution and the Declaration are actually written upon. There's nothing they can do to stop that kind of thing. What's up, Will Be Flat? Layers and layers of bureaucracy. Paper kingdoms. Huh. That's interesting. Like before, we were talking about voting, or there's a song that was... Let's see if I can find the pictures I shared. Yeah, right there. It was talking about 4 more years and stuff. So, the number 4 is connected to the Greek word tesserus. A tessera is a die, a cube, or a square tablet with writing on it. And the next image I shared had to do with voting. Ostracism is judgment by shards, because shards of pottery are the cheapest writing material at the time, ever used for voting. It's just interesting that the number 4 is connected to voting, amongst other things. This system's just layers and layers of war and voting. Iron would be a sword. Iron and clay.
What are you posting? You said you're posting something?
Yeah, I posted it before. I'll share it again, I guess.
Oh, okay. I'm not seeing it in the text.
I scrolled back. I've been posting etymology stuff all morning. I had to scroll back up. Copy image. There we go. Every 4 years they play with dice. And people will put their name on a little whatever. Send their vote out. A little shard. And let them all be weighed on the scales at the Temple of Saturn. I'm just joking. I don't know where that... Well, actually, maybe I should look that up. Where would they vote for ostracism? Where and when? Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, you guys got an election coming up, don't you? Was it next year?
Yep.
2024, yeah.
The memes are going to be hilarious. All the deep dream AI generation stuff.
Yeah.
It's going to be mayhem. I'm not going to take it seriously at all. It's going to be like last time it was like a dumpster fire crap show on clown wheels, just rolling down the street. But I can't even imagine what next year's going to be like. Well, not last time, but yeah. Morning, Wave Mixer. Hope all is well with you, man. How's it going, man? Kind of quiet right now. Oh, well, he joined in to chill, I guess. I think I'm gonna step inside for a minute. Just another day at the salt. Same stuff, different day, huh? No. I reckon salt mines would be located at the salt flats, where everything's nice and level. And there is no curve to be found. I'll be right back. I gotta go step inside for a minute.
I take it you work at the salt mines. You got a mic? Wave Mixer? Oh yeah, no mic? No problem. I work at a place where we unload salt, but I believe it comes from Newfoundland in Canada. Big industry. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
What's up, man?
Not much, man. We're just going to play a song that there's no one with talking.
Kind of quiet today.
Is that you, Ethergraph?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Just feel free. Like, if you've got the permissions now, so if you're going away, nobody's talking, man. Just play a Flat Earth, like playlist or something.
All right, man.
Anytime, man. Just be careful. If there's the slightest chance it could be copyrighted or misconstrued, just fucking leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Big up my multi-dimensional entities. Big up my multi-dimensional entities. I'm talking truth and now they're thinking traumatic's mad. I'm talking truth though the truth is I'm a savage lad. Truth hurts so I kill him using tragic facts. We need to be responsible and take the planet back. Listen, human beings must be blinded by cataracts. So I'm tying razors on my hands and giving them happy slaps. People panic and the place is getting manic, fam. Every human being must die to save the habitat. So fuck it, I'm going mad and grabbing cash. Growing hydroponics and I'm feeding them organic mass. Grabbing handfuls of cannabis from plastic bags. Then I'm rolling up and smoking up the magic fags. I'm making oils from the birds, I'm also dabbing wax. I'm doing big bombs, I'm Andy, then I'm shagging slags. I'm taking massive dabs of LSD and acid tabs. I don't do the crack, so I stay away from smashing slabs. When it comes to psychedelics, I'm a master. I'm activating all my low and higher chakras. I'm smoking DMT and drinking ayahuasca. Then I'm eating magic mushrooms with my fish and pie and pasta. I'm like a rasta, all I do is smoke the herbal. Infinite supply, I don't need a home to burgle. Never. Every day I got the Greg's, no commercial. And I'm mentally a mess and in my head there's loads of hurdles. Now I'm tripping out on ecstasy, the roads are purple. I'm seeing sacred symmetry and roads of circles. No rehearsal, I'll be the first to mention. Every second of the day I wanna leave the third dimension. You can learn ascension by taking psychedelics. Only natural plants though, cheap drugs are quite pathetic. I'm like a crazy scientist, I'm like a medic. Cause these psychedelic compounds have altered my genetics.
Everybody in their life, if you live, and you haven't had a heavy psychedelic experience and you haven't gone in isolation tank, you've missed out. You've missed out on a huge chunk of what life really is. Life is a massive fucking mystery. And there's only a few different ways to really crack below the surface of that mystery. And the best way is psychedelics. And the heavier the psychedelic, the better. And guess what? No one's dying from psychedelics. All our thoughts on psychedelics are all based on bullshit propaganda that we've heard about people, going crazy or losing their minds on. You're not going to go crazy. You're going to go fucking insane. All right? All that stuff is going to remove your ego, and it's going to explain to you what the world is really all about. Best way is psychedelics.
Thinking of grabbing little clips from the live
History
stream.
has shown your genetic disease, you're parasitical prone, you can never be pleased. Everywhere you've gone, you've been treated for fleas. It's time to delouse the house, we don't need none of these. Arming themselves to the
I was just saying,
talking.
My bad. Yeah, it was bad timing on my part. But I was just gonna say, because I have a YouTube channel, I just only have that one video that, I Level Up did the music for. I did the lyrics using a text-to-speech generator to make it sound like Snoop Dogg. But he did the music for it, and then I kind of took random clips and made a music video out of it. But I was thinking that I should upload more things, and I could take clips from the live stream here, like discussions, debates, good arguments that happen. That way, to fill time when we're playing music, or we can switch it up a little bit. Is what I was thinking of, because there's already so many really good songs. I'm sure that there's a bunch of good compilation clips that people have already thrown together as well. I like the way that, playing the songs and we talk a little bit, like the way that you're doing it now. And I'm just thinking just combining that with clips from the actual discussions. So instead of it being just an hour, music pot thing playing, it ends up being a mix of things, like a radio show.
Well, we just we need a couple of people to make sure through the daytime for the UK there's got to be people. Because if not, if the bot's just playing, nobody comes in. They just go to the other servers, man.
That's one reason why, I can mute my headset without actually clicking the mute thing on there. So I try and leave my mic open so that people don't think I'm just idling in here with, muted. Unless I can't hear it, and then I'll mute myself if I'm away from the computer. That's the sign that I'm AFK. But I try and leave that on there just in case somebody looks in here, like you were saying. They assume nobody's talking, nobody's chatting. These random things kind of end up like subtle cues to people, and it affects a lot of what happens as far as how many people end up going places. Joining in. If somebody looks and they see there's only a couple of people and everybody's muted, it's like, I'll go check out the VC somewhere else, see if that's more active.
We'll play that song, bro, right?
Yeah, man. I was just laughing at a question that was a rhetorical question that was asked in the lobby.
while taking Americans' guns, and all the time they having so much fun. Just take a look what they done. Just take a look, just take a motherfucking look what they done.
They took the gold from Gaddafi and the petrol from Hussein, playing God with Assad's democratic regime. All over your Talmud vision, ISIS is seen, but that big plasma screen is a crisis machine. High definition for the Goyim, holy hola hoax, Ilya Ehrenberg's dream. There's too many facets for you to understand the plan for plundering opium and lithium in Afghanistan, to justifying a fraudulent crisis to attack Iran and finalize the greater Israel by taking Pakistan. Just look at the blue borders on their vile flag. The designer of that thing is a foul fag, acting like it represents Talit or this and that. But I have seen the 1947 Rabbi Fishman map. The greed, Lord have mercy. You want Iraq, Syria, Egypt,
Egypt, and even a little piece of Turkey. Tell me, when will your avarice cease? Time immemorial, you acted like nefarious beasts. I can't follow your holla hoax dollar score, especially when the Holodomor killed a lot more. I highly recommend it, that rhetoric, you should end it. Your anti-Gentile penchant has me very offended. And with a straight face, you embraced how it's right. You're overplaying your sympathy card again, Talmudite. The people you call Goyim are starting to awaken. And if you haven't noticed, they focused on taking back their nation. Historically parasitic, utter degeneration. That is why you've been kicked out of 109 locations. The people you call Goyim are starting to awaken. And if you haven't noticed, they focused on taking back their nation. Historically parasitic, utter degeneration. That is why you've been kicked out of 109 locations. All I'm saying, Chosenites lament. God is not your real estate agent. Philistine ain't for rent. All I'm really saying, Chosenites lament. God is not your little real estate agent. The Levant is not for rent. I can visualize the laughter when they pass the bill like NAFTA and tell you there's a crisis, name ISIS they've been after. They're setting off bombs, they're chopping off heads. Whatever boogeyman they can get under your bed. And if you refuse to turn your state into a comprador, you can bet your petrol we're about to have a proper war. You're not allowed to have a sandstone aquifer for independence. What the fuck you think they killed Gaddafi for? They don't like one world enemies. This is the same pack that whacked Jack Kennedy. This is the same clique that kidnapped the Lindbergh baby and murdered it ritualistically. The system is comprised for a liar's disguise. The lower you're willing to go, now the higher you rise. The less empathy you possess, the more capital you'll ultimately be able to invest in a fraudulent enterprise. The Talmudic lies are meticulously stacked. If you're able to deconstruct, it's ridiculously whack. The Talmudic eyes are specifically rat. You heard vampire killers? This ain't different from that. All I'm saying, Chosenites better lament. God is not your real estate agent. Or they're gonna be forced to repent. My friend, all I'm saying, Chosenites better repent. Your actions have been kinda flagrant. I don't think you quite understand it. All your sympathy cards have been spent. All I'm saying, I wanna give you a firm handshake. Break your knuckles, knock you the fuck out, wake you the fuck back up, and make your Rachel Corey pancakes. All I'm saying, the things I see you celebrating are utterly disgusting. From your eating of Haman's ears to promoting all these queers to your baby penis sucking. This is fascinating. All I'm saying, you must be my sugar. God is not a real estate agent. Come on, it's not hard to understand, my man. All I'm saying, you're a trombonic. God is not a real estate agent. What you doing here? What you doing here? What you constantly claim you're a genius while you suck baby peanuts. You like to mutilate. It's just a part of your nature. Disrespect your woman. Can you see there's a dichotomy? You'd have to be blind not to see. I mean, it's not about what you do to me. I'm simply making observations that I see. And what you accuse your opposition of is what you do. I rack my brain just trying to understand all of these atrocity crimes I see with my own eyes. But tonight has got me hotter than a hoarder's head. Make me wanna take them way back into the slaughter shed. Their engineering is so glaring, it's a power shed. Imagine that, water coming out of German shower head. Oh my God, I'm so offended. He grabbed my arm, I think he bended. He grabbed my arm, I almost did a slide. I haven't felt this bad since my father died. These people have taste sacks. The psychological Ashkenazim disorder we should tax. It's so easy to diagnose. They feeding on the host, parasitic to the max.
Hey, what happened to the jams, man? That was killing it.
Just a track and then talks for 5 and then a track sort of thing.
What did you say, Spade?
We just kind of been talking and then putting a track on and then talking for a bit and then putting a track on rather than just 2 hours of fucking flat earth links that we heard last week. So just like a radio show sort of thing. So just talking away and then play a song.
Dude, that was a fucking badass song. I was about to leave, but then it just kept hitting it, so I had to stay, you know what I mean?
Oh, you never heard of him? Payday Monsanto?
No, I haven't. It's my vibe, though. It's my vibe.
I'll give you a link for him.
Yeah, please. You putting in the voice text?
Yeah, 1 sec. Yeah, I'll play this one on the bot. Listen to this shit, man. He's fucking amazing.
Vladimir Popov. It's just another motherfucking day.
There's a link posted in a live
Boulevard of broken dreams. Situation isn't always what it seems. You know what I'm saying? This is a warning. It's in effect. Ever since I had some time to reflect, they offered me a FEMA check, but I declined with respect. I told them all things equal, I wouldn't reject your plan, but I understand its intended effect. I know your cops are trained by Israeli commandos. I saw the coffins, the camps, the hollow tip ammo. I know you're paid experts in their extravaganza. I see them all on the TV pushing your propaganda. Dr. Phil said, yo, you should chill. Vaccinated your children and prescribed you a pill. They've been unwittingly trained to kill. Who cares who it hurts if it makes them a mill? Still, they can surely appreciate the myopic. They want the whole populace addicted to psychotropics. They manufactured your culture into their tune, your dance. It won't be long until you're ushered off into the camp. The nuclear wind is blowing, blowing in the breeze. Your future lies on knowing your true enemy. It's time to buy some bullets, cause the ballot's full of whores. If that candidate gets 4 more years, you get 4 more wars. There's a predatory gang of scheming rats, relentless to censor us, beat the motherfucker senseless. Freedom and truth must coexist, precocious. Woe to those who don't understand the symbiosis. You can't have one without the other. Like the First and Second Amendment, they go together, my brother. That's why when I'm admonished by someone who's shouting stop, I scream it from the peak of a fucking mountaintop. Voltaire taught me a lesson. You wanna know who rules you, just ask yourself who you can't question. Even Kennedy told you something's going on. Days after that, his whole dome was gone. Public ritual, so the public is fearing it. Done in the 33rd degree parallel pyramid. You get curious when they start throwing prices at you. Ask yourself, will you ever be a crisis at the nuclear wind is blowing, blowing in the breeze. Your future lies on knowing your true enemy. It's time to buy some bullets, cause the ballot's full of whores. If that candidate gets 4 more years, you'll get 4 more wars. We've all been bamboozled. We've all been bamboozled. Something's fishy here. Can you smell it? Something's fishy here. Something's fishy here. I think it's gonna get more macabre. Something's fishy here. Something's fishy here. Something's fishy here. Can you smell it? Something's fishy here. Something's fishy here. Something's fishy here. I've been hoodwinked and bamboozled by one of them. What a shame, what a shame, what a shame.
What do you think of that?
That resonated with me, bro. I was just about to post. I actually just spent 3 days in jail for failure to ID, and the judge like committed fraud upon the court and shit. So I was digging that whole fucking like send all judge to jail. I was like, fuck yeah, bro. She said if I did a contract with her, if I didn't sign no contest, which mean I wouldn't sue, that she would let me go and dismiss everything. I was like, fuck no. Y'all broke my window and kidnapped me for failure to ID. I was like, Texas is not a stop and ID state. Fuck those judges, man.
Oh man, I've got another good song. Do you like drum and bass?
Do I like what?
Do you like drum and bass? Genre, techno, dance music sort of thing?
Oh, I like all music, really. I like all music if it's good.
Well, it's quite woke shit, man. I'll post a link for that in the live stream as well. Mr. Traumatic, because he's an MC, really, but he does like basically rap music, but it's like about reality and waking up to fucking the lies and shit.
So the last two songs you played are fire. If you like it, I'm sure I like it, bro. I think your taste is great.
Well, man, see if you take a look back in the live stream voice text, you'll see a hell of a lot of good songs that I've played, because like daytime for the UK, it's usually quite dead in here. So I was awake and I know there wasn't anybody speaking, so I thought, fuck it, just play a song, talk for 5 minutes, and then just play a fucking song for it.
When I was in the jail cell, I fucking wrote Flat Earth and like all these like 14th Amendment U.S. Citizen Corporation. Like I put hieroglyphs on the wall, curvature and shit. You know what I mean?
Okay, right.
They stopped throwing people in my cell because they didn't want them to know the knowledge, I guess.
Yeah, I'll play that song, man. I'll put the link in the live stream voice text so you can find this channel.
All right, that's.
This world that we're living in is ours. It's ours. But the powers in control, they're just cowards. Fuck the 5G towers. We're killing all the bees. We need to pollinate the flowers. You know I meditate for hours. Ice therapy, cold showers. You're a god inside a skin suit. Do not underestimate your powers. Oh gosh, wow. Open up your mind, listen close and take it in. Everybody's waking up, that's a mass awakening. You know Mr. Traumatic, they're not vaccinating him. Oh gosh, jeez. Society is backwards, it's very crazy. Technology has made us all very lazy. I'm ready for the revolution any day, G. Oh gosh, wow. You're eating poison, you need to seek help. Yeah. I'm eating sea moss with some sea kelp. Well, fuck off. Where do you think I get my B12? Oh gosh, jeez. Wow, the UK is in a recession. Everybody's getting depression. But every day we're learning deep lessons. Oh gosh. When it comes to herbalism, I'm an expert. All these Cali packs, they make my chest hurt. I need to do some holotropic breath work. Oh, gosh. The world is mad, everyone is acting crazy. I don't give a shit if I have to make pee. I tell you straight, no one's gonna vaccinate me. Madness. This world that we're living in is ours. It's ours. But the powers in control, they're just cowards. Fuck the 5G towers. We're killing all the bees. We need to pollinate the flowers. We need the fucking bees. You know I meditate for hours. Ice therapy, cold showers. You're a god inside a skin suit. Do not underestimate your powers. Oh gosh, wow. I'm philosophical, I'm an oracle. My demons are very diabolical. Sleep paralysis is fucking horrible. It doesn't make sense, it's not logical. It doesn't. Society's a joke, it's comical. Anything is possible. Anything. The mass awakening, that's unstoppable. Oh gosh, wow. Plant-based diet, I've cracked this. You haven't got a clue, you need to practice. Do it. If you're eating fish, you're eating plastic. I love eating magic mushrooms, they're fantastic. But being trapped in an underworld is drastic. I nearly died. I vomited a black sick. It was close, I nearly died from a bad trip. Oh gosh, wow. Every day I'm seeing psychedelic colours. Even when it's winter, it's colourful like summers. Mother Nature, I think I fucking love her. Every day there's something new that I discover. Be compassionate cause everybody suffers. The human race are family, we're brothers. Be the change you wanna see in others.
That was good shit, man.
Yeah, I would say
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. The definite probability is highly probable.
That was just the end of the song, man.
Yeah, I fuck with the I meditate for hours. Oh, that was fucking
ice therapy, cold showers. You're a god inside a skin suit.
You know what I heard, man? Which recently, I don't know, I want to do it for myself, but apparently if you do an ice bath, so you know the whole thing is like about testosterone, right? Like they're trying to limit our testosterone and all this shit. Well, apparently fucking if you take an ice bath, like a 10-minute ice dunk, and then immediately get out of the ice dunk and start doing resistance training and calisthenics and like high intensity working out, it actually apparently boosts your testosterone. Like there was a guy who was like 40 and he said his testosterone levels were testing like a 20-year-old stallion, because apparently your body has to heat up so much to be able to work from being freezing that it like produces so that's what I'm going to start doing. I want to start dunking in ice and then doing like, you know, trying to get my body like producing a lot of heat.
Well, I know someone that has got issues with testosterone. I'm going to tell them that gives them something to look into.
Yeah, and then there's also, they got like Shungat Ali and like all these like Tunga root and like different things supposed to make your balls bigger. And then of course semen retention. I mean, don't bust your nut. If you're busting your nut, you ain't gonna have no testosterone over time. You gotta fucking hold on to it for the most part.
Well, supposedly you're only meant to release it at certain points in the body's process, because there's supposedly a fluid called chrism. It gets released from the brain and it travels down the spine, and after 3 days it goes back up the spine, as long as you're retaining your seed and eating the correct foods and meditating or grounding or whatever the fuck. But supposedly it's meant to be like a key to reality, or one of them. And it's supposedly it's allegorical in the Bible. That's what they're talking about. The 3 days that the chrism that gets raised back up after 3 days in a cave, kind of like the Jesus story after he dies. So supposedly it's allegorical, man. Like the Ark of the Covenant and all these different fucking structures in the brain resemble all these religious fucking symbols that we've got. So supposedly they're talking about the brain and DMT.
Fascinating.
Yeah,
That.
I mean, it's not exactly a speculation Sunday, but yeah, man, there's a guy, I'll give you his channel, in fact, and he talks about this shit all the time, man. Same as what's his name? Fuck,
well, it's not really when I feel it, you know what I mean? When someone tells you something and they're like, "Oh, you're smart," like, dude, feel it for yourself. Like, it's not speculation if I can like observe it with my, like, if I look and I see the horizon is flat, you know. And it's like some people can't feel things, but like I feel that, like whenever your energy, like, you know, like once you fuck a chick or whatever, and he's like, you want to keep fucking for like the next couple days, but then after a few days, when you stop doing it, I don't know, you can kind of like flex your Kegel muscle and like flex it real tight. Inhale through your stomach, and then you can kind of push it up through your solar plexus to your heart, and it kind of can go all the way up. It's like crazy, man.
Well, I can't remember the guy's name, man. I've got so many fucking subscriptions on my YouTube.
Dude, you know, that's the key, bro. That's the key, man. I need to stay organized with all my links, all my files, but it's so messy at this point. I got to go through everything. Fucking crazy, dude. I need to get everything organized.
Man, you should take a look at my channel, man. All the subscriptions and the playlists that I've saved, a lot of it's been deleted over the years. But yeah, man, fucking, there's loads of shit on my channel, man.
Okay, let me check it out. Let's see. Do you have it on your page or where? Oh, there it is.
No.
There's your,
Big face. Yeah, you should see it. It's the picture of the ISS for the profile picture.
I got you.
Some of the subscriptions I've got, and plus the playlists that have been saved. There's good music and good fucking content. There's a lot of shit in there as well, man. Like there's a lot of stuff saved from years ago before I knew about Fire.
They must have deleted your playlist. It says this channel has no playlist.
What?
Hard to find TV. Is that you?
Depend. Well, nah, it shouldn't be. My subs are open.
Let's see if I can find you. Okay, is it Oh, I think I found you. Fake Face 9752.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
It is. It has the ISS, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, I see now. I'm at the right page. Let's see playlist. Okay, yeah, you got Bot Music, Woke Wordsmithing, Off Topic Playlist, Luminaries. Okay, that's a good one. Luminary. That's an interesting playlist. I'll take a look at
You
that.
see, because I've got that many fucking like saved playlists, there's a lot of them I've started off and then I've duplicated it. So there's a lot of stuff that's like got bullshit in it. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in it if you troll through it, man. I'm subbed to quite a few really old channels that they don't upload anymore, but they've got a lot of good content, like sort of conspiracy stuff.
Yeah, man, I'm excited, bro. I'm excited to like for what we're doing to change the world, and it's weird because I feel it like something is going on, dude. It's March 2023, bro. Like I don't think people realize cosmically where we're at right now. Like this is the time of revelation. Like,
bro, is it really the time of year that they tell us it is? Like, I doubt the calendar's correct, the Gregorian calendar. When they implemented it, it was supposedly multiple years, 8 years out of date. It was incorrect. So when back in 2012, when they were saying, "Oh, the Mayans predicted the end of the world," no, the Mayans said that the age was coming to an end. They never said the world was coming to an end. They said the age was ending, the age of Pisces, and we were moving into the age of Aquarius. So. And even that alone proves they're stationary. We're obviously not battling in multiple fucking vectors at all these fucking crazy speeds.
yeah, the age of Aquarius.
I've got a link for a guy. It's not copyrighted music, and it's not flat Earth content, but he's fucking really good. If you want me to play it,
Yeah.
I'll put a link in a live stream after I play it. There we go.
This is something interesting that I discovered about the etymology of the word world.
There you go, there's the link posted as well. It's about his friend that died, he killed himself, and he's just talking about it, man. It's fucking amazing. It's not like a flat earth, but nobody's talking anyway, so.
Boy 50.
Inside, ain't nobody inside. I have my pain inside. I find a place and hide.
Hey yo, big bro, look at what you did, big bro. I hope you're somewhere listening to this, big bro. It's like a dream, can't believe that you're dead, big bro. Can't believe we're never getting lean again, big bro. Both know you wasn't mentally ill, big bro. Can't get into politics, but still, big bro. I don't wanna tarnish anything you built, big bro. Want a real big bro, this a real shit show. That baby bump big and your baby mum's pissed. Look what you left the family to deal with, bro. Holding hands with her, going to scans with her. And I seen little man, he's got a real big toe. I noticed you never left a will, big bro. Take care of my nephew, I will, big bro. I'll be there with a tissue when he's ill, big
bro. I got you from here, you can chill, big bro. Still pissed you did this to my sis and it kills, big bro. For real, big bro. You're gonna be missed like a real big bro. This feels like a fucked up film, big bro. I remember that cool, I was already stressed and my sis text telling me you're missing, I'm upset. You said you wasn't going back again, but we're back here again and that's just the ends. I'm so vexed, big bro. Yeah, big bro, WhatsApp group chat dug you out. I'm younger, I usually shut my mouth, but this time it's like I didn't care, big bro. Felt strange atmosphere in the air, big bro. We was there, big bro. You were somewhere where, big bro. Shars I drove in tears, big bro. She called us to just come here, big bro. We're all here, big bro. Ain't nobody inside. I had my pain inside. I find a place and hide. Ain't nobody inside, inside. Ain't nobody inside. Ain't nobody inside. Ain't nobody inside. How can I not let my conscience conquer me? How can I stop thinking about you constantly? Negative seed growing stronger than a conquered tree. How can I hide my pain inside so wrongfully? Hide myself inside my property. I'm scared, big bro, not as clear, big bro. Same birthday every year, big bro. Yeah, big bro. Obviously you might be dead, but you're not gone to me. Got your name tattooed onto me. You was my brother before, you was my brother-in-law. Now I'm watching over yours, that's what brothers are for. You were fast-paced, can't wait, class A boy. Holding a sharp blade to a Scarface voice. Trying to be a criminal, typical Margate boy. I hope heaven got an arcade, boy. 22nd of May, that was our day, boy. Ain't no pain like heartache, boy. From now on, if you partake in the taking a class A, allow me, around me, you can't take Troy. What? You took your life on the 8th. Birthday 2 weeks away, planning funerals. At the same time, what a shame, I was at a service, Lily was crying on stage. I remember she was born, life's not a game when you're younger and you think time's gonna wait, but really time flies like it's tied to a plane inside. Ain't nobody inside. I had my pain inside. I find a place and hide. Ain't nobody inside, inside. Ain't nobody inside. Ain't nobody inside. Ain't nobody inside. That's it.
Good artist, man. Independent.
On the real, I forgot that we were even on here. I was like working out. That was such a good song, man. I was feeling myself, bro.
Well, see the last one I just posted, I never played it, but I just posted it. I mean, I'll play it if you want. But it's amazing, man.
Yeah, man. That's some good shit.
This is a fucking, it's like a novel. Honestly, it's like a fucking complete fucking storyline.
You chose yourself, you sent me hell, I called for help, you sent for feds. I never resisted arrest, I was feeling depressed. I was begging in the park, rope still on my neck. I just lost my best friend, carried his body in a box, cleaned his blood out the rug, image still in my head. What's deep, I still owe you 250 for a Z. And what's fucking big, I know we're never gonna speak again. It's just me, V, Jim, Ski and G in the N, 2 in the BM, 3 in the Benz. One thing indeed, I'm never leaving my friends. Ride out, gang. It was 2019 and my ends should get intense now. My fiance became my ex now. I'm stressed out, trying to break down why she bounced. We were best pals, trying to get my head round and figure all these riddles out. I've got underlying issues that I scribbled out, but you just tore away the page and ripped the picture out. Someone else. Yo, part of me hates you, part of me rates you, part of me blames myself, but half of me knows it takes two. The other half of me is lost, that's part of me I gave you. Wear my heart on my sleeve, my arteries and my veins too. We just used to Linkin Parks. I just smash my yard while listening to Linkin Park. Things are dark, heart sinking when I think of Mark. Drinking, can't stop the thinking, but can't stop drinking when thinking starts. Sitting on my kitchen top, I'm single in my stinking yard. Spliff go out the window while I'm staring at a blinking star. Twinkle like an engagement ring that's still on a widow's arm. You think it's hard, think it's shards, who's thinking of ringing Mark? I really got sections, tend to chase far. Now every time I'm off the radar, I ring alarms, it's cool. Tell them they can bring the past up. One day I'm looking back on now to sing with laughter. Ha ha. Yeah. If I love you, I won't kill myself. Just that is fuck you, go. Going through trauma, emotional torture. You was 19, I was 24, but who was more mature? Used to pull up in your Fiat 500 on the corner. Used to ride around London, not giving a fuck who saw us. Go to war for each other, I never wanted this for us. Both grew up in a single parent household. We were poor, but it was pure love. You made me feel like your love. Before you commit to being loyal, it's worth knowing how you was brought up. Before we got caught up, before we had a daughter. Could've given her a life, our parents couldn't afford her. Partners, no matter what come between us. If I make you so unhappy, I have no reason to keep ya. And if I really love you, then I'll reluctantly free. I may be growing apart, but it's always part of the procedure. Couldn't be a leader in a time I need to become weaker. Loved you most when we was at our worst, that made it even deeper. The first week, I couldn't eat, I wouldn't sleep. I lay there wide awake and wonder what we could have been. It's routine. Wake up in the morning, cigarettes and tea. Hope you happy now I left you be. A solid member left the team. We lost the fight, no extra time, no referee. No acceptance speech, just lessons I kept with me. I don't need anybody to accept me, except from me. I went from want to need, you went from need to want. To what you want from me, to finally wanted to leave and be free. Finding a peace, find a peace that runs from ya. Left you after 1 week, that's how you know I got love for ya. What's meant to be is meant to be, it will come to ya. And if it doesn't, who gives a fuck? Just live it up. For now our memories deleted, and feelings too. You used to make me feel like you would always keep it true. Said I couldn't live if I couldn't be with you. I was being used, wasn't treating you like my equal, that was peak to do. It's no wonder why you're leaving when the person that you dream of turns out to be a demon too. We was a team of two, I wasn't evil, just desperate for attention and I needed you. To the point I'm like a fiend for you, the more demeaning you became, the deeper that my feelings grew. When we wasn't beefing or screaming about the kind of things that people do, we was cool, wish we could have seen it through. Only me and you know about the evenings we're eating food, laughing till we crease, now take it with ease. We was goals, we were grease, we were making them believe. Remember when the Subway guy put bacon in the cheese? I'm dead out on my feet, I got Jason on my knees. I know you feel this pain, you probably hate as much as me. Should've been stronger than you were stronger than me. You just fucking made me stronger than I ever could have been. Cause 3 months after Mark died, you decided to leave. What's mad is when I look at you, I'm reminded by me. If I was unhappy and wanted freedom, I'd take it. If I wanted to make peace, I'd make it. That's some selfish shit, but I rate it. We only got ourselves in this matrix. Yeah, the cycle, we couldn't break it. It's just a shame we did the same thing as everyone else who don't plan for kids. We didn't plan for this, shit's cancerous. Now the cycle spins. Trust, no time to whinge. I guess it's time society wins. Next time I'll try again. Until next time, goodbye my friend. Yeah.
That's that then, man. If you're still there. Still there, bro?
You got some good music, bro.
Ah, he's fucking good, like.
It's making me think about who I am and what I want. You know, like even us being on this Flat Earth Discord. Like think about what this means. 24-hour Flat Earth Discord, bro. You know what I mean? Not just that, but with just the knowledge about what it really means to be a citizen, aka U.S., not the America, but the U.S. only, just U.S. corporation, White House Office Inc. Incorporated employees. All these truths are coming out, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just about everything about how, you know, even back when they confiscated the gold and this is how they fucked us, man. And, you know, the people are rising up, like you said, age of Aquarius. And it's just making me think, like, this is the time, bro. This is the time where we actually change the world, man. Like, these elite, it's funny because I can feel them. They're coming down, man, and they know it.
It's the age of enlightenment supposed to be.
Fuck. Guess we just are doing everything we can. We're getting
I've got
out.
one last song by that guy. I've got one last song from that guy if you want to listen to it.
Hell yeah. DJ Spake in the house.
I've not played that already, have I? That one's not been played, has it?
Boy 50. Inside, ain't nobody inside.
Yeah, you did play this actually, but it's fine. I like it.
I've got the other one someplace, man.
Man, I need to get more organized, man. Do you have a lot of emails and shit? Like different emails?
Yeah, man.
Oh, for real? You just say fuck it, let it be messy, and you kind of rule in the chaos, or do you actually have it organized?
I try and use official stuff I use for one email. And then obviously I've got a few, but over the years I've had loads of Gmail addresses which give you, as soon as you get a Gmail address, you've got a YouTube account and a Gmail, and you've got all the different components, obviously. And I've had loads of accounts banned. That guy, Mr. Traumatic, the drum and bass guy, he banned me. I don't know if I told you this, but he banned me from his live streams for talking about Flat Earth. Because I was in one of my YouTube channels. It's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Hitman, and it's got the water pistol emoji at the end of it. So it's just for going to live streams and talking to people about Flat Earth and then bringing them to the server. But he just banned me instantly. So I went in on my Spake Face account and he banned that as well. I don't know if it's just somebody who mods his channel for him and he's just banned me, or if it's actually the same guy.
Yeah, that's what's crazy about it. I'm trying to get everything organized, man, especially with all this paperwork I got going on. It's crazy. I mean, there's so much stuff to do, you know? So much stuff to do. Like, there's endless work to do, you know?
Oh, man, I found that.
Kind of the fun thing, though. Like, when you're doing something and you get it done, you're like, damn, okay, well, what else am I going to do now? You know what I mean? Yo, Spake, you there?
Yeah, man.
Where are you from again?
Scotland, man.
Oh, Scotland? Yeah, I'm from Texas. Yeah. So what's your purpose, man? Like you're a truther, you're a truth speaker, right?
For a few years now.
That's what I want to do too, bro. I want to teach
A decade. I found out about flat earth 9 years ago.
That's when you found out about it, or when you believed it?
Yeah. When and it's the very first day. And I found when I met a guy when I was on acid, and I was tripping out my mind in the middle of the peak of an acid trip, and we went to the 24-hour gas station on a Saturday night, and I took the iPad mixing tractor, the DJ software, and the Bluetooth speaker, and we were at the garage and we were talking to these dudes. They were just doing the same, just going for party refills. And we started talking about conspiracy stuff, and the next minute the guy came out with, there's no such thing as space. And I was like, man, come on, what are you talking about? And I'm like, Einstein, gravity, and he's like, there's no ISS, there's no space, they've never been to space. And I'm like, man, what are you fucking talking about? And then, because I'd already seen flat earth stuff, like over the months or however long previously, and then a week later I was like, I saw something else about flat earth, and I instantly went, right, fuck this, I'm going to prove NASA's in space. And I literally, as soon as I started looking at NASA footage, because back then if you searched for NASA footage, fake NASA, you got legitimate fake NASA bloopers, all the shit busted. They were blatant as fuck, man. You got legitimate content back then. And then I knew that night, when I woke up the next day, I knew the earth was flat and stationary, just like I experienced. Then that was enough for me. I mean, I already loved space, loved NASA, but I realised that night when NASA and the space game fell apart, I realised that Earth's obviously not that, and that's the only evidence I've got that it is a spinning globe, and I was a flat earther the next day, man.
Yeah. That's funny you mentioned NASA. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm right over here by NASA, bro. Matter of fact, the cops who arrested me are they're the Nassau Bay. They're right across from the freaking NASA. They're the NASA cops across the street. And they kept, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, bro, NASA, they got a fucking pool the size of a fucking football stadium. It's 80 feet deep, 60 feet underground, 20 feet above ground. They got a vacuum chamber. But you don't get to see that shit on the tour, man.
No. All they show you is the fucking fake fucking rocket shells, and like it's huge and overpowering to the mind to look at these big, huge fucking rockets on their sides and these big aircraft hangars. Like I've seen them. I saw when Mark Sargent went there and recorded it years ago.
Yeah.
I'll try and play that song again, but it looks like, because for some reason some links just won't play. Like you could stop it, you can clear the queue and play it again. It just won't play, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So many times you stood there and lied. So many, so many, so many times you looked in my eyes. So many, so many. When you said, do you love me? You left me behind. Said you were right, but you left me to dry. Said you wouldn't leave, but you left me to die. Said you was mine, but you wasn't on my side. You lied, oh, so many, so many, so many times you sold me a lie. So many times you stood there and lied. So many, so many, and all of those times I looked in your eyes. So many, so many. When you said, do you love me? You left me behind. Said you were right, but you left me to dry. Said you wouldn't leave, but you left me to die. Said you was mine, but you wasn't on my side. You lied, ho. So many, so many, so many times you sold me a lie. Don't chat to me, cunt. You're done. Fuck the family up. I can't stand what you've done. You're just as sad as your mum. Daddy was absent, you never learned the value of one. Was sad as little madam never had that masculine touch. Now you're lying when you're trying to find a man you can trust. Probably gonna fall for the first man that you love, or you think that you love, and you link and you fuck and you fuck and you link and you're mixing the drink with the drugs. Not giving one single fuck till you're in a one-bed flat and you're a single mama, huh? That's what you done when you entered my life. We was empty inside. But in the start, neither you or I was trying to show our stressful side. Put that behind us, then we just pretend we're nice. We're trying to picture person as picture perfect. In time, issues surface, then we just realize that it isn't working. Just constant hate, don't cooperate. Just sharing toxic traits, and I can't concentrate with the suicidal thoughts that I contemplate. And I can manage it sometimes, but not today. Hey yo, what's the game's about? The power struggle that you seem to go insane without. It only leads to more pain already breaking down. Cause words left unsaid could fill a brain with doubt. I feel basic now. You made it out, you was down when you came around. Now it's too late to turn around or change the route. Look what you become, I can't blame you, pal. But wow, I just fucking hate you now. Act like I ain't never seen you squeeze a baby out. Giving up on them years ain't no option. I swear I'm the only one prepared to face my problems. Yeah, why give a little girl a family and then take it from them? Yeah, how you breaking every promise that you making and you claiming that you ain't a wrongin'? Huh? You stood there and lied. So many times you looked in my eyes. So many.
Living an illusion. The world is flat.
That one's a good one.
Yeah, that guy. He's actually got a channel on YouTube, Truther channel. I think his name's Jabba. How's the day been? Have we had any Globers in today?
Not since I woke up, and I just came in to play some sort of truther sort of music, and then I've just been playing a track, and then we talk for 5, 10 or whatever. Like if nobody's talking, I'll put another track on, and then that's all we've been doing basically.
Well, it looks like we have
super rare.
Looks like we have Drano. What's going on, Drano? Come in, Drano. Haven't seen that name on the server. And it looks like he's VC verified.
Don't be shy.
The water's warm, especially when it's kind of nice when there's just kind of a few of us here too. It's a little less hectic. Get some more questions in.
Well, I feel like if we've got Flat Lloyd in the house, it's going to all be about love, right?
It really is, man. What brings you to the server, Drano? I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, I was in here chatting with the guys last night, and I was just popping back in to see if anybody was in here chatting.
Nice. Did you have a good chat?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, are you like maybe somebody who's on the fence between sort of globe or flat, or where's your stance on the Earth that we live on?
Definitely lean more towards flat.
Nice.
What makes you lean the other way? Is there anything keeping you on the fence?
Like I told the guys the only thing that maybe hangs me up sometimes is like I seen a guy on TikTok do the southern stars observation, and he did it from 2 points. He was attempting to do it from 3, but he only got 2 points. But he observed the southern, I believe it was the Southern Cross, from 2 latitude, from the same latitude in 2 different countries. I think one was in Chile or South Africa maybe, and one was in Australia. And
how does that prove a globe?
Because from my understanding and my observation of it, we can't describe how those that observation made on a flat Earth.
But what is a flat Earth? I see ascribing a model and saying, well, this doesn't work on a flat Earth. But I see something, I'm going to just affirm the consequent and say that in my belief, whatever I think a flat Earth is, it doesn't work in what I think. Like, that's not evidence for a spinning globe. Like there's literally there's no positive direct evidence for the claims made within the globe model, from lunar eclipses, the selenium, to the lack of curvature, to the horizon fluctuating constantly. There's no direct measurements. There's no evidence whatsoever for the globe, man. Not just because something happens in the sky that a flat earther's not got an answer or a reason, or we don't have to replace what's been falsified.
So how would we? Because I mean, you are aware that in the southern hemisphere, if you look south from the southern hemisphere on those continents, you're only looking at a certain point in the sky, and that wouldn't be possible on the current flat Earth map. The Gleason's map.
No, that's not flat Earth, bro. That's a globe projection, man.
Well, Gleason was a flat earther.
Well, was he?
Well, see, that's why the history gets so convoluted. You can't believe,
Exactly.
what somebody says most times.
So at the end of the day, man, we can use these maps that they've given us, and as long as you know what you're doing, and they've given us the tools to work out like how to use these maps to navigate, but that really doesn't mean that because that's happening, like you can't just like decide that one observation debunks reality. Like everybody's personal experience that's ever walked the earth or ever will experiences a stationary flat earth. You've never seen curvature and you've never felt motion, and there's 88 constellations.
I totally agree. Now, I told you I'm a flat earther. I'm leaning more towards flat, and I wouldn't say I was on the fence. I lean more towards flat earth over the past 10 years. I've studied it quite a lot. But that is one observation that currently we don't have a map that explains it.
We don't need that. Like, we don't need to explain what, like, to give them a model. Like, that's what they want. They want us to give them a model so they can pick fucking holes in it, man.
Yeah, but don't you see that would be a kind of a conflict of interest if we don't have a model that could explain an observation that they say is only possible on the globe?
But who cares? Like, let them think that
people who
really
are after truth.
They're not being, brother, they're not being scientific. They're not being logical. They're not being genuine and honest about the question. And
well, I would say what it comes down to is there's not a flat Earth model that is the true Earth model, right? Just like the globe is a model that isn't found in reality either, right? There's just where we actually live, and there's where we don't live, right? There's the truth and there's the lie, right?
But to have a comprehensive model, you'd need to know every fucking single thing. You need to know what the sun is, what it's comprised of, what the medium it's in. The amount of stuff you'd have to know to have a comprehensive working model. Unlike the globe's model, it falls apart everywhere. The Selenian eclipse alone, just the Selenian eclipse, debunks the heliocentric model.
Yeah, no, I agree, and they'll invoke refraction for that. You know, I've seen globers try to fraction to explain that on a globe.
Yeah, they try real hard.
No, but they're saying they say refraction. They're saying that the sun is not in fact underneath the earth under your feet. It's actually above your head, which is ridiculous in the first instance. And then the fact that the shadow that travels from the top of the moon down the way, which is geometrically upside down, it's inverted. So it destroys the model in two ways. They can claim refraction all they want. Shadows don't refract.
So that one guy that made that observation, he's from TikTok. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's Globy McGlobeface, but he took a Fresnel lens and used I forget exactly how he did it, but he basically came up with the bottom, you know, from the top down shadow like you're talking about with a Fresnel lens. Right. And he recreated the refraction with a Fresnel lens. But at that same time, he'll, you know, anytime a flat earther tries to invoke a Fresnel lens or refraction for a sunset on the horizon on a flat table or a flat surface, he'll say, you know, well, that's, you know, he'll act like it's not possible then. But when the refraction is needed for his explanation, it's totally fine.
Classic cherry picking. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's unfortunately all the globe has got. Like, don't get me wrong, there are some quote-unquote flat Earth explanations of that Southern Cross, right? You know, there's presuppositions, and again, this is highly speculative, but there's people who have started to look at, well, what if it is a dome? What would that sort of celestial sphere look like? Could we presuppose some distances? Could we start to understand what we're looking at or what we observe, particularly in the southern hemisphere? Now, I say southern hemisphere because, you know, that's just kind of how to look at it, or southern territory. But realistically, I've only been past the equator once, right? And I definitely had a different. The sky was definitely doing something different, right? Different angles, and that's just being from somebody who's pretty close to the equator myself, being in Texas. But it's one of those things too that sometimes, especially with these guys on TikTok, are they even being completely genuine, right? Because I see some of these TikTok things where they're like, I did a time lapse of the stars, and then they cut the camera and they show honestly these CGI photoshopped stars that they get, right, and galaxies and whatnot, and they sort of presuppose a lot of things, but yeah, Spake is absolutely right, because it goes back to the logical argument. What in the sky tells us about the shape of where we're standing? And of course the answer is that there is none, right? And of course that can be really hard to let go. I'm kind of referring back to my experience. There was some times where I was like, wait, there's that one little hangnail that's getting me right now. Like, how does that work though?
Yeah. On the same hand too, I would argue that what we can observe in the sky from different locations would describe how the layout of the land is, basically, compared to the sky, compared to what we're looking up at. That is the only argument that I would be able to mount there.
I used to think that too, until honestly I found this server, and there was actually a couple of groups going on where we were observing the sun and the moon quite literally at the same time, basically giving our headings and where we saw it by our vantage point, and they didn't line up. Right? Like, it was like, wait a second, something's not right here. You're seeing it at this angle, and I'm seeing it at this angle. If we map this onto, say, the Gleasons, wait a minute, the sun is in two locations. How is that possible? Which is how we came to really the discovery, I'd say, or at least the realization that what we're looking at is apparent.
Apparent right? Position, exactly.
It might not even be exact, right? You may have heard of your sort of... everybody kind of has their own perspective, and it's constantly changing, whether you're driving or walking around, more or less. But you basically kind of have this little perspective sphere around you, if you will, and that sphere is limited by your eyesight, right? So you can almost imagine that it's this 10-mile radius around you on a really clear day, right? However, the sky never actually touches the ground, but everybody knows with perspective, wait, I see the horizon, I see where the sky meets the ground, right? But just like the railroad tracks where you see the railroads collide into each other, they're not really colliding into each other, but of course going to that point. So what's interesting is that there clearly happens to be some sort of perspective or optical phenomenon, if you will, especially with the stars and, or I should say the luminaries, and of course the sun and moon, which is why we can even get these optical experiments. Now, I don't know of any way, and I've studied perspective a lot. I teach it in architecture. We teach how to draft actual perspective and calculate it. There's nothing that I know of where you can take sort of the image and sort of reverse engineer it to get, say, like a solid or a surface, or kind of like you were saying, like, well, we can measure it from two spots and see that it works or it doesn't. But again, those laws of perspective are actually what we've discovered is making all of those apparent, right? So don't get me wrong, it's a vast world, but I would say they're not the objects that, of course, that we've all been told, right? Still unknown on their exact, distance or location, or we can measure how fast they apparently seem to be going, but it's not their perhaps actual speed. For instance, if you've ever seen like lights go by, especially in like heavy fog, they kind of have this Doppler effect. We get this all the time in sound, right? Where you're traveling, faster than an object, and it sounds different than when it's in two locations. A similar effect happen optically as well. I think actually Heretic was mentioning that yesterday. But yeah, needless to say, my favorite thing about Flat Earth is that there's actually so much more unknown now, that it's no longer this model where they taught us all these explanations, they taught us all these things. And so, especially in this community, we're trying to at least avoid, explanations, even Flat Earth explanations, right? Because we used to pull out the AE map every time somebody asked a question. So we're starting to stop using, if you will, the globe tactics. All right, we don't want to pull down the map in front of the class and go, look, this is where you are. The truth of the matter is we don't know, but we do know at least that it's not what is, of course, being claimed.
And it's like I argued with the guy that made the observation. I told him, I said, well, for one, we don't have any verification that you weren't manipulating the compass, because he had a mechanical compass and then one guy used a phone compass. So it was like, there's no, guarantee that you're not manipulating the compass to show that you're looking in the exact same direction, because he had one observer was looking almost due south, dead, reckon south, and then one that was looking like just barely south-southwest. And if you'd have had the third observer, I guess his assumption was that they would have been looking south as well. And that, it's just, I told him at best we don't have a map that has the correct layout, is my opinion.
But yeah, I would agree. That's kind of where we're at.
Yeah.
Not a bad place to be, though, because, I don't know, I, for one, think that some things are supposed to be unknown, right?
And I think it's unknown, too, because they've basically killed free exploration,
Yeah, it reminds me of the Truman Show where he's like, I want to be a great explorer, and they're like, you're too late.
Yep. There's nothing less.
Like, what better way to get people to not question where they are? Yeah. But yeah, I would definitely agree that. Oh, sorry.
I think that guy is attempting. He wanted to do 3 observers that first time he tried it, but I think he only had 2 that night. But he claims he's going to do it again with 3 observers or more, and I think he said he was waiting for some equinox to line up. I forget which one.
Nice. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Because I've definitely seen a lot of information about people going, will the Southern Cross? Will the Southern Cross? And it's like, okay, well, the first point being is that the sky and the ground are really 2 different phenomena. Like the ground's not really doing any phenomena besides maybe, in relation to the air and the density of that air. But we can, of course, measure the ground geometrically. We can't really measure the sky geometrically just because it's hard to get up there, right, without sort of building some sort of structure or using some sort of vehicle that then experiences turbulence in some way. So it's hard to. It's like you need a kite,
or a tethered, really high weather balloon. Just tether that baby and let it sit.
Because it actually makes me wonder about the story of Ben Franklin, about how he was like, oh yeah, he stuck a key on the line and that's how he got the electricity. I was like, oh, that is kind of strange. What were they using kites for? There's actually all this talk about like balloon systems and balloon vehicles back then too, and how come that's never mentioned? And
Yeah, that's definitely a lost technology. With the Zeppelins and the big air buses and all that shit.
Right. And the only one that at least anyone you ask is like, oh, the Hindenburg, yeah, blew up, right? Like, okay, well, what about all the other things? And like, because some people have been finding some of the schematic drawings for them, and they're brilliant. I mean, architecturally speaking, anyway.
Yeah.
Bits and pieces of it. I saw this one video where this guy found all the evidence that they're sort of like whiting out the sky in sort of these old photos. Clearly altered in some way. Basically presupposing that maybe these things were all over the place.
Yeah.
And had to be removed at some point. But
right, had to scratch them out.
But yeah, that's definitely the speculation that gets me excited. Like, man, what's that about? What are humans doing?
Yeah, I've been studying a lot into like the free energy, stuff too.
Oh, same, yeah.
It's
0 point energy.
Yeah, it's amazing how you can stick a couple poles and some wire in the ground and you get a charge from it.
It really works, yeah.
Yeah. Earth battery, that's some of the craziest stuff I had ever heard too. What was it? Tesla was describing a farmer who was basically running his whole farm on electricity in the 1900s.
Yeah. There's these stories of these. Basically. Did you ever see those like state fair things where it's like the guy who grew a pumpkin the size of a house,
Yeah.
And you start realizing, wait a minute, those stories are connected to the electricity guy and the farmer. These stories come in. Yeah.
And that goes into like grounding too. Grounding is super good for us. Walking around.
Yeah, I've been grounding for about a year now. Absolute night.
Phone call. I gotta run. Nice chatting.
Nice chatting. But yeah, definitely a lot more mystery, I think, in the Earth than we're really told, and it really starts with breaking that globe lie down.
Yeah. I'd rather everybody sit around and wait and imaginate, and then once they can...
Yeah, don't look out. Look up.
Their fantasy theories, they expect to someday just kind of drift off into space and go on their adventures or whatever.
And I used to really think that stuff too. Like, yeah, I'm gonna board a ship one day. I'm out of here.
The funny thing
it sounded like a...
sorry.
You go.
I was just saying a lot of these people fantasize about something that they openly claim they would never even be able to participate in. Like a future for their great-great-great-grandchildren they'll never have because they're not reproducing either. So it's such a weird, bizarre fantasy that these people have.
And they're told at such an early age, like, you can do anything you want.
But
you can go to the stars.
If space travel were real, the world would be more like the Borg than Guardians of the Galaxy or Star Wars. They'd just be they'd assimilate everybody. Like, you will be assimilated, resistance is futile, and they just spread their tech and go off to like planet to planet, like whatever. Because the only way they'd be able to do any of the calculators for anything submerged with tech, like iron and clay, is retard. Like, I'm just saying, it'd end up being cyborgs of a hive mind. So anything they fantasize about, that's literally not going to happen in any way. You'll just be a hive-minded mud baby enslaved here on Earth.
Right. Mud baby.
Rusted iron and mud.
Robot check real quick.
How's it going?
Hey, what's going on, Dave?
I am a robot.
You're a robot in just a little bit, but it's not too bad.
Anybody here think they live on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing? Talking to you.
I once did, but not anymore.
Some people in the lobby who think they live in the void.
When really the void was inside them the whole time.
The real enemy was the void we found within ourselves the whole time. Fight the dark side of yourself every morning at sunrise. There really is a choice that's made every morning. It's either I'm going to let stuff bother me or today's going to be a good day. And I think everybody makes that choice every morning. Like, when they don't, they end up grumpy. There's like an old saying, people say, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
Yeah.
Go back to sleep and wake up and make a different choice.
I've definitely had those moments. And I hate myself because I'm like, I can't shake this funk, you know?
Yeah. And that's the part is like, even if you do make a choice, like you decide to do, like man can flip a coin, but it is God who decides the outcome. There's really nothing that you can actually do ultimately for the results of something. Most everything's relatively unpredictable in the long term. Kind of like the plans of mice and men. People will be scheming, but they forgot how to... Oh man, that is interesting. People stopped dreaming and started scheming.
Dang. Yes, they did.
Start running on a treadmill to nowhere, and then it stops and you're launched straight into the grave. And then due to inflation, all of those little pieces of paper are worth like 1/4 of what they were worth before. It'd be funny to make an actual Monopoly game and just put all of like these various actual rules that can happen. Just make a multiplayer game where it's literally just the government. And then people join in and try and run it, and it's like, yeah, you think you could run the machine? Here you go. Here's a simulation. Take the keys. Be limited by all these different stupid arbitrary rules that are very specific. Some of them are good limiters, other ones are literally just to get in the way of progress.
Oh, yeah.
And then the other stuff is, because it's to protect the corporate interests. There's a good type of conservative, but there's also an evil type that has to do with the conservation of hoarded wealth. A dragon's conservative with their wealth as well. People automatically assume conservative is the antithesis and opposite to the demon rat, but that's not true. Funny, greedy folks that hide amongst... There's a lot of really good rich people that have good hearts, take care of their employees, they do what's right. Then there's greedy folks that hide amongst them. They'll be casting out some donations here and there, but Creator knows their heart.
Yep.
I don't worry myself with such things because it seems like just another well of bitterness. And my thought is anything that happens is canon, and the wealth of the wicked is set up for the righteous. So, inevitably, shit's not the only thing that rolls downhill.
Very true.
Hello, everybody.
How's it going?
What's going on?
How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good.
Cool. What are you talking about?
Just life, the universe, everything, kind of the state of the world. But we can get to the shape of the world if you'd like.
No, I could talk about the state of it. Like the state of society and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's fallen to pieces. And it's mostly because everybody's stopped paying attention to anything. Nobody wants responsibility. And they want to blame an imaginary boogeyman.
That's part of it. It's
Yeah. Well, I think that. Well, I mean, it's I think that's a pretty big part of it. At least there's a lot of other factors, of course.
you think it's most of it?
Somewhere around 50% is the responsibility of the individual. Well, actually, I'd say 100%. Everybody has a choice. So they participate or not. There's certain choices that are made as a whole, like the group of humanity, and like the group of humanity has kind of made certain decisions as a whole. You know, go a certain way.
Individuals can still be cool, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good balance between it, but you get too far to one side or the other, you either have like a cruel dictatorship or a mob rule society where, you know, everybody's emotions are just swayed like an ocean.
Yeah, that's a nice age.
Yeah, when they can orchestrate the waves and get people to sway their emotions easily, that ends up causing huge problems. You end up creating a tidal wave against one particular group, wipe them out just because everybody voted and said this.
I hate cliquey behavior like that.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And then on the other end of the spectrum, if you've only got one person in charge who, I'm not talking about some kind of like, you know, righteous individual who might be able to make good, they're just common. They're going to go full Darkminder with the power. Great power comes great responsibility, and that includes the self. You control the ego from going dark.
Yeah, that can be hard all by itself.
Yeah. A lot of people get stuck in their own heads too. All these devices that we have, man, they look just like scrying mirrors to me. When you turn them off, the little black reflective surfaces. If you look up a scrying mirror, it's the exact same thing. And then these people use those things for like divination back in the day. Now we use this digital divination type communication where everybody's connected to this ethereal network, like this cloud that people imagine, even though it's all on servers on the ground. And they're just kind of like surfing around through all these waves into other people's thoughts and minds and whatever's been projected out before them. Most of it fantasy.
There's a word for it when everything starts. After the tipping point, when everything gets connected, there's a word for it. I don't
Like
know
a catalyst?
There's a phrase.
Or a singularity.
Yeah, the singularity, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's called. We'll all become the singularity.
There's the singularity is the primary mindset of where the world seems to be directed. That's why I was talking about Borg and hive mind type stuff before. These people want to share their own thoughts and make it so that everything's just all the same. But they want it in one accord with the direction that they want to go. Obviously, another thing is to take into account, obviously, whoever has the gold makes the rules, so whoever's funding this kind of stuff would be the one with the keys to that kind of machine.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like, say they discovered a technology and you were dying, but they said, we can save you for a while and you'll be able to live for the rest for an extended period of time, but you'll be a brain in a jar and you'll be on this simulation that's just like reality. Even if you paid for that procedure to extend your life, you are now at the will of the person who owns that company. Whoever the scientists running that thing to keep you alive, you literally are in complete and utter subjected to their authority.
Yeah, they can put whatever they want in it, and yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And make you see whatever reality you want.
Yeah.
When people are logged into that kind of system, they can't see anything outside of it because that's what their senses are telling them. And then the authority above them is saying, yeah, all systems go, everything's cool. Nothing's wrong. Carry on.
If there are enough people that are against that, there'll be another kind of revolution thing.
Yep.
I mean,
Just say if you're born inside of a system like that where you just don't even know that you're in there. You're like your whole body's connected, kind of like the Matrix. You never know.
is that what you think's going on right now?
I don't think we're actually physically in a simulation. I'm trying to use it as a metaphor for how people, like you see all the devices people have, the way they walk around, these screens in their faces, and parents never even look at the smiles of their children as their children are laughing at a screen because nobody's looking at each other, talking to each other anymore. They might send an emoji to express an emotion, or say LOL when they don't actually even laugh. but they don't use their faces to smile, and they don't express any form of information to one another anymore. There's so many who do, but there's so many that don't. Their hearts have grown dark, and they just stare at the screen, which reminds me of something else. There's this narcissistic character in Greek mythology where he just stares at this, like, his reflection in a stream, and he ends up basically ignoring everything else because he finds himself to be the most beautiful thing in the world or whatever. And then I see the people walking around there staring at their reflection in a screen, and it's just very much reminiscent of that. Here, I'll link you to it. It's the Wikipedia, but whatever. Oh, almost supposed to sit in the wrong room. There we go. Oh, God. Can I get rid of that? Yeah. Okay, cool. Move the embed and leave just the link. I did not realize it was going to post the image. Huh. Trinity, I guess we need some people like that because you got to have CO2, right, for the plants to grow. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the world where so many people take up the wrong crusade. And they'll be fighting the wrong enemy. Here's a major question that people should put in their mind, keep in the front of their minds. If something goes mainstream, where it's literally something that everyone is doing, including the, very government that literally does all kinds of shady stuff year after year after year after year that people seem so short-minded and quick to forget, then why would anybody trust such a thing? If they know full well the consequences of every other event that has come prior. And it's what the reason why I say it's like everybody. This ain't just a conspiracy theory. Everybody's just damn seen it. Everybody. Openly in the news, everywhere, all the time, everybody. People are turning a blind eye to it on purpose. They don't want to know. It doesn't matter which dark thing it might be, they just don't want to know. And the irony is when they turn a blind eye to it, that's what kind of helps further them being dark minders. You're in a car, and you're riding, somebody's driving, you don't pay attention at all, just stare at your phone the whole way. Pay no attention to nothing. How are you going to know where you are once you get to where you're going? How do you get back? And no phone, no GPS, everything's gone. Remove all that. How do you get back if you weren't paying attention? I guess I bored him, and he decided to leave. But whatever. He was just popping in.
How rude.
Yeah. I must have monologued so long that he fell asleep at the keyboard.
We interrupt this broadcast to see if I'm roboting first.
You're
crystal clear. I'd like to do a shout out to anyone listening to the sound of my voice. If you think the Earth is a spinning globe, you seriously think that, come in here and civilly discuss it. These guys will help you out. Back to you guys.
Yep. If anybody has the scientificus modulus for the Earth, that would be cool. Because there does not seem to be one yet, and I'm pretty sure everyone in the world would love to have such a thing. We can start with the exact distance in miles at which the horizon, this horizontal level, turns into an oblate spheroid within the center of your vision. It's always hilarious to go look into the lobby.
Yeah, I could never keep up with the lobby.
It helps that I can type really fast. People talk about maps and they don't understand what cartography is or the connection between cartoon and cartography. But while we are kind of being a little bit disparaging when we call maps and diagrams, all these other things, cartoons, we're actually just being matter of fact and honest as well. They just get insulted by it. That's great. That's awesome. I'm surprised I hadn't looked up that one sooner. So the etymological meaning of map, it means sheet of the world. They're asking for a sheet of the world. Oh god, curve function collapse, about to collapse this curve function. Guy 5 said that map is based off a globe. And curve functions like, do go on.
Do go on.
He's like positioning himself for the kill. This dude's about to spiral.
It's like a weird projection. That map is based off a globe. Or is it the other way around?
Well, NASA's literal description for how they produce their globe imagery involves wrapping a sheet of the world around a globe. You take multiple layers of sheets, so to speak, and wrap them around and stretch them around and utilize Photoshop, because it has to be. And they give you a pretty little blue marble image, like, here you go. And people, Photoshop didn't exist. But, dude, people have been editing images forever. Back in the day, they used to think it was funny to edit a picture of themselves, so they're holding their own head.
Right.
Their headless body was holding their own head, and they're just sitting there smiling like it's funny as hell. It's just a prank postcard thing people would get made.
People are people.
Yeah. And humans have I believe mankind has always had a very similar sense of humor, like across the board, just in general.
Right.
And there's nothing new. Like everything's the same. I have so many pieces of data points that I could point out as pieces of evidence, but our senses of humor are almost identical.
Yeah, I would agree.
People think they're witty and come up with something new, and it's like you literally borrowed that from something else that borrowed it from something else. And those people weren't even creative because they took it from something else.
Yeah, it reminds me of the first thing everybody does with their infant is peekaboo, right? Oh, you can see me? Now you can't.
right? And how just universal that is between like cultures that don't even speak a formidable language, even that they hide themselves with a baby. Then surprise.
It's just because that reaction they get when they haven't seen you for a minute, and they they have that, oh, it's you, I love you, and then it's like all that emotion at one time.
Right.
That's awesome. Yeah, and there's, like we were talking before, there's certain other things that are kind of like cross-cultural. It doesn't matter what language. These certain sound effects or facial expressions, reactions, like everybody does exactly the same thing, even if it's slightly different.
They see something slightly sad, you can hear the roar of the decreasing decrescendo of an awe when or when somebody hurts himself, even like ooh,
AI has trouble recognizing that kind of crap, but like when it comes to
well, so do people. Like,
the people who aren't paying attention, But as far as our facial recognition software, we can pick it up. For those who are looking, you can actually see, and it doesn't matter what culture you're looking at. You can tell happiness, sadness, anger, fear, everything. You can tell, and it's for all the same reasons. A lot of people don't believe in body language. They think, language is talking or writing word. Like, okay, that's very...
What about sign language, man?
Speaking of sign language, there's a very interesting thing about that. Like, the sign for Earth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the symbols on that one are pretty good.
They try and change it in some of the pictures to make it look like it's showing a little ball over a flat surface, but you're supposed to actually put it across your whole hand, and it's the dome type thing over a flat surface is what it actually looks like. They're going to keep on gradually adjusting and changing over time, so it's like, oh yeah, it's always been this. Put a little OK sign over like somebody's fist. There's a lot of history to be found in the roots of language, and that includes the phonetic pronunciation of words, which I personally think comes first. Then the hand sign type thing, that's some history stuff and long distance communication even, because people could just throw up signs and say things without making noise. And
well, supposedly that's how we established a connection with supposedly the early Native Americans.
Yeah.
I mean, it was all gestures.
And that's
I was just looking into the history of sign language. I didn't really realize it went back to 17th century, supposedly.
Dude, yeah, that's what I was going to say. One of the beauties of sign language is how, it's literally designed to be cross-cultural. Like, there'd be tribes who have different dialects, so they don't really say, most of the words they use aren't the same. They'd share a couple, but they knew the sign language, so they'd be able to do things just talking with their hands. A bunch of nomadic different peoples, but that's the one thing that they would keep, to cross-culturally be able to trade, according to the lore or whatever, but it kind of makes sense. Because you'd have all your inside jokes from your tribe and your family, which nobody else would understand, and then you'd have your trade language, which mostly is used by your hands, so you can keep your distance in case you can't trust those people.
True. Or if you needed to be silent in some situation.
Yeah. Which it definitely works well with hunting or with defending, like kind of going off to war or whatever, being able to communicate silently. Like, there's a bunch of other reasons where it's tactically efficient. You could save your lung power and capacity for other things. That now has me inspired to want to learn sign language. Because why not? I'd say sign language is focused body language.
Yeah.
Because there's certain facial expressions and other things that people make while they're talking like that get certain points across.
I was just thinking about yeah, Well, sorry, I was just kind of thinking about the connection of like Tai Chi and like the martial arts, and sort of the backing that movement is actually sort of what is it, the most efficient move or the ideal poses, if you will, to unlock sort of
stuff like that
ability.
Kind of gray area.
Yeah, I mean,
when it comes to stuff like that, like you gotta be really careful because certain things might be willfully dark and draw like kind of attracting certain things, and then other stuff, I don't know, maybe it helps, and some stuff maybe it's just a good exercise to get your blood flowing in your circulation.
Well, there's so many different martial arts too, like Taekwondo is not a great example. I mean, literally I remember a form just like a part of our karate form was like to make a triangle with our hands and like breathe, and it was just kind of like, I look back at it like, what were we doing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what kind of actual hand gestures are being made? What body language? What signs are being performed? Like, there's all that stuff does matter, even if we don't know what it means. It's kind of like, all right, this little kid just learns the F word, right? But doesn't even know what it means. Walks out into like grandma's birthday party where everyone's there and just says, "Hi, motherers," and I mean, dude. Yeah, the kid doesn't understand, but obviously there are going to be consequences for what just
I don't know. My family would burst out laughing.
that's what I'm saying. The consequences depend also by the audience in the room. If it's a very serious and pious group of people, they might get all stern and like super mad. Or if they see that they got like a really good sense of humor and they're chill, or they think that that's like it's funny to do that on purpose, which is even worse.
Yeah, they wouldn't encourage it, but they would.
Yeah. Well, there's a handful of people who might, but I don't know, man. It's just there's either way. There's consequences. The point, like there's, a cause and effect, action, reaction. So even if the child doesn't understand or can't fathom what they're saying, the words still retain their power.
Right.
Which that's one thing it's like kind of a primary point I've been trying to reiterate over and over to a lot of random people. Not that I doubt most of those people even paid attention. They come and go. And you guys already know it. And the truth means something, and words mean something. And we should say what we mean and mean what we say. I think that they don't understand why, though. Like, we get the why, but it's like, even if somebody can't fathom what they're saying, it's still going to have a certain effect. And all the dogs are barking. Oh, cool. The wind closed the door for me.
Well, I like that you're bringing this up about language and things, too, because it makes me wonder, like when somebody... I've always been in this conflict where somebody doesn't speak the English, right? Sometimes I'm in these locations where people don't understand, but we end up like almost being best friends out of just this weird energy between us. Like we're trying to make sense out of both what each other is saying, and and I've never forgot those moments. They were so intense. Like you remember every move you were making that day. Like
it's a funny effect, like bonding over not understanding one another.
Right. But how universal it might be to be like, do you feel like you're moving? No, I don't feel like I'm moving either. Flat and stationary, But then you have these people that are so out of tune that they would probably just start yelling at somebody that they didn't understand. You know what I mean? You have the quote-unquote typical American abroad, right? Wearing the American T-shirt and, asking, I don't know, the ridiculous, if you will, and sort of being unempathetic to someone else's language or culture. But however different the syntax is, like there's this underlying universal thing that I think we're kind of grasping on as well, because I don't know, I think it's what makes all this make so much sense too, or at least I think that leads to empathy, is this this want to understand, this want for truth, this want to actually put yourself in the shoes of others so that you can understand how they feel about something. Like, I don't know, it makes me wonder, why do some care more than others? And especially about the flat earth topic. Because I was one that was like, holy crap, we could really help everybody out here. Like, look at the potential of this. Anybody else waking up to this lie? Oh, look at that. People are, right? And especially exponentially now, you know.
Imagine you're in a thrift store, right? And there's a bunch of people in there. And you're the only one who recognizes a certain object in there actually has any value. Like it's something like old school from back in the day, and there's not that many of them. You know exactly what it is, but nobody else does. And there's a bunch of them. There's too many for you to even take. So you start getting excited and telling people about, hey, dude, you could just take this and go sell it online right now and make some money. Like, I don't even want all of them. And nobody believes you. Nobody cares. You're like, whatever. And you grab, like, you know, your armful that you can take. And you can't, like, whatever. And people end up just leaving them or maybe throwing them away because they don't know the value of it. It's like a pearls and swine thing. They just cast it away because they couldn't comprehend what you're saying, didn't believe you, and didn't care.
Yeah.
They can't see what you're seeing, man. Like, sometimes it's just, it is what it is. And because it is what it is, it do what it do.
It do what it do. I like the way Helio says it.
Yeah. He's the one who made me add that to that. There's a lot of great people here. They're awesome.
Oh, definitely.
Let's see. Oh, this guy stopped responding in the lobby.
Is this the week of spring break? Does anybody have spring break this week?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to such things.
I mean, the only reason I know is because, you know, I teach at the school, but I know it's always one week or the other. I was just thinking maybe why it's kind of quiet around here.
Shouldn't you know?
Yeah, well, everyone's is kind of different sometimes. Like, mine is next week.
Yeah.
But my daughter's school is this week. And it's like, okay, even in the same city?
Okay. March 4th through March 11th. So, yeah, that's probably why it's quiet. Is people are all playing. They're gallivanting.
Either chilling or busy. Not sure. I don't know. I'd be at the beach right now, making some observations.
I would warn everyone not to include. I don't know. I'm making a joke, which ruins the joke. Damn it! No, but I would warn everybody to not pay too much attention to anything that NASA produces, and it's not just because they're liars, but like, you know, as far as like the FE. If you're laughing too much, your eyes will close and you can't see anything, so you might be just as blind as a Globie if you're paying too much attention to NASA and laughing all day.
Very true. Yeah, I've often thought that they put out such dumb information that does have all these holes, so that it not only makes the flat earthers laugh, but it also keeps the dumb in their perpetual lie. You know?
they're distracting us, so by us paying attention to them, then they can go do some other magic trick. And it's like, oh, look over here, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Right.
And then, meanwhile, there's somebody sneaking up behind, they just rug pull everybody. Not to diminish the importance of it, it's just that they are mockers. We're not mockers, they are. We do kind of mock them, but usually they end up mocking themselves, and we're just kind of pointing out the obvious.
Sometimes, I don't know, I just don't even say anything at all. It's like, you know, like...
Yes, it writes itself, yeah.
It writes itself. I just have to go, did you just hear what you just said? Like, does that make sense to you? And they're like, yeah, of course it makes sense. Okay.
So you're hanging out like just next to a cliff looking at the horizon, and somebody starts like just kind of spinning around, spiraling next to the edge. They're like trying to show off. But they just like literally spiral into the conversation and then act like you're an idiot for warning them of the consequences of what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Straight up, for somebody who believes in gravity, you don't really take much seriously, do you? You can only grasp gravity when it's situational.
Great God. Gravity. Gravitas. Such a clever lie. It makes me wonder if, like, because I would imagine with Flat Earth and Globe Earth that it's a really old story of back and forth, right? You know, Samuel Robotham back in the day, and that's even just sort of relatively recent. You know, then we hear about like the Renaissance, the Dark Ages, and you know, it's always been flat. We know that, but it's almost as if there's always been this sort of combat, this war, this kind of battle for this globe to just try and get in there, right? And it's like they've been perfecting it over time. They keep trying to introduce it to the public, and it flops. And they're like, okay, go back to the drawing table. How do we fix it? It's the shadow, right? And they had like this eclipse moment. They tested out on another generation. They're like, okay, it's stuck. It worked. What next? You know, because there's just so much time in between that there's no way, of course, and as we know, we can see even the changes of the heliocentric model. But then you have like these stories of like, well, Eratosthenes, right? When it wasn't even mentioned till so much later. And it's just like, they've been kind of covering their tracks a little bit more. And it's just, it's nuts that it's kind of always been this stupid, like, come on, we got to figure out how to lie to them. As soon as they accept the lie, we can take over the world, right? It's like they just have a serious vendetta with the creator. And maybe it is just the duality of this place. Maybe it's the creator and quote-unquote Satan dueling it out. And that's what it is, you know. And it's just this fractal upon fractal of organisms simply doing the same. And since we're made in an image that is familiar, you know, like perhaps we're living it out as a collective in the same way as well. That's why we all laugh at the same things that are universal to us and cry at the same ones.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though. Clearly created, and what a wonderful design to even say that it is such a wonderful design.
I believe in a different type of speech that gets into the more, I guess, spiritual things, but it's quite literally soul speak, which can be done with all life. There's different levels of doing it. One thing would be like if you have plants, care about them, and they'll thrive. You have to care. Like actually care though, because the universe can tell the difference naturally.
Isn't that weird?
Well, I mean, if you don't take care of something, it's going to die. So I'm just stating the obvious. If people actually care, they can watch things thrive before them. The same thing with like animals that may seem like some dumb animal. Okay, lower your IQ to try and fathom what that thing is trying to comprehend. And then understand it. And then you can learn how to talk to animals and command them, and they'll do random things. Sometimes they won't obey because they have a mind of their own. Other times they'll be like, oh, heck yeah. All right. And they'll just listen because they're your friend. They see you as a friend, or at least a source of, like the alpha or source of food or whatever, their little hierarchy, depending on the critter. And people think that, oh, that's only bit. Nope, all, like small animals too. Even goldfish, there's certain goldfish that can be trained. And they actually, that whole memory of the goldfish thing kind of only applies to, like, there's actually intelligent ones too.
Dude, even like slime mold has been known to like go through mazes, you know?
Yeah, a slime mold.
It's like,
labyrinth that a human.
What the hell's going on there?
Yeah.
And then once the food's gone, it's like disappears. Where the hell did it go?
Or rest until something else comes that it can consume. Or it sends like a singular spore off to go and continue the maze. And they find a better maze. That one sucked.
But of course, the funniest like explanation is like, well, that's just a random branch of evolution.
I believe there's a spectrum of intelligence, and it's not just like an X and Y axis either.
Right.
For those silly goofs, they should know better. Come on now.
Of course it's
How's it going, Flatsy?
Of course it's not, man. Have you heard of...
It's going good. I hope my internet's
Greetings,
not cutting
Brandon.
out on me.
Yeah. Well, you sound alright. Everybody's all kind of talking over each other. Sorry.
Good morning, my FE family.
What up, Sonny?
FE family.
Good morning, Sonny.
Hello.
It's morning. It's a good morning.
I'm not flat out, but...
I think I might ride to the beach today. It's cold though, but that's all right.
Brandon, you're a bit low.
Okay.
Yeah.
I said we can still all be friends, even though I'm not a flat earther, right?
Oh.
Yeah, of course. Like, you can be a glober here as well.
Yeah, and we don't have to argue or anything, do we?
I wouldn't say there is even a debate.
There's no animosity on this end towards people aside from like just being constantly harassed by certain members of the Glover society. And yeah, nobody's gonna hate on you just because of your worldview. Some people might target you though and call you out on it, like, hey man, why do you believe what you believe? But question it. But dude, nobody's
They're trying to help you
for being a Globie.
It's really, it's really more about the information that we're lambasting at. It's the information. So really any criticism or negativity that you hear, it's really about the information itself of the globe.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I can barely hear you. I got you up to 200%. I still can't hear you. Let me see if I'm too loud. Everyone else pretty good.
No, it might be me, but I don't know how to fix it. I'm trying to look at settings.
Yeah, just go to settings, voice and video, audio and video settings, and you should be able to turn up your microphone. All right, if you're on mobile, I think you can do it on mobile as well.
Oh, I'm on a laptop.
A laptop, it's even easier. On a laptop, just go down to the little gear, see the user settings. You're already looking there, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the settings right now, but what do I look for?
Your audio settings should have a input. You should have an input, a little slider where you see your voice light up in green along a line, a horizontal line, as a matter of fact. Funny.
I like what you did there.
I know.
I don't have a boost setting. I'm sorry.
Like if you don't see the line lighting up, that you might have it set to auto gain or auto sensitivity. You should see some buttons.
I clicked on my name.
You can also turn off the noise suppression too.
Or do I go into the settings itself?
Yeah, go into user settings, and then go to audio video settings.
Yeah, video, audio.
Okay, in the audio, you should see a input. You should see a line, like a level line.
Volume. Input volume. Okay,
That's it. There you go.
It's all the way up.
It's all the way up. Well, okay. How about your output? Then there's an output there too.
Yeah, I'll put it at 200.
200.
I'll turn
Are you looking in Discord? Or are you looking at? You have to go to the gear down at the bottom of your
Yeah,
screen.
that's what I'm doing. That's
Okay.
where I am.
Okay. Let's walk through it. So you were in app settings. You went to voice and video.
Yeah, under the input, there's input volume and output volume. I see them both.
Now you also have a system output volume probably on your laptop.
Not though, but I can
How
scroll
about
down.
okay? Look on your laptop, on your keyboard, up at the top row. Do you have a little thing that has a speaker it's got a mute, volume lower, and volume higher?
I'm
Should
not
have
using
that.
laptop microphone. I'm using a headset.
Yeah, but on your laptop, on your PC itself, the laptop keyboard up at the top row, you should have F6, 7, and 8 should be your volume. Well, the first one will be mute. Second one is lower volume, and so let's see. 6 is mute. 7. Yeah, 6, 7, and 8. So volume up is F8 on your keyboard. And it should show, you should have a little symbol on your keyboard itself for volume. If you don't know how to get settings, are you using Windows?
I pushed it. Any difference?
Push F8. That should be your volume up. Do you see on the keyboard? Is there a little speaker? I don't know if we're
Yeah, I'm being dumb. Hold on. My fault.
That's okay.
I'm pressing F8 and is it changing at all?
Let me check. Let me go back to. Let me hear you again.
Yeah, I pressed it. Pressed it again. I
Try it
pressed
now.
it multiple times this time.
I can hear you. I can hear you very well. Just so
Okay, it's pretty good now. It's better, I think. Yeah, it's better. I still have you up to 200, but that's okay. It might be my ears. I have a little background noise too.
How old are you anyway?
How old am I?
Yeah, I'm 38, by the way.
Take a guess. Take a wild guess. Take your best guess.
20s.
Wait, did you say 28 or 38?
I am 38.
And so your
30.
best guess, you think I'm how old? Your best guess.
In your 20s?
Holy mackerel. Thank you. I'm actually a senior, bro.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm 64 years old.
Wow.
I've been around a long time. What's that?
That's awesome. You sound really good for damn.
Yeah, I played the guitar like Hendrix this morning for an hour already. I started playing at 8 o'clock. No, maybe like 8:50. What time is it now? About 10 to. I started at about 8:45 playing my guitar.
That's awesome.
Played for like 45 minutes, something.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I like to do. So,
I've been slacking on vacation here.
you're on staycation?
Well, kind of, yeah. I've been slacking on playing guitar since I've been here.
Don't slack off too long. It's good to take a break, though, every now and then. I do. I take breaks of like 2 weeks sometimes where I don't pick it up at all just to give myself a rest. Give my hands a rest. Oh, there we go. Anything interesting on here this morning? You people in the East? You wake up earlier than I do. I know sometimes Miggy and the guys come on at kind of early for me. Anyway.
Yeah, nothing yet, sign.
Oh, yeah, I had an idea for a song. Hold on. I think I was going to run it by you guys. It's called Hey Glober Girl.
I like it already.
Just thought of it this morning. Okay, let me see. I got it written down somewhere. Where did I put that notebook? Oh, man. How can we lose things so quickly? Hold on a second. What did I do with that?
Hidden in plain sight, usually.
Oh, here we are. Yes, it is. All right. Hey, Glober girl, can you tell me where you are? Did you wish upon a star? Is your world spinning round? Why don't you come look around with me? Listen to my friends on Discord 2.0 and you'll know the earth is flat. We'll help show you where you're at. Then learn to trust your senses. It's a must to remove all your defenses. Eventually you'll see level horizons on every single sea. You have some, wait a minute. Oh, here we go. I'll read this last one. We'll help show you where you're at, then learn to trust your senses. It's a must to remove your defenses. Eventually you'll see level horizons on every single sea. You have the same up as me.
I like it so far. Is it supposed to be kind of like rap or?
I want to put a rock beat to it, though.
Yeah, I was thinking rock.
Yeah, I don't do rap. I don't do rap, man. I hear someone in there. So I have this badass equipment, and it's truly amazing what it can sound like. Let's see. that?
That's a great echo.
Isn't that wild? That's called my warble cowboy. Hey, Glober girl. Can you tell me, is your world spinning round? Oh. Yeah, excuse me for rambling on. I thought I'd share that. What did it sound like to you guys?
Man, crystal clear from over here.
Awesome.
That echo is nice, man.
Yeah, I can literally go bam, and then just go bam, 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 and I can make it infinite repeat, of course, or make it shorter, and then it sounds like a smaller and smaller reverb room.
Sound like a phaser on there as well?
No, just was
that all wind?
No, wah-wah pedal.
Oh, nice.
Old school.
Wah-wah. Yeah, so how does all that work on the globe Earth?
Yeah, I don't even know how anybody would even hear music if you were on a surface that was moving at that kind of speed. Are they going to tell us the sound is Velcroed to the earth too? How could they do that? Think about that.
Everything would just be in a Doppler effect, yeah.
The sound is just Velcroed along with the Atmo. That can't ever be in a shape. It can't ever be. Like I like playing songs and stuff, but I'm more like sharing on my instrument like a snapshot in time of my musical journey, and like that's like what you heard was just like a one-off, like it's not anything I memorized.
Right.
It's something I played at on the moment, and I think I do best at that. Like it more sounds like, honestly, to me, even it sounds more like a movie score type of music. Like it would be good on some videos, like a movie score, film score. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, because the guitar, like I can make sounds like that sound like whales, like dolphins communicating to each other. So like it's at this point the palette size of my instrument and the music that is available to me with all those different kind of sounds, as well as all the regular guitar sounds, plus some added features to give it more tone and things like that, different kinds of tones. You can orchestrate with it.
Oh, absolutely. Cool. Yeah. What would normally take 64 other instruments is now embedded into one.
Exactly. And I'm such a nut. I can do all of them at the same time. I can do different voices. Like, okay, do a little violins down here. Do do do. Like whatever. It's a trip. It's like it's almost like I'm not even in control of it. It's just there's like being directed by, I don't know, man. Musical characters, I guess, because each string has its own character and each note on each string, and then when you put them together, it's a whole different, separate kind of landscape. Then,
yeah, it's definitely performative for me too. Like it's this, I got to be in the right sort of mindset. I gotta, even turn off the mind for a second, if you will, and just go with it. Go with the flow, what feels right.
Yeah.
And often that leads to better music than when I try to sit there and design it,
Yeah, like I one thing I love about it is I've learned to capitalize on the mistakes. So it got to the point where it doesn't matter where I start. As long as I have this idea of a key, and I'm like, it doesn't matter. I could be a half step off, go, oh, I'm a half step off. Okay. So I go from the half step to the root and then to a minor third. And then to do the same thing with the fifth. Go a half step off that's how I create in music, with my mistakes. It's a trip. And all different kinds of things. It leads to all these different little snippets or little phrases, comments. They're like comments, like here and there, like one making a comment and then something else making another comment. They're like,
it reminds me of Bob Ross, like same with art, there are no mistakes, just happy accidents.
Exactly.
But it usually leads to a better, more natural feel,
Yeah, like you see, like how I'd warble the sound with my whammy bar, right? So I learned how to use my playing that way too. So I, like even on my acoustic, I'll use my fingers to do the warbling.
Oh, right.
I learned how to mimic the sound of a slide guitar, even just playing on the acoustic. So that's when it gets fun, go, holy crap, with this one instrument, like even just an acoustic guitar, I can make it sound like any guitar sound. It's a lot of fun. It's my passion. I wish I had transportation so I could just drive anywhere, because it's getting to the point where as long as I stay healthy and all, I want to go out and travel and play music for my flat earth friends all over the country, or all over the earth, actually. It'd be nice to be able to travel and go overseas.
I was gonna say, where's Julius J at? Isn't he like going across the country?
Who?
Julius? JJ?
Is he the one that was, he bought himself a van or something?
Yeah, he like bought himself a nice like Mercedes van. He's gonna turn it into a house, basically.
Holy crap, he said he was going to be down this way, and this month, actually. So, all right, Julius.
Just hop on board and start doing it.
I know, exactly. I have a little gig set up too, where I could just have it all on little this little thing I can pull along, and I handle it with wheels, and dolly all my stuff, like enough for like a session, like a small practice amp, a couple of pedals, like some adapters, whatever. Now that I fixed my this little cart, they make things so cheap these days. Like they put together these pipes and then they just barely tack weld it, so it'll break after a while. So I always end up fixing those things, but they end up being way better, like stronger than they were in the first place. So then that's how I like to do things. I can't afford to keep buying stuff over and over again. So luckily I'm a pack rat enough that I have like all the little things, like little L-shaped brackets and stuff I can bend around and like make into different things and screw things. You can put bolts and bolt things together.
Oh, I'm the same way. I've got this junk drawer just full of the most random items.
I have capacitors and things like that from like a 1950s Leslie organ. Like I used to buy electronics. So like I want to build something with that, like some kind of mean tone control like unit, like a pedal that has like almost every capacitor, like every kind of tone. Like, can you imagine having like 6 or 8 capacitors to choose from with a switch, right?
It would be nice, yeah.
Like you could get all these different tones that you can with, let's say, a wah-wah pedal, just about. And, but you could find one, probably there's some that you could set it to and get some very interesting, unusual sounds that you might not get otherwise. So you could do treble boost and things like that. So I like playing around with stuff like that. I have a bunch of diagrams I drew of fuzz boxes. I made a fuzz box out of a breadboard. I'll show you. And another one, another fuzz face clone that I was trying to put it inside of a tuna can. So it'd be a tuna can fuzz. Never got all the way through it, but that's the idea. Here we are. So this fuzz face clone, I made it so I could overdrive it to the point where it just basically starts glitching out. Where instead of doing like a distortion, it starts going. It's really weird.
Oh, weird.
It starts. Yeah, it's like it sounds like it's just at the threshold of like the sound completely breaking down, and starts doing some really weird stuff that. But I'll show you. I'll take a picture of it. I need more USB ports. Yeah, so I made an arrangement. What's the date today? With the cable company, the internet company. So I'm happy they're not going to cut my service off. Happy about that. Let's see. What's I doing? Oh. Okay. Put together with some vintage parts. So once I got this thing working, I just glued all the components in place. I'll show you. Here you go. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, you weren't kidding about the glue.
Yeah, so I just hot glued all those components down to that breadboard, and the thing actually works. And see, those resistors are made from some of those really ancient 1950s resistors, so they drift and stuff. So I put some of those kind of things in my amplifier too, because they had drifted over the years to just the right amount I needed. And then they actually continued to drift a little bit. Yeah, I made that.
Dude, that's awesome.
It's a fuzz face clone with, let me see, which components do I have in it?
How long did something like that take you?
The toying around with it, weeks, months. Like I'm a tinkerer, so I would just have it off to the side and put a few hours in on it. Like I had the basic design, and then I added to it. I put a little indicator light. I put some things. I'm not sure if they work, but they do something to the sound. I experimented.
Yeah, I was gonna say all this needs is a nice box and dang, you got a cool guitar pedal.
I have another one. Look, this other one's tiny. This is my special fuzz face circuit, and this one will fit inside of a tuna can.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Wave Mixer. Like, Sonny, you're a genius. You're an artist of the electrical kind. I see stuff like this on Etsy all the time that sells for like, $400. Just for like true musicians really trying to, like you were saying, develop their sound and find their sound.
So here's this other little tiny one. Let's see. A couple clicks away. Last one. Yep. other one, this one will fit inside of a tuna can. So have an input. You just stick an input. Have a little battery. Have a way to open the top, and just pull it open, and do your battery. And pretty fun. I got a bunch of drawings. So I have all these parts, man. You know, actually, I need to try to sell some tubes. I have some spare tubes. I found 14 tubes. I'm like, I didn't know. When I had money, I bought replacements for my amp. So I got all brand new tubes. That's the thing about tinkering, though. You can go too far. So I think wisdom is learning how to stop when it's time to stop, and not to continue to tinker with things, because eventually they'll break. Tinker with something too much.
Yeah, no, I mean, I really appreciate it as an art, Sonny. For sure. I mean, I definitely think you have something. You got something there. Like, I'll definitely design a box for them if you ever actually want to sell these things. But
it's all hand wired. Like, I did my amplifier that way too. So like, I took the tube board out of my Blues Junior, my Fender amp. I replaced it with ceramic tube sockets. So they don't, and they're all hand soldered in there myself. I took the ribbon. I took 3 ribbon wires that have 6 to 8 connections on each one. Split each single wire off, and took the whole tube board, the old tube board, completely out, rewired the new one, and put it in with those ribbon wires all singly attached to each place on the tube socket. That was a fun job.
Sonny,
So, yeah.
you should ask in the firmament what the shape of the Earth is.
In the firmament, hey.
going on.
Hey, what shape is the Earth?
Is he PC verified? It controls mic.
No rolls. But if he speaks up, we can give him a roll. You're not muted. In the firmament, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, what do you think about Earth?
What brings you?
I think it's cool.
Pardon?
I think Earth is cool.
I think you're PD, but okay, I could be wrong. Okay, good. Earth is cool, but is it round?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
You don't think it's round? Okay. You think
I mean,
it's
is
flat?
the hill round?
Oh my God, it's Pea Drinker.
Does
Is the hill
sound
flat?
quite familiar.
Hey, when you put your foot in the sand or the mud in the firmament, is that Earth curvature?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I just don't think hills are flat, you know.
Hills are not flat. You are correct, sir.
Okay, cool. We agree.
Yeah. Is Earth a horizontal, level, terrestrial plane? I mean, topographical plane?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, what part of that do you think isn't correct?
All of it.
Okay, so is it not level?
Well, we experience the same thing. Do we not? Have you ever gone out to the beach in the firmament?
Well, I just think Earth is like the dry land compared to the seas of water.
Okay.
Yeah, you got land and water, of course.
Are the waters all level?
Maybe.
Maybe. What do you mean by the maybe part?
Yeah, why are you hesitant?
I mean, some places they have really big waves.
Okay, I thought you might say that. Yeah, there are waves, just like, yeah, the top of the water has texture to it. But beyond that, the mean level of the ocean waters, are they at the same level or approximately?
So you're saying the top of the water at rest is flat, right?
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Well, we're on the same wavelength there. If the waters are all horizontal, then the Earth they told us it is in school does not possibly exist and doesn't match our experiences, nor has it matched anyone else's ever living.
So can I ask you this? Do you think there's a curve?
I don't think so.
Maybe walking down the beach, but not the Earth itself.
Well, I know there's not a curve. Not maybe or think, right? Definitely know that there's no measurable curvature because I went out and measured.
Yeah, just like I know hills aren't flat, right? I know that.
Right.
How do you know that?
Because I got to look at it.
So if I look at something, I automatically know what it is?
No, he's saying the hills are not flat. We'd have to agree with that. The hills are not flat.
Sure.
I mean, sometimes you have
like compared to like a salt flat. You know what I mean? Like a salt flat, that's flat. You know,
that's
but hills aren't flat. But both are
very close to flat.
Right, both are. Like the salt flat is Earth, right, and then the hills are Earth. So some Earth is flat, and then some is not.
Mm-hmm. So when you're talking about Earth, you're talking about everything, dry land above sea level.
Yeah, like the stuff that trees grow from.
Okay, so what about the seafloor? It's connected to that same topography.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Earth is holding the water in place.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense to me. It's been said. It's been written, actually, that is the case, and that matches. Like, who cares what's been written in the scriptures? I mean, we do care, especially when it matches our actual experience and reality here on Earth. If you
Isn't that beautiful?
It is, because it's scientific. It's like, it's not exact. Well, yeah. I don't want to tread too far. I can be off base sometimes. So, as far as exacting, for me, it explains what I'm experiencing. So I'm not gonna doubt that, because my experience confirms what was written.
Yeah, like I walked up a few stairs, you know, and now I'm above Earth.
Well, the good news is we're all on the top of the surface. If you ask anybody that question, are you on top? Are all of us on top of the Earth's surface? Yes, we're on top.
I would
Do we all have the same top? Is the top of the surface the same for everyone? In other words, it's not tilted off in some other angle or upside down on a spinning ball. No, it's not. It's all the same up, the same down, and same horizontal.
Wait, what if you're upside down?
And that's just a change in perspective.
So, like, this apparent place has to be based on the observer, right?
Not entirely based on the observer. We do live in an objective reality.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, when you move, the horizon moves, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it is based on the observer. Like, if you move, right, it moves.
No, I wouldn't say it changes very much, you know. But technically, it has moved if you have moved.
It doesn't technically move at all. The horizon doesn't technically move at all. It just changes
Right.
the appearance of where it looks like it is. Changes. It's not anything physical. Yeah, we all know that.
Yeah, like you can never go there.
Right.
Right. It's like you're looking at some railroad tracks and you put your eye towards the rail and you're like, whoa, the rails are going to touch at some point. And you go look for it and you're like, wait a minute, they never touch. But of course, at that apparent moment that you're positioned, right, you thought it was touching. However, if you just got off the railroad track and looked up, you'd realize that, of course, even in that moment, that it actually extended farther. Even if you looked at the same moment, it was no longer touching anymore, even. So we know it's an optical phenomenon.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you lay down on the tracks, right, you're going to see so far, but then if you stand up, you'll see further, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
However, you'll see the same phenomenon. Really the same thing.
yeah, we do have our own kind of a capsule and well, I hesitate to say bubble, but we
You
do
change in angular size. That's what happens.
we do have our own visual bubble that we are seeing. Because the shape of the eye, it's basically technical because the eye with a lens like it is and the shape that the eye is only has certain capabilities as far as vision. I mean, it's the most complex thing. Like, if you can imagine what the eye is, and that it's tied in with the vestibular system and all of that stuff is truly amazing. And even Darwin said, I know I'm digressing a little, but Darwin said himself, the eye couldn't possibly have been created through evolution. They couldn't have been created without a creator, a God. That's Darwin. Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks,
and
Darwin.
every ray of light, like when things are reflecting rays of light, it always reflects to you personally. It's your own personal sunset reflecting the light off the water to you. It's like headlights will direct towards you and sway your eye, picks up light. It's all personal. Pretty cool.
Bye-bye.
So then we have to ask ourselves, just like if we can lay in bed, like I've said before, and we can observe our own thinking, if we are the observer, like I can observe myself observing. So who's doing the initial primary observing of what we're seeing? Are you sure that the one that's seeing all of this is us? Or are we just participating in consciousness?
You quietly stepped out while you were talking.
It's all right.
I like how he didn't answer when you said, is it PD? Most people, if it's not them, would be like, what? Who's that? Sorry, I'm unfamiliar. But yeah, good call, Sonny.
I recognize that voice so fast.
Same, yeah. Like, it's always that particular one, you know.
The first word he said, I know. I go, that's him, but I didn't say it yet. I just waited for a little while, but it's all right. I mean,
infamous.
He comes in with some strange stuff, but we can have a conversation. Like, usually,
but I've always noticed he has these weird, like, ignoring you tactics. You know, especially when it comes to multiple people talking to him, and I'm just like, you are so calculated, dude. Like, come on.
Shuts down completely, like on some questions or some topic, won't answer at all, even though previously it was in the conversation fully. Yeah, interesting.
Like, who do you think you're fooling here? Come on.
Yeah, look at that ether grass. That's
it's a good diagram.
Yeah, look at that, man. It's a complex system, and it goes to all of these.
Yeah, you know me, man. I'm always poking the bear. I have fun with that guy when he comes in here.
I'm glad you did, because look, I can be like out there a little bit, like not really paying attention to the panel sometimes.
Yeah, I did it because I know he churns up conversation, when he's in here. So I'm just now I don't care if he's in here. I'm just gonna use him for whatever purposes to get chat stimulated again, because he's a numpty.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna keep exposing.
Yeah, it works. It works every time.
It does. He's the perfect numpty.
It's all right.
Yeah. Were you guys here with the conversation we had with him yesterday? Me and Indio?
Oh, I wasn't.
I missed it.
Ask him about if he knows it. There's a thing with him, just like every other globalist. Ask him about their reality. See what they tell you. He failed yesterday.
Most notably, they're not really sure. Most notably,
he's not really sure. He's not really sure. Hey, ask him if there's any objective truth next time he comes back. See what he says. Is there any objective truth? Maybe.
Oh, he ignored objective reality. Yeah.
That's what his answer was. There's no objective truth with these guys. You're like, all want to live in subjective reality. Well, are you saying you experience the Earth? Okay, so it's a subjective, right? So he wants to make it sound like okay. He's a sophist. So what you didn't hear him say, well, I did. I didn't chime in because I was washing my dishes. But he was pointing to the fact that the horizon rises with the eye level. But it's all due to the guy who's seeing the horizon rise, right? But he doesn't realize the world you experience is subjective to your perspective, and it's also collective. Because it's not just subjective, it's collective. So if you say, I'm sitting in my car right now at the beach talking on the phone on Discord, okay, you're experiencing that. But if I can verify, if I say I can see you in your car talking on the phone at the beach, that's collective. Because it's now third person perspective that can confirm what's happening here. And then we can do further tests to verify that you're actually doing what you say you're doing. So it's subjective and collective. So you're experiencing this world as a subjective, as your own experience, and also collectively with everyone else. So there's no escaping the fact that you're in this reality with everybody else. So you can say, well, the horizon looks pretty curved to me, because then I can say, well, I don't see a curve, so now let's measure it. And what do you think we're going to find out? What the end result of that is going to be what it is to everyone, no matter if we agree or disagree on what we see, right? So, yeah, it's like you experience it subjectively, and then you collectively understand together what it is. Just the way it is. And he ignores that fact. He wants to make it all subjective. It's only subjective. No, you can't get away with that. We're not going to let you get away with that. Anyway.
Yeah. So, I wonder about this this motive to push, convince people or something that things are not real, that it's not really real. It's just
he means to confuse. He means to confuse people. Don't get it twisted. His objective, the goal for him, is real. It's so that he can get people to think like him, which is to be very confused about their own known reality.
It sounds like kind of an agent.
Well, that's why he was like, maybe.
Yeah. So what we do is expose that to everybody, which is what we do, and then we do it very well. So I'm going to, some people, because sometimes he uses his, smooth tones, like his Matthew Learns kind of well, we're in here just talking about things, and if you want to agree with that, it's like, dude, you're in here with this malicious intent to thwart the efforts of people speaking truth by inserting your understanding of what you think reality is in a sense of whatever you make of it, right? No, it's not going to be that way, because that's what the pickle that people are in today, the way they think, is because they're thinking that this whole experience of life is due to a subjective understanding, and it's not. It's intertwined with the subjective is intertwined with the collective. I experience this world every day my own way. Then I can experience it also with everybody else saying, hey, I ate a pizza, it tastes great. I ate a pizza and it doesn't taste great. Right? So I can gather from everybody else, pizza is something that majority of people kind of like and some people don't like. So there's things that I can know because I'm experiencing the world subjectively and collectively. Because I can see other people, they do things and everybody does things differently. So, yeah. Just, people like those guys mean to keep you confused where you don't know what's going on. It's like, yeah, there should be, we had enough of that. Now it's time to expose you. Which is what we're doing. How's everybody doing anyway? Doing all right in here?
Doing good.
Pretty darn good, as long as I have my eggs in the morning.
But yeah, definitely. Oh, you didn't? I had my eggs and bacon this morning too. I was just going back to that, and the importance of sort of listening to the exact words that some of these Globers come in with, whether we kind of know of their malicious intent or not, right? It really is kind of important to hear them out, listen to exactly the words they're saying. That way, when they trip up, you have the exact words to kind of not throw back at them, but make them realize what they're saying. And it definitely goes back to objective and subjective reality, because they definitely confuse it too. My students included, in architecture, I'll tell them, which one is objective and which one is subjective. We're both looking at the same tower, right? It has an objective height, right? You can say that it's a short tower, and you can say that, oh man, it's a colossal tower. But it's still the exact height that it is. So again, just kind of examples. But yeah, it's been a good day. It's kind of the quiet one, but Sonny was talking some electronics earlier. It was pretty sweet. Well, didn't mean to kill the room.
Who else is in here? Quetz is in here. Ether's in here. Zarek's in here.
Yeah. That was the silence. That was the silence after the passing of the numpty. Once a numpty passes, then you have a silence. It's a transitional period.
It's nice how he slipped out of the conversation without anybody noticing, and Sonny just kept going on. Like as he was talking to him, and he just didn't say, hey, I'll be right back, guys. He just leaves.
Yeah, I do that a lot. And then people are trying to tell me that, the person left. I usually know they left. I don't care. I'm just going to continue with what I was talking about. Because often in here, I'm not talking, I am talking to, sometimes directly to an individual, but I more often now have the third party listener in mind. So all of us in here are third party listeners too, but there are others out there who are just listening wherever they are. And I like talking to those people. Just like Miggy, sort of. We all got different styles. I think that's what's great about here, because we get to utilize our own different styles according to our character, how we see the truth, how we have chosen to, divulge the truth. That's funny. Did you hear that earlier, Miggy? Somebody. I asked him, take a guess at how old. He asked me how old I was. I said, take a guess. He said, oh, you're in your 20s.
Awesome. Boost for your confidence.
I had to tell him I'm a senior.
You were 20, 40 years ago.
Literally. Yep.
Hey, but it's snowing over here, man. The Midwest of the United States of America.
Oh, wow.
It's are snowed in up here, but nothing like you guys got. Yeah, I heard it's going to get bad.
Yeah, Friday or all weekend.
It's supposed to get rain.
All weekend, my friends.
We have weeks of rain. Like literally, all those storms just kept rolling in one after another, just piling up, building up out there in the Sea of Japan.
It's looking like spring in Texas right now.
It's sunny out now, but let's see. The temperatures have only been like 60 degrees. That's really odd for here to be completely, like partly cloudy and only 60, like 59 degrees. Because we got these bitter colds coming from the northwest off the ocean right now.
The full moon just passed?
I think it did. I think I missed it.
Saw it maybe last night. Maybe it was yesterday morning. Not sure.
Is it new moon now, or is it decreasing?
I guess it's waxing now. Yeah.
Waning.
Oh, is it waning?
Yeah.
I never get this period.
When it waxes, it's like kind of like if you dip a candle and it gets more and more wax on it, and then waning would be if you were taking away.
Makes sense.
That's the way I remind myself, anyways.
So it's going from full moon to it's waxing. It's getting smaller. So it's going to go
as it's waxing, it's gaining like more and more like to it, and then as it's waning, it's losing a little bit at a time until it goes to the new moon.
So did we just pass the new moon then?
We just passed the full moon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and new moon is no moon, right?
So that'll be
Yeah, new moon is no moon.
Right.
For 3 days.
Right. No moon, yeah. Which is quite odd. For the globe, it's a death knell. You can't have the moon not visible by anyone for 3 days. Hello, how does that work on a globe?
Yeah, spending 24 hours a day.
The moon just decided to like leave the scene and go somewhere else for those 3 days. Take a little 3-day vacation.
Well, I've heard the argument too. They're like, no, the sun just doesn't hit it. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
The sun chooses where it lets its light shine.
Yeah, they don't have anything to show that it isn't. Well, I guess that's trying to prove a negative, but they can't show that it's anything but its own light. It behaves as if it's its own light. We're told it's its own light. What part don't they get about it's its own light? It doesn't act like a reflector. Reflectors aren't like that. If they're saying the story is it's a rock out there in space, well, rocks don't reflect anything. I'm sorry. You could take the lightest rock. You could take a pure white rock, put it out somewhere. It's not going to reflect back to you. Put some mega lamps on that sucker. See if the white rock reflects any light back.
Were you guys in here yesterday when the guy Drano was in here? Anybody?
A little bit.
Yeah, his whole, because he's a TikTok flat earther.
Oh, Drano specifically?
The guy who was in here yesterday.
Yeah, he was here this morning. Actually, he was talking about what was he talking about? The Southern Cross.
Yep. And why do people coming off from, I guess, different places, TikTok or Instagram or whatever other social media platform, they come into here and they're so gassed up by their, like, this seems like a 2017 flat earther. Like, you know what I mean? Like, flat earthers who don't know where we're at with the argument, they're still stuck in like these point for point discussions as to like how they're going to trump the other side with better information, I should say. And so, dealing with that is like, well, we have our calculations and measurements, and it's like,
putting up against the 93 million mile away sun versus a close and local sun. I was like, but that's a false dichotomy in the first place. Second place, nobody knows what the distance to the sun is, so it's a non-argument. There's nothing there. There's nothing. You're gonna have an argument about something of a known distance. You're gonna have to know the distance between where you're at and where that's at. That's just the way it's got to be. And if you think that there's an argument there, that's to your detriment, because neither side is going to have some empirical evidence. And these are the facts. So you can try to carry out this argument that you think you're going to have with this 93 million mile away sun or close and local sun. Like I said, first of all, false dichotomy. You can't pit the sun closer than Middle Earth, because there isn't a thing. So there's no such thing that exists. No 93 million mile away sun exists. First, prove that the sun is 93 million miles away. How you gonna do that? You know what I mean? Like, there's no distance to the sun, to the planets, to whatever. It's all to deal with the size of the Earth. So, you know what I mean? Like, it all just like goes back to like begging the question all the time. So there isn't an argument there. There's nothing. We can't argue with somebody about like a 4,000 mile away sun, because it's like, okay, how did you know that? Like, it's always going back to like primary source, right? It just seems like we're wrapped up in these derivative arguments that it shouldn't even be there in the first place. Then I've been saying this, and it seems like it falls on deaf ears when it comes to like flat earthers wanting to like argue with somebody against the rhetoric, which is like whatever Globe Earth is saying. The Globe Earth is saying this, and it's like, well, what are we going to say against that? Like, we have to have something against it. Well, first of all, did they even prove what they're telling you is true? Did you examine that? Of course not. We're just going headfirst into like, okay, that's wrong, this is right. But how is it wrong? Because it's not proven. First of all. And that's why I think these guys get bogged down with the McToons and all that of the world. It's because the McToons and they'll fight the flat earthers and all them guys. They put up the argument for the globe, as in that is reality. And then nobody questions that. We just have points against it. You see what I'm getting? Like, that's the whole issue here. And so the flat earther from like this whole side of like, man, we gotta come up with the 3-body problem. No, we first have to demonstrate to them they don't know what they're talking about. Like,
Well, yeah, even like with what you were saying with what was his name? I don't know. The guy asking about the Southern Cross. Again, it's always this bringing up of the sky and the earth. And,
you guys hear me?
Oh, you cut out for a second, I guess. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
But yeah, that false dichotomy of trying to connect also the sky and the land. Like, well, why don't they connect? And I'm like, I get it. You're so used to being told that what you see in the sky is so related to the earth, right? But it's not. Like, get over it.
Well,
they're not connected.
That was the issue with Drano, with the idea like, man, they got a good argument with this star trek or the star rotations. There's such a good argument, man, for those guys. Like, how? Like, where? Like, stars are doing something. Okay, now how does that dictate to us that the Earth is something else? Like, the stars are doing something. Whoopity-doo. That's great for the stars. They're like, so what?
He said he was a flat earther this morning.
What about the Earth? Well, that can only tell us that the Earth is a globe. No, that's what they're telling you. So that in your mind, it's like that mind virus, right? Latches onto you. It can only happen on a globe. No, it can happen on any geometric shape. If this Earth was a pyramid, if it was a dodecahedron, who cares? Make up any geometric shape you want, and then you can just say that it's spinning, and then that's why we see stars do what they do. So it's not akin to the geometric shape of the Earth. It has nothing to do with it. But it could only happen on a globe. Yeah, they want you to think that. That's the mind trap, so that you're starting to think like they do.
Where did they get this from in the first place? I want to know. I'm going to start asking them. Did you learn this idea of looking at the ceiling for measuring your floor in school? Where did you learn this from? I'm going to start asking. Because I don't think they learned it. I don't think they learned it from anywhere. I think they made it up. But how is it they can all make up the same thing and parrot the same exact thing?
But can you see my gripe, you guys? My gripe is that if we allow flat earthers to continue to say, man, that's a stymie, that's a gotcha right there. Like, how can we got to think of something, guys, because that's pretty good. No, it's not. It's not good at all. It sucks. It really does. That's the best they got for the Earth. Well, it's got to be a globe. Yeah, who told you that? Like, why, as a flat earther, you believe a guy who doesn't even know his own known reality? And then for him to be telling you it's got to be a globe. That's the only thing that we see star trails, rotate clockwise and anti-clockwise. Like that's nothing, man. You know?
Yeah.
That's my rant. My rant, guys. Sorry. I get heated. Okay. It's like I don't want our brothers and sisters to fall into the trap of like, man, this is it's a doozy. Like this is pretty. I don't know how we're gonna get through this. It's like, have you even asked them how it correlates to like what the Earth is, and for you to be thinking that this is reality, like, oh, this is like, wow, this is some real good gotcha for the globe. Freaking weak sauce, man.
Even Drano, he was like, well, there was this guy on TikTok that did this, and I was like, well, have you ever been to the Southern Hemisphere or Southern Territory? And he's like, no. And I was like, well, like, what are you doing then? Believing some guy on TikTok? But yeah, he came in. I asked him, if he was a flat Earth or his thoughts on the Earth, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm a flat earther, except there's just kind of one point, So I'm glad you're at least bringing it up because it sounds like varying stories. But
which point?
He said something about a Southern Cross. That he saw on TikTok.
Southern Cross, star rotations, in the Southern Cross. And
when it has no connection.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to tell them it's like, guys, you're getting wrapped up in these conversations with like derivative topics. Come on, man. Like, you really have to get out of the mindset of like, well, we got to talk about Coriolis. No, we don't. This is what they want to sucker you in so you can. I mean, I don't care. I mean, maybe it just keeps content going on the channel or whatever, but if you really want to have them sit down and think about it, you're not going to point to like Coriolis as the understanding of the Earth.
Well, Miggy, why to speak about Coriolis because it's not happening?
Or that's, and like I say LARPer because I don't know the person from Adam, so I don't know if they're like true, genuine flat earther or not. I don't know that.
Right.
Or even if they are, it's like, dude, why would you use this as your argument or try to? Man, we gotta figure a better way to answer these guys. But why? Why? Why would you need to have something better than what already has been given to them? And what's better is, okay, prove it. How does that tell me the geometric shape of the Earth? By seeing star rotations. Go ahead. Try your best. What is your best way? And there isn't. Of course, when I asked him, I was like, well, yeah, it doesn't. Well, there you go. That's the answer to the rebuttal of what they talk about with their star rotations.
And then they're always like, but it happens. It's like, yeah, I know it happens.
It's like, so the freak what, man? And don't even get us started on cardinal directions when it concerns to the sky, because they don't apply up there. They do in a certain aspect when they're seeing from horizon to horizon, but they lose their value when we're seeing them like in star rotations. But you know what? Like, people can have their opinions on that, and that's up to them.
I mean, you have a good rant, though, because, at least for myself, the way that I solve that question when it comes about, like, when they're really not getting that the sky and the land don't connect, right? I tell them the train tracks, line. You're looking at the tracks. Now put your head towards the track. It's hitting the horizon, right? That track is coming to a point. They don't actually touch, right? But neither does the sky and the ground for what we can see, right? They're not touching.
The trucks are going to the sky. What are you saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it does like bring them down, and they're like, "Oh, I get it," because especially people who ever hung out by the train tracks and were that cool kid exploring. You definitely know all about those tracks, But yeah, it is quite annoying. I'm like, well, it is doing this, and I go, yes, I get it. Right, and I even told them there's flat Earth explanations too, and I would say they're speculative, But the point is, of course, that they're not connected in any way to the shape of where you're standing.
They could be connected. They could be connected.
Could be.
Yeah, could be. Yeah.
But it's like they're almost taking it literally. They're like, yeah, since this is spinning in the sky, I'm spinning. Like, it's bonkers to me.
Do you know where is the catch of that? When you are stationary, then.
Yeah. When you're moving.
Yeah. When is Earth is flat, when it's observably curving.
Perfect.
You must, if it's observably flat, mean that it's curving, that means it's opposite. If it's observably curving, that means it's flat. That's the new logic. 21st century logic.
I would have said more yesterday, but I was at work, so I couldn't say too much. When I was going through the like how it's not important. But I mean, you still have flat earthers making videos and like trying to refute their arguments, and it's like, my friends, you have nothing to refute if their point is not even valid.
Right.
It's like me expanding on the idea that Narnia is real. And I start telling you more of the lore. When does it become real? At what point? When I say more lore? No. When I can prove what I'm saying. That's when it becomes real. Other than that, I can say whatever I want. And then you can challenge me. That's the issue. The rebuttals to these guys are rebuttaling the lore of the globe Earth. The three-body problem, like rockets don't work in space. Well done. Like rockets don't work in Narnia. Now what? That's the truth, bro. It's like that's what we're dealing with. It's like people are so into the derivative topics. Oh, the Coriolis effect. Oh, we got to talk about that. It's like, okay, let's talk about how the lion doesn't talk in Narnia. I think that's better, right? Does he talk? How did he talk? Freaking hell, man.
They're like, I know lions don't talk, but that one talks.
Yeah. And then we start getting into like the vocal cords of a lion and how do they roar. It's just dumb, dude. It's like, why are we talking about this? Like, that's why I feel like when we're talking about Coriolis or or
Not Not only that, then we speak about characters which are not even in Narnia.
The 3-body problem. It's like, oh my gosh, bro. Like, first of all, you don't even know what you're staring at when you look up at the sky. If you say 3-body problem, you're already giving these things physicality. In some way, shape, or form, saying, well, this is what the globe narrative is saying. Yeah, I know that, but how have they proven that to be the thing that is real? They haven't. So how can it be a problem if there isn't a reality to it? They're staring at what we're staring at. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm not scientist, man. They realized.
We need to get us some real Earth curvature in here, like right now. Stat.
So, well, I'm just saying this, man. So, if somebody brings up something, if they bring up some idea of like whatever Globe Earth is saying, then you say, I need you to provide evidence for the thing you're saying. You say 3-body problem. How do you know that the 3 bodies you're talking about have physicality to them? Provide that evidence first before we talk about. If you want to talk about Coriolis, provide evidence on how that is real on first the begging the question that you first made up. Because if they're Coriolises, then it's a globe. If it's a globe, it's actually spinning like the way you say it is for the Coriolis to be taking effect. So you got to provide all this evidence before you talk about Coriolis. And then, after doing all that, you can talk about this Coriolis. But we're not going to talk about imaginary things happening on imaginary things.
Yeah.
But isn't Coriolis our argument, if you want to speak?
Because when they go, just imagine if you were this one and we go along on the ride, then we're the ones wrong. We're wrong.
Mickey, if we want to speak, we will say Coriolis. Don't worry.
No, and it's like, well, what if you took a rocket ride and looked down and the Earth was a globe? They're like, yeah, then it's a globe. Because if we're talking about hypotheticals, then I could say all kinds of shit. Especially, if I got on a rocket ride, hypothetically, I looked down and, I could see Candyland from up there. I don't know.
Yeah,
say something stupid because it's like,
but
all bets
look at
are
this
off in
example.
that reality.
If you take a flight and you show the 1,200 miles flat, what that mean?
But the J Tolan, yeah. So
what that mean? What that fucking mean?
That it's flat.
But
it's only a flight.
The thing is, though, and I it's all noteworthy to say that these are great points, right? They are. But the fact of the matter still remains after all of that. The visuals are great. Don't get me wrong. I'm with you on that, Sasha. But the point of realization isn't going to happen with visuals because they have visuals as well. You got the J Tolan, they got the freaking, I don't know, over the curve or whatever. But
I have visualization for you. In a time when it's stolen in an aeroplane, the rocket it's going up.
Yeah, that's their rebuttal. SpaceX.
But in the same time, when he is and that, and somehow now that surface will be curved when you are more up,
Right. So what we're talking about is every man's ability to figure out if J Tolan is great. The visual is wonderful. 1,000 miles, in the distance, and we could see, as far as the eye can see, a level plane. Right. So that's one thing to consider. The other thing is, how do we know it's a level plane? Well, what is the thing we're going to have to do? Right back down to the ground. Because J Tolan can show you something. I can show you a balloon footage. Listen, I can show you a balloon footage that shows flat and level from a very high altitude. That's great. That's wonderful. Right? So can J Tolan. He can show you 1,000 miles. There it is, flat and level. That's awesome. But how am I going to know that's flat and level? I got to verify it, don't I? Back down to the ground we go and verifying it from that point. So it doesn't matter with the visuals. That's great. But they have visuals as well. And the place that it's going to meet, whether we're right or they're wrong, or they're right or we're wrong, is the fact that we're going to verify it. So visuals are great, but they're not the deal breaker, and they're never going to be. So your angst to want to present that to somebody is never going to trump their mindset as to whether something is or is not flat and level. the
then I will
verification of it being.
then I will give him them my example. Me on the Adriatic Sea, 2 inch above the water.
That's it. You know, because you're actually putting the numbers or the values to the globe to the test, which is kind of like they haven't done. So, yeah, visuals are great, but what the reality of the situation is, they're going to have something tangible that they can go check out themselves. Otherwise, they're going to refute you all day long. Nah, Jay Tolan, who is that guy? He's probably just some guy with the camera tricks, and you're gonna be like, no, it's he's using this camera and that and this, and he's like, and they're just gonna hand wave dismiss it. Nah, you're just saying, you're putting your flat Earth propaganda to me. That's all they see it as, Sasha.
Mickey,
They'll look at it.
Do you believe me that I have black swans from 2003, 2005, 2008, 2011? Do you
Yeah,
believe
if
me?
you do, I mean,
Because I was watching my old pictures, what I made on the sea, you know.
uh-huh.
And
Yeah,
then
of
I
course.
saw I saw my old pictures. That was enough, you know.
And I'm usually pouring myself over this information for you guys. It's just like, if there's the discussions shouldn't wind up being like you're stuck in like a 2018 argument, like arguing over the fact that Star Trails. It's like, dudes, why are you doing this to yourselves? Like, you should know if they have a some kind of like way to look at an argument, they're gonna have some evidence for it. So if there's no empirical evidence, then bye, with your argument. And also for us, if we're leaning on like visuals, then we're gonna have to have verification for those visuals to back it up. Because you can't just lean on the visual and say, "Look, Jay Tolan put this thing out, so voila, Earth's pretty flat for 1,000 miles." Because they're gonna be like, "Yeah, but camera tricks and all kinds of stuff," and you're gonna be like, "No, listen to me. Jay Tolan's a pretty good guy, or whatever."
No, Jay Tolan, it's only for further research, you know. That it's on the plus on information. You give them information, you tell them everything, and then you say, you can watch this guy. He was in airplane, and look at this. Whatever you want to say, and that's it.
Yeah, for sure. It comes after the verification method.
Of course. What verification? There is no verification.
Well, that the Earth is flat and stationary. If there's no verification that the Earth is flat and stationary, how will anybody ever understand that it is? Because it's just going to sound like we're saying things, and there's nothing to provide evidence for it. The case, but on their side, they haven't demonstrated to us that the Earth is a globe, like as they say.
But
they have that to contend with.
Mickey, but that's difficult.
Well, yeah, because there's no such animal, so.
Yeah. You're putting them in the corner.
I know. I like it. That's where they belong. With a big old dunce cap. Because they don't know what's going on. But it's like, you don't want it to be the case. You hate to see it, man. But it's just the nature of things. People want to feel like they know what they're talking about, and they really don't. In all reality, they don't.
Yeah, because we are not speaking here about some human big organization called Flat Earth, and now we discover something. No, the nature itself, it's that's what it is, and now because of that, we are calling ourselves what we are calling. Not because we have ideas, and now that ideas we want to put in reality. Like opposite side. Because you have idea the water is curving. Because some people is telling you that. The water doesn't curve in reality. Is that scary when you say water doesn't curve in reality?
That's kind of funny.
See you guys in a bit.
Stay blessed, man. Have a good one.
Have a good one, man.
What I was saying is funny is I posted something in the live stream voice text. The etymology for the word curve. To bend or bent.
Get bent.
Bent earthers.
Bunch of bent earthers. That's exactly right. Your mind has been bent.
And then above that, like the flax, the connection between a bunch of flax with the word rocket and weaving. But then flax, one of the words there has to do with twist. You got the word twist involved and bent. So these people are twisted and bent. Rockets and curvature.
Hard to argue with that. And ironically, they can't find the curve.
I'm just reading the etymology. You can argue with history if you want to. It's interesting that there's a lot of references to weaving in certain things, and those references always have some kind of crossover with the narratives that they try and spin. And also references to spinning and weaving. Oh, what tangled webs we weave.
Such a worldwide web.
Yeah.
Like
worldwide web of tangled deception.
Such Such a weird name to give it. The internet. Running through your Ethernet.
And some Ethernet cables.
Actually, can you do the one for web? The etymology? What is web? It's used as web feet? Or is it webbed? I don't know. I've never asked these questions.
Again, another weaving thing.
But it is a good point to understand these words, or to know them, to even debate their definitions. Right? Like we clearly see in some of them, they're like, well, it comes from this Latin word and this Latin word. You know, I mean, you could debate who put that together and find out probably things like that. But at the end of the day, it comes to those kind of universal notions that we all have of objective and subjective reality. How something's measured subjectively is actually defined as well. Of course, at the same time, not defined. I would say it's described sort of in a sort of mathematical way, right? Sort of this means this, that mean, or could mean this. But when it comes to objective reality, of course, we all know and love the empirical methods. But when it comes to words, I still think they could be objective, for sure. When a lot of people, you know, they think words are subjective completely. They're like, oh, it's just a random set of symbols. And like what we were talking about this morning, like, you know, between sound and symbol and everything like that. Just how powerful these words can be. And weakening, possibly as well. I would have to agree as well that this place has really taught me how to use my words more carefully. And to kind of be proud of that as well. You know, it's not completely a negative thing, but it's actually much more of a positive to know what you mean and mean what you say. You know? It all makes sense that, like, that saying, what is it? A man of less words, right? Or somebody who has less to say often is wiser. I forget actually how the saying goes, but which is why sometimes I think we enjoy the silence here too. There's kind of a nice positive energy of just going, wow, look, the globe, in fact, has nothing to say. We are the best. Even if I say that subjectively. They say that even in architecture, that beauty is subjective, but always the question in architecture is, can we have objective beauty? You know what I mean? I think you just have to look at the Earth and realize it has both qualities. There it is again. That victory that the globe has nothing to say. Because, I mean, we could talk about objective reality all day. We often do, ever so politely, each morning and afternoon and evening, with everyone across the earth. About how's it looking in your area? Well, it looks like this. I see it too. Level, stationary. Everything the way it was yesterday? Yep, sure was. Some people say same old, new day, right? But it's just that, like, greetings. It's that nod that we do in Texas. We don't nod sort of up, like what's up. We sort of nod down like a bow with our head. I think everybody kind of knows that universal sign, especially I would say men for sure. We just do that tip of the hat, kind of thing. And everything is understood. It's not that flat earthers have nothing to say. It's, of course, a place like this that is clearly a great example of humanity and what it has to offer in intellect. But I want to point that out to any globers that are still globers and are listening, and maybe listening to this in the future, to ask them, what makes you believe in that globe? Because you'll find the answer like we all did too. That it was just what you were told. Every ridiculous number, every distance, maybe even all the people along the way. But one thing's for sure, objective reality, measurable, created, flat and stationary. I'm sorry, guys, that I always go on these rants. Honestly, I'd love just kind of a poetic hour. I kind of just sit here and doodle for, an hour or two. But yeah, if I had some bongos, would totally. With some snaps. Cliche as it sounds.
Get some slow jam, chill vibe raps going on. Like super slow rapping. Practically, like you said, just a poetry jam.
Man, if we can get zero latency at some point, it'd be insane. We could all jam out and just be like, alright, go. What's going on, Levelist?
Yo, what's good?
Everything. Can't get over it. Everything except the darn lies of these globes. Causing havoc. But I think it's getting better. I don't know. Pretty optimistic. I think people are waking up. How about on your side of the pond?
Yeah, what else do they have to hang on to than the lies, you know?
True. But they love to hold on. I don't know if I told you guys, but I've talked about, of course, my daughters before and everything, and she's noticed flat Earth and understands not everything, but we're not moving. She doesn't feel spin, but she came up to me. I picked her up from school the other day, and she was saying how her friends, right? 2 of her friends actually at recess came up to her and asked her if she was a flat earther. And my daughter goes, yeah, I know about the earth. And they all start to get really excited and just like, oh, we all know, and our parents apparently do too. And she was telling me this, and it just made me so relieved, that she also found these friends who are kind of growing up the same way she is, like knowing this truth and being surrounded in a lie, even though they don't know any sort of scale, to that. They just know that the school's teaching them this thing that's weird. They said the sun's going to blow up. That's what they all. What my daughter said they all laughed about was that they all kind of basically went to their parents saying, hey, the school said the sun's going to blow up. Is that true? And, at least what I explained to my daughter was, no. Has it ever blown up before? Can we really expect that it's going to anytime soon? Let's look into the history of the sun, but yeah, that's definitely a story that pops up, and that is just a story. Of course, there's nothing to be scared of. But it was just kind of a great moment.
They have to try to maintain the monopoly on fear,
Oh yeah, especially children. They just want to scare children. I remember being scared too. Like, oh man, we're so fragile. But yeah, it was a relief as a father, because I don't want to lie to my children, so I don't, but at the same time, I don't tell the whole story or truth, kind of sometimes, just because I'd rather them be able to discern it for themselves, right? I'd rather teach critical thinking than just shove answers down anybody, Not that my parents did either. It was kind of balanced, I'd say, but it just seems to make sense. But yeah, I do think the public is becoming more aware, for sure. I think on at least a scale that I've noticed. For instance, finding other flat earthers at such an age, and clearly that even maybe outside this Discord, people are starting to conversate a lot more about it. But it makes me wonder if they're really critically thinking, or if, like what we've noticed, that they're just jumping on something else, right? They're just hopping on to a new belief.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see Flat Earth becoming the new, like, kind of Q movement. Everybody, all the lambs just jump on board on the train.
Yeah. I'd almost go as far to say that if they honestly put it on TV, that there's been new management, we're going to tell you the truth about this, this, and this, the earth is flat, and they just kind of, throw it under the rug, people would just be kind of, okay. Or at least I know some at the school that would just be like, okay, well, if they say it's right, I guess it's right. But not Matthew Lawrence. He's told us that one before. He'd say they're wrong. When that's clearly what we're doing right now. We're just pointing out that the story is utterly wrong. Falsifiably wrong. But you can do those things without making a claim. And that's where I think some of these globies get really hung up as well. They're like, but you're the one that's claiming that it's flat. Prove that it's flat. Well, we experience the exact same thing when we go outside, do we not? Every time. Yeah. Yeah, he does, Toby. Yes, he does. Either that or just, I don't know. But I have always been interested in the guy just because of that educator connection. And I have a story about that too, where, one student did actually, because, I give a lot of hints in my lectures in a way that's like the horizon, that's always level, even at any distance. This is actually just the land and the sky appearing even to be touching. And we can simply only draft it as a single horizontal level line. And of course, by doing and teaching that, I had one student who was a veteran, relatively young still, but it was for the Navy, and he worked on, I guess, one of those battleships. I'm not familiar. But he was like, you say a lot of things about, like, the connection between drafting and reality, and that we can actually duplicate this in real life, and it, it's true. And he's like, have you heard about flat Earth? And I was like, yeah, of course. And he's like, because I'm definitely thinking it's a lot farther, and he, of course, tells me about his background and his thoughts that he used to have on the ships and things like that. And I don't know if I'm just really lucky and, of course, already a flat earther, but it does seem like people are starting to ask more questions. I don't know if I'm just making a logical fallacy that because some people are starting to talk about it more, that it, of course, just appears to me that it's, of course, gaining in popularity, of course, while also simultaneously being on a Discord and noticing that it's growing as well. But I guess I am making the assumptions. I'd clearly say it's growing, that people's mental ability is growing. Not necessarily just a group of flat earthers, or not that it should be a group or category even. People are able to critically think again. Because I don't think that we were born uncritical thinkers. In fact, I think we're the most incredible critical thinkers when we're young, testing just about anything. Intuitively doing, playing with the sand, letting it run through your fingers, watching it, studying it, its every move, tasting it, sticking it right in their mouth if they're a baby. It's hilarious. But they're not doing it because they're dumb or ignorant. They're doing it because they're wondering just what it is. We all start that way. And then we're told how to think and regurgitate. Here's what is already known. Right. Anyway. Just filling up dead air. As I do as well. especially at this kind of dry hour. But might have to fade to the background. Take a call real quick. I'll be right back. Thanks, guys.
I'm trying to get a pilot in here. He's got some cognitive dissonance. He wants to make fallacious statements, straw man arguments, and then ad hom attack me about how, if a child would understand, a 5-year-old would understand this. I'm like, yeah, and here I am explaining elementary things to a full-grown man and pilot who believes the Earth is a globe. And he's trying to do this reverse burden of proof fallacy on me. And he's like, prove your model, prove your map. I'm like, no. You're over here making positive claims for the globe. In case you didn't know, that the burden of proof falls on the one making the positive claim. I'm not making positive claims for the globe. So, but he keeps turning around and he keeps, prove your map, prove your model. I was like, speaking of maps, I've asked you like 3 times for the map that's downloaded into like every autopilot system. I'm like, but you still won't answer me, so that's cool. That's cool. I'm trying to get him in here so he can actually have a conversation. I was like, come on, come join me. Let's have a talk, And he's gone complete and total crickets on me, so. Oh boy. Need some music for this dead air.
on, just look around. Fear is on the rise, and there's blood all over the ground. Let's all just blindfold the poor. We must remind them what's in store. We got them now, just break them down a little bit more. Said, hey, you feed the machine, bring them all back down to their knees. No time to waste, remind the slaves they ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you poison the well, watch it all burn, take him straight to hell. He's got the whole world in his hands. It was nice to know you. We've all been damned, come on. Nothing's going on, no need to fear. And we're all in this together. And just to make it all clear, we want the same thing as you. This will all be over soon. Now here's a little pill, here's the truth. We're gonna we're all gonna, hey, you feed the machine, bring them all back down to their knees. No time to waste, remind the slaves they ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you poison the well, watch it all burn, take him straight to hell. He's got the whole world in his hands. It was nice to know you. We've all been damned, come on. We've all been damned, come on. Said, hey, you feed the machine, bring them all back down to their knees. No time to waste, remind the slaves they ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you poison the well, watch it all burn, take him straight to hell. He's got the whole world in his hands. It was nice to know you. We've all been damned, come on. We've all been damned, come on. We've all been damned, come on.
This world that we're living in is ours. It's ours. But the powers in control, they're just cowards. Fuck the 5G towers. We're killing all the bees. We need to pollinate the flowers. We need the fucking bees. You know I meditate for hours. Ice therapy, cold showers. You're a god inside a skin suit. Do not underestimate your powers. Oh gosh, wow. Open up your mind, listen close and take it in. Everybody's waking up, that's a mass awakening. You know Mr. Traumatic, they're not vaccinating him. Oh gosh, jeez. Society is backwards, it's very crazy. Technology has made us all very lazy. I'm ready for the revolution any day, G. Oh gosh, wow. You're eating poison, you need to seek help. I'm eating sea moss with some sea kelp. Fuck off, where do you think I get my B12? Oh gosh, jeez. Wow, the UK is in a recession. Everybody's getting depression. But every day we're learning deep lessons. Oh gosh. When it comes to herbalism, I'm an expert. All these Cali packs, they make my chest hurt. I need to do some holotropic breath work. Oh gosh. The world is mad, everyone is acting crazy. I don't give a shit if I have to make pee. I tell you straight, no one's gonna vaccinate me. Madness. This world that we're living in is ours. It's ours. But the powers in control, they're just cowards. Fuck the 5G towers. We're killing all the bees. We need to pollinate the flowers. We need the fucking bees. You know I meditate for hours. Ice therapy, cold showers. You're a god inside a skin suit. Do not underestimate your powers. Oh gosh, wow. I'm philosophical, I'm an oracle. My demons are very diabolical. Sleep paralysis is fucking horrible. It doesn't make sense, it's not logical. It doesn't. Society's a joke, it's comical. Anything is possible. Anything. The mass awakening, that's unstoppable. Oh gosh, wow. Plant-based diet, I've cracked this. You haven't got a clue, you need to practice. Do it. If you're eating fish, you're eating plastic. I love eating magic mushrooms, they're fantastic. But being trapped in an underworld is drastic. I nearly died. I vomited a black sick. It was close, I nearly died from a bad trip. Oh gosh, wow. Every day I'm seeing psychedelic colours. Even when it's winter, it's colourful like summers. Mother Nature, I think I fucking love her. Every day there's something new that I discover. Be compassionate cause everybody suffers. The human race are family, we're brothers. Be the change you wanna see in others.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. The definite probability is highly probable.
Yeah. Okay. Big up my multi-dimensional entity. Talking truth and now they're thinking traumatic's mad. I'm talking truth though the truth is I'm a savage lad. Truth hurts so I kill them using tragic facts. We need to be responsible and take the planet back. Listen, human beings must be blinded by cataracts. So I'm tying razors on my hands and giving them happy slaps. People panic and the place is getting manic fam. Every human being must die to save the habitat. So fuck it, I'm going mad and grabbing cash. Growing hydroponics and I'm feeding them organic mass. Grabbing handfuls of cannabis from plastic bags. Then I'm rolling up and smoking up the magic fags. I'm making oils from the birds, I'm also dabbing wax. I'm doing big bombs of Mandy, then I'm shagging slags. I'm taking massive dabs of LSD and acid tabs. I don't do the crack, so I stay away from smashing slabs. When it comes to psychedelics, I'm a master. I'm activating all my low and higher chakras. I'm smoking DMT and drinking ayahuasca. Then I'm eating magic mushrooms with my fish and pie and pasta. I'm like a rasta, all I do is smoke the herbal. Infinite supply, I don't need a home to burgle. Every day I got the grades, no commercial. And I'm mentally a mess and in my head there's loads of hurdles. Now I'm tripping out on ecstasy, the roads are purple. I'm seeing sacred symmetry and roads of circles. No rehearsal, I'll be the first to mention. Every second of the day I wanna leave the third dimension. You can learn ascension by taking psychedelics. Only natural plants though, cheap drugs are quite pathetic. I'm like a crazy scientist, I'm like a medic. Cause these psychedelic compounds have altered my genetics.
Mystery. And there's only a few different ways to really crack below the surface of that mystery, and the best way is psychedelics. And the heavier the psychedelic, the better. And guess what? No one's dying from psychedelics. All our thoughts on psychedelics are all based on bullshit propaganda that we heard about people, going crazy or losing their minds. You're not going to go crazy. You're going to go fucking insane. All right? All that stuff is going to remove your ego, and it's going to explain to you what the world is really all about. Best way is psychedelics.
man who thinks in terms of nations and peoples. There are no nations. There are no peoples. There are no Russians. There are no Arabs. There are no third worlds. There is no West. There is only one holistic system of systems.
I will MK Ultra ya. Put the MK scope on ya. If the MK hits you, it's guaranteed to open ya. The 57mm Mark 110. 220 rounds a minute, try to stop them. Don't put that on your wish list. That's retarded babble. Protesters make the hit list soon as they start to rabble. They are nothing but fishes in the barrel. It doesn't have to be Christmas for a carol. Some decorate with ornamental decorum. Some perform Shakana on Hanukkah and Purim. That's where my job come in. I am a blessing to the mercenary for the corporation selling weapons to them. Any potential competitor step into them. I'm authorized to knock them out and stick a GPS into them. They wanna sell uranium to Iran. That's enriched, that's a bitch. Now we gotta teach a lesson to them.
Track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race was systematically debased, set up to be automatically erased. Great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking in case.
Tyranny has come to America in a $5,000 suit.
They can trace me, slid into the database. 2 steps from going crazy. That's the way it tastes. Reborn into this, retorn ligaments. Be more vigilant, it's known what your business is. Deformed privileges, right away to wickedness. Ever since the infant handprints on my certificates, I've been saying fuck this shit, not riddles. Middle finger flying like a Barack missile. Out of Israel with tedious tools. I'm trying to get out of America, I pity them fools. Sovereign feds trail me, track like Donovan Bailey. I'm always running from heat cause it's hot on the daily. Through the sewage unit, you get used to the racket. Merry Christmas from my girl, the day I married the ratchet. Activate my passion on radiated wasteland like Van Gogh hands. Digital with the spray can. Track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race was systematically debased, set up to be automatically erased. It's a great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking in case.
Singing overtures of fornication, but they don't know the composers of the orchestration. They are forced to dance to the music under the grandiose illusion that they choose it. Actors in your name behave insidious. DC is simply Hollywood for the hideous. Eager to drop a big bomb where a city is. The plan they got for Tehran is iniquitous. Your average presidential advisor's a monster. They make Dexter look like Mr. Rogers. All these grand lodges, they got you crammed in, looking like Fred Flintstone and Ralph Cramden. The technocrats settle the score. Populace intoxicated like never before. America's death ain't special at all. The money changes, no perpetual debt, perpetual war.
The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business.
We want to track and trace, stick you in the database. When you get out of line, we can put you back in place. Do you fathom what the action takes to advance? We have to dress you up in satin lace. The human race was systematically debased, set up to be automatically erased. It's a great big slap in the face. How we track and we trace what we're lacking in case.
Is a business. It has been since man crawled out of the slime.
Hey guys.
Hello?
Hey,
Yep,
Finn.
you want me to pause? I can pause the bot. Hold on. I paused it. hold on. I just collapsed the live stream. I never did that. Where'd it go? That's wild. Oh, there you are. We have Finn is new. Hey, Finn, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay. Who else was speaking?
Me.
I think it was, yeah.
Oh, Jesus is King. Okay. Carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, just came in to say hello.
Okay, thank you.
Do you guys have any questions?
Not really, no. I just
Okay.
came to see. I saw that some new guys joined, so
Yeah, we had a moment of silence for a while, so I started playing some music on the bot. So if you guys want to have a conversation, we could just leave it paused, or I can continue with the playlist that I have set up.
you can continue the music, sure.
All right. No, anybody else? Anybody else in here? I think that has DJ can pause it. Let's see if there's anyone else in here, because I'm going to be going out. I'm looking to see if anybody else is here that has. No one else but me has to do well. I might have to go mobile. I'll play it for a while. Let's see. We got Vic.
Hello.
Victor Rich. Hey, how you doing there?
Good man. Good man. What about you?
It's all separate.
Shit, man. Your mic cut out there. Sorry, could you say that again?
I was just saying, are you guys here all together, or you just came in separately, or how did you find us?
I came in separately. I'm not related.
All right,
I just came in separately.
How'd you guys find us? One at a time, please.
I'll go.
Your uncle?
Can I go? To talk. So I really wanted to get into Flat Earth, and I was just trying to find somewhere to talk about it, and someone sent me a link to this ages ago, but I never joined it until now.
Okay, very good, very good. So, what do you guys know about the globe Earth?
Well, I've been here for a hot minute. I'm Summerson in the middle because I remember I joined the PC a while back, and you guys gave me some good points about Flat Earth, but I had my own arguments to counteract that. So I'm kind of on the fence between the two. I
Okay.
wouldn't say I'm a Flat Earther or a devout globe Earther.
Okay. So arguments are one thing. Objective reality is something else. So, like, if people are just going back and forth with arguments, they're only going by what they know, what they imagine, what they can conjure, or what they've learned, other types of knowledge. But what we do here is we're talking about the Earth itself. So, how do you experience Earth? Do you notice any curvature anywhere?
No, not really.
Okay. How about motion?
Can you
Other than
elaborate?
when you like fall down. If you fall down, you know you're moving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, those motions that you already know about while you're awake, do you feel any spinning?
Well, no, I can't see I do.
Okay. Me neither. And then have you ever heard of somebody maintaining gas pressure within a certain space without a container?
No.
Okay, so those are the three claims that the globe Earth makes, and we just agreed with each other that we don't feel any of those things, nor can we find an instance when gas pressure doesn't require a container. So it always requires a container. So curvature, rotation, gas pressure. So since we don't experience any of the things the globe Earth is saying, they hold the burden of proof firmly in their grasp.
Right.
So the globe Earth has the burden of proof because they're making an extraordinary claim that counters all of our experiences in life, in real life, not just imagining things on the internet.
No,
So
that just doesn't make sense. No.
yeah, so this kind of goes along with what I said.
Sorry.
what I prefaced. Yeah, go ahead. Did you have something to say, Finn?
No, sorry, I just had to cough and I didn't think I was muted. Sorry.
All right, no problem. So what I prefaced earlier about the three different things. So I'm going to continue on with that. Let me ask you first. What is your so you don't believe you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
Yeah, well, I don't actually know really because I'd say there's compelling arguments on both sides.
Okay, so
Can I ask you a question quickly?
you can chime. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So just what I've been thinking about recently is, so if the Earth is flat, then is it possible for you to walk off the edge or fall into space as such?
No. So you may have an impression of what flat earthers think Earth is. And if that is a disk of some kind in the vacuum of space, no, none of us here believe that. No real flat earther thinks there's an edge. So wherever you got the edge from, it sounds like the opposition, which is called Flat Earth Society.
Okay.
They're counter intelligence. Basically, they're people that are allowing falsehood. They're telling falsehoods about what flat Earth is, about ships falling off an edge, about the Earth being a spinning disk moving upward at 9.8 meters per second squared. None of us, that's not flat Earth. So no, we don't make any distinctions or claims about an actual size or shape of Earth. As far as we know, and as far as you know as well, and everybody else in here listening, there is no shape that you can identify for Earth. Earth doesn't have a shape. That'd be like saying, that'd be like me asking, if let's say your name is John. John, what is your shape? Oh, you can say I'm a little pudgy. That's not a shape. You're John shaped. What, like a tree? Or what shape is a cactus? So Earth is not a shape. So that's a mistake people have. They think that Earth is a shape. It's not a shape.
Yeah, I understand. That's a completely new way of thinking about things.
Well, yeah, if someone could identify what makes Earth a shape, how would they know that information about it being a shape unless they measured it, right?
Wait, so why is NASA and other geographical and science agencies lying to us about this? Why can't they?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
So here's the thing about lying. A lot of those people aren't lying if they just believe something like you do. Are you lying when you say you believe in Earth as a globe? No. If you believe it, that's not a lie. Most of those people just believe it, just like you do, just like all of us did in here. We were all taught the same thing. So yeah, we believed it.
Yeah, you don't need that many people to perpetrate a lie. You know what I mean? It's a common misconception that everyone who knows, everyone has to be involved. Teachers, government agencies. You don't need that. You only need a few people at the top to perpetuate a lie. So.
Yep. Then everybody else just does the pecking order. They just do what they're told in their little compartmentalized little area.
So why do you guys think that the guys at the top want to hide the truth?
They have a philosophical choice. That's their philosophical choice. It's a long story, so you have to go way back in time to when people were talking about this to find out those were the people. and if when you look at them, now you could look at the begging of the question of Earth being a globe in almost every single one of them, but we could go to who these people were as far as we have been told or can divulge from information that they were all highly religious people related to the Catholic Church. They were cousins, uncles, brother-in-laws of high people in the church, the Catholic Church, popes, bishops, cardinals.
That's where the Big Bang comes from.
Do you believe that something would occur, or the government would?
Sorry, mate. Before you go on, can I just add a couple of sentences to the guy that asked that question before?
Yeah. Tim.
Oh, sorry, Sonny. I just wanted to, just 2 sentences, mate. So the question, why would they lie, comes down to why does anyone lie? And I think the answer to that is to gain an upper hand. If you're in a normal daily situation and you lie to someone, why are you lying to them? You're lying to them to put them off, to send them in a different direction so you can do something behind their back, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that you don't really need a definitive answer of why are they lying. It's just, did they lie? And then you look at the evidence of did they lie, not why are they lying, because you can never know someone's motive behind lying. Thanks, Sonny.
Listen, you guys believe in the Illuminati? Or something like that?
I wouldn't put a name to anyone, but I think names are divisive. I think everyone works together, and the names are just to be able to blame it on a certain organisation, and then other one takes over. So they're all in it together. There's no division between any groups. They work together.
Do you believe, or I don't know, what are your thoughts on? So if the truth came out about the Earth, then do you think that the government or other geographical organizations would, do you think something would happen? Anything would they would do anything to cover it up or to hide the fact?
They are covering up this moment.
Yeah, they're already doing it. They're censoring Flat Earth on YouTube. So back in, I don't know how old you are, but maybe 2015, 2016, the biggest search topic on the internet was Flat Earth. Now, that was in the same year as Trump becoming president, which should have been bigger news than anything in the world, yeah? And then after that year, they started censoring it, so they're already hiding it, mate. I'm going to mute.
Hello, Jesus is King 8621. About your question earlier, hello. I personally believe in the Illuminati. I don't know about anyone else, but I think it's real.
Yay! Yay for beliefs.
Thank you.
What do you think belief in the Illuminati is going to tell you about
I feel too. I don't know. I don't think about anyone else.
What do you think belief in the Illuminati is going to tell you about what Earth is?
I'm not really sure. I think it'll just bring out some of the secrets. The people that rule the Earth, like the top people. I think
I'm a member of the Illuminati. The Earth is flat. Now you can rest easy.
We're the flat Illuminati.
Yeah, trust me. I'm from the Illuminati.
If you're...
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. If you're... Whoever said they're in the Illuminati, if you're telling the truth, can you tell me a wee bit about it, please?
We are about flat Earth 24/7.
No, I can't because it's a club and we don't tell our secrets.
Okay, fair enough.
I gave you one secret. The Earth is flat. From there, you can probably break down everything else after that. Who's lying, who's not lying.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Jesus is King, I think you were talking, right?
I was gonna ask if anyone's here religious.
Yeah, myself. I'm a Buddhist.
I'm Christian. I follow Christianity.
Good for you guys. At least you have something to believe in. You got globe Earth you can believe in and people floating in the sky. That's a good belief system.
That's facts, Batman. That's facts. Thank you.
Facts. What is fact?
Facts, I think he just means like factual. Like facts. Facts.
Like water curving? Is that a fact?
Like what, sorry?
That water is curving. Is that a fact?
Got to consult your good book for this one.
Yeah.
Huddle up. What do we say?
So you guys ever seen a big body of water before, like in like a lake or an ocean?
Yeah, I live right beside one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I live quite near one as well.
Okay, good, great. Did you notice it curving at all?
I seen a waterfall once, so I guess that counts.
I guess he doesn't understand what we're talking about at all. I don't know how he got in here.
Yeah, waterfall wouldn't be a lake, right? I'm talking about a big body of water at rest.
Finn, I think he means like past a certain mile, the globe say that it curves.
Right.
I don't think it curves.
Yeah, I've never seen it do that. So why would somebody think it does?
I'm not really too sure.
Seems like it's because they were told it does. I don't think anybody observed it doing that. Do you?
No.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't curve, it can't be that blue marble thing that they show in their pictures from space, so-called, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
What
that
shown
makes
in those
sense.
pictures is curved bodies of water, right? But if that's not happening here on the ground, then that picture cannot be what the Earth is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Either water curves or we're not living on a ball.
So they're flat earthers now. That was easy. This is the easiest one that we've had in a long time.
I mean, it should be that easy.
Yeah, well, I agree now, and that seemed pretty easy to convince me otherwise.
Yeah, it didn't take much. I mean, you seem rational.
Yeah. I mean, your points are fair. I don't think I've ever seen water clutching.
You can check the size also of this huge Earth.
Sasha, when I checked it, it was just flat. So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
But that thing, does we need to check that? Is it spherical? What are you saying?
I actually went out and did things for myself instead of just went on to YouTube and looked up flat Earth videos because I've never done that.
Let me ask you guys something. How big do you think the Earth is? Like, do you think that science agencies are right about it? About how big it is?
Well, their claim is based on it being a ball. Well, their claim is based on it being a ball, which it observably, measurably isn't. So no, they're probably not right about how big it is.
Actually, they are not right. They're just not right. That's all.
So can I actually ask a question? Do you guys believe in the moon landing?
No.
Believe. There's that word again. If that's what I have to do, then no.
We have different beliefs, guy. Maybe I believe in I don't know what. I can tell you 95-6 things. The heretics believes in other things, but the all same thing is here. We are looking for curvature, nothing else, and that we can prove. What we believe, we don't even discuss. Maybe we can discuss what we believe, but it's not the point. I can tell you that I believe in unicorns, and you will not believe me, of course. But we are not here because of beliefs. We are here because of, the physical things. Because spirit's physical thing. You don't need to believe. You need only to show that that's right.
Belief in the moon landing is ultimately based on a belief in a globe anyway. So.
Yeah. Space.
Yeah. That idea of what the moon is based on the idea of the Earth being a ball, right? So the moon landing kind of went out the window with the ball when we were down at the beach checking for a curved body of water and didn't find one.
The problem for globers are not flat earthers. Did you know that? Problem for globe, it's Earth itself.
Yeah, take a look at it. It's right there. Let's go outside. If you find any curved water, report back to us. It'll be the first demonstration of it we've seen.
Maybe a little less controversial conversation starter. When did you guys get into this?
8 years ago. Maybe 9 years ago now.
It's quite a bit.
7 years, 6, 7.
So, did any of you guys ever have any doubts about Earth being flat, or any doubts about anything like that?
No,
I would doubt it if somebody presented me with a curved body of water.
I think that I researched all my doubts. I personally researched all my doubts.
So, did you have doubts about it before you? Because in schools and teachers,
not before. I'm 51 year guy, and I'm 6 year old with this information. That means that I was like you,
Yeah, totally.
For 45 years, yeah.
But in schools and teachers, teachers are they push it on to people, and they kind of embed it into your brain that it's the Earth's round.
No, that's true. No.
And then, but then it's
that's not right.
I know. Just let me talk. And then it's trying to break out of that and figure out the truth.
Yeah, well, just go around what the people are saying, right? And look at the Earth directly, right? Because that's the thing in question. Just go look at that and see what that tells you, right? Instead of what people are saying, right? Because that's ultimately all that matters. Is what the Earth itself is. What people say doesn't matter. Doesn't have any effect on what reality is.
Yeah, so Sash, what were you saying?
Yeah, I'm saying the teachers, they get program, every country has educational program. They have program, and then they're actually teaching. That's all.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And if you have some teacher who is going deep into that even if he find out something, I think that he will be quiet because of his job. But yeah, on the end, teacher will teach, and that's what is in program, nothing else. He cannot even he can teach, but if he go out a little bit from program, he can some other kids, or if somebody find out that he's out of the program, not good, you know. He's paid there to teach the program, not what he is thinking to teach. But yes, we are all programmed, you know. Because of that, you have some kind of people that are rejecting and they want to fight. You know. I didn't want to fight. I want to see what is going on, and I saw, and reality is that one what is answering all questions. I don't need people to tell me. I don't need formulas. I don't need anything.
No.
I made formulas. I know the math, and doesn't match. Not for 220 or 200 meters. It's for 10 times. That means a lot of more.
So how is all the millions of scientists that have and mathematicians have taken or like preach the globe Earth? How did whoever's on top get so many people involved in the scandal?
Did I told you now 2 minutes ago how with the educational program?
Yes, but what about
with the pushing every second in everything in cartoons, in movies, in commercials, in the schools, everywhere, and you are saying that is not enough?
But what about the people, or what about the thousands of people who have studied the globe Earth?
I studied the globe Earth.
And what about the people that studied it and believed it?
But aren't you trying to say that the Earth is flat? How did you study the globe Earth if the Earth is flat?
Well, here's what I would tell you. Ask any of the people who study it and claim that the Earth is a globe why they would tell you that it's a globe, right? Because that's what we do day in and day out here, is we ask them, what evidence do you have for the Earth being a globe? And,
bring one expert here. We have a lot of questions for him.
Right, because we don't actually get any evidence from them. I mean, that's just me saying that. You should go and listen to them yourself and see what they actually provide, right? And see what you think. But we don't find that they have any demonstrations of curved water or anything like that, right? They have a bunch of sophistry and they have a bunch of stories based on looking at the sky, which is in the opposite direction of the Earth itself, the thing we're talking about, right? So I would just tell you to ask them, why do you think it's a globe? And see what they say.
Hello?
Yeah.
I've just been listening along, and since the Earth isn't like a disc or a globe, what's your like? What do you think it like looks like? Because if it's not a disc or a globe, what? Can someone help me understand a bit more?
Doesn't have a shape.
We don't know.
Doesn't have a shape.
How we can know that? You can't make a shape claim because how would you would need to know all the entire extent, the extremities of it, if there is any end to it. Nobody has ever seen the entire Earth.
They only claim what they've actually studied and have evidence for, so you don't actually know.
Yeah, because all the pictures I've seen online are round. All the pictures I've seen online of round Earth, they all look, I don't know, just like edited and not very real.
Right. And how would you know whether those pictures are actually of the Earth or not?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
You wouldn't be able to go to that vantage point and see it for yourself, right? So again, it's just somebody presenting you with an unverifiable image that you just have to take their word on or not, right? That's all it comes down to. But you can test the image, right? You can try to measure a curved body of water like what they're showing in that picture. And if you don't find that, then you can falsify the image. And that's what we're saying we did here, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I understand, thanks.
Yeah. I think most people just don't really think about it that much. Like when they're at the beach, when they're looking out at the ocean or something, I don't think it really occurs to them to like consider the globe math, think about how far the horizon is. Is it where it should be on a ball? Like, do you do that when you're at the beach?
No, not really.
I've never been to the beach before.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, before I got into this topic, I didn't really think about it. I just took it for granted that, yeah, of course, I live on a ball. I don't even think the thought occurred to me when I was down at the ocean or anything like that. So most people just don't really think about it until they start engaging in this topic.
Yeah. Well, next time I go to the beach, I'll make sure to think about it.
Check it out. Consider the globe math, right? Consider where the globe says the horizon should be geometrically, right? Bring some binoculars or something like that you can use to try to get a good look at it, right? If there's a landmark or something there of known distance that you can use, right, to compare the horizon to, you can sort of figure out whether it's where it should be or not, right?
Yeah, well.
How old are you, Finn, if you don't mind me asking? You sound really young.
Yeah, I know. I'm 14. Well, I just turned 14 not too long ago.
Your dad's not a train driver, is he? No, you're right. I had a friend that moved to Scotland, and he's now a train driver. So he's got a son called Finley. I've not seen him for ages. But yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you live on a ball, quite simply, then there should be a drop over distance, right? It should curve downwards from your point in every direction. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, that makes sense.
But we don't see that. We can see for miles really, really far, sometimes 300 miles, depending on the temperature. Well, depending on the conditions. If you go into a really cold place, you can see further, for instance. So if you can imagine a pregnant lady, for instance, a really heavily pregnant lady, she puts her hand on the belly, she puts it around the curve, and she puts it underneath. She can't see her hand anymore, can she?
Oh, yeah.
A little bit like that. It's a really good analogy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But we see things way, things we shouldn't be able to see. And that's why most of us are flat earthers, because of the ground. Not because anything in the sky, because of the measurements of the ground.
Yeah. And about that, you'll find that again and again, that's pretty much what all their arguments are based on, is the sky, right? But they're not even looking at the Earth itself, right? They're looking in the opposite direction and then just inferring that the Earth is a globe in space and all this other stuff from that, right?
Right, yeah.
You would think that you would look first at the Earth, though, right? To figure out what the Earth is instead of away from it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that thing I shared is, that YouTube channel is called Beyond the Imaginary Curve, and the guy who's the content creator, his name is Del, and he's a Scottish bloke, and he's a legend in my eyes anyway. I love that dude. So yeah, go watch Del, see what he has to say. I'm surprised he's not been kicked off YouTube, to be honest. But not been long.
Yeah, I was gonna watch him.
He's a good dude.
Watch that later.
And he's
wait. Sorry, but I can't really hear you because it's like someone's drinking or something. I can't really hear you. Someone was just like drinking something like really loudly, and I couldn't hear you for a second.
Oh, I was just saying.
It was Vic. I will mute him if he does it again. So continue.
Okay.
Yeah, he does like outdoor activism, going to like Glasgow University and talking to students and that kind of thing, and really, really interesting stuff. So yeah, I'd highly recommend it. He's a good Scotsman to look up to, for sure.
Yeah. I was actually gonna watch that like in a little while because I seen you sent it.
Nice. Yeah, I love Del. I once accidentally found myself in some gamma hive. These little anti-flat earthers, and they were all taking the piss out of Del. And I just thought to myself, I couldn't say anything, sadly, because it was just like a YouTube video. But these people weren't fit to polish his boots, and they were just taking the piss out. And of course, they wouldn't say shit to him. They were stood next to him on the street. But they were all just having a little poke at him, just how they do. So the people that use obfuscation, or as I like to call it, globfuscation, tend to be cowards. It's sort of, they both go hand in hand. So
yeah,
it just makes me laugh. These people taking piss out of Del, and I'm thinking, yeah, you wouldn't say shit to him on the street. You wouldn't say a thing to him. But yeah, you'll enjoy. You just watch Del. You'll enjoy that content. He's a good dude, especially the outdoor when he's just talking to random people. And he's not. He looks aggressive, but he's not. You can tell he's like a gentle giant.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. Well, the videos seem nice or good, even. Sorry.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Yeah. It seems good.
So I always recommend his content. Eric DeBay is another one, but then it gets kind of technical. I don't know, it's a bit too technical for some people, I think. If you're just starting out, especially, it's a bit much.
Finn, I send it to you link. Watch all 20 videos. When you watch all 20 videos, then you will know something. I can assure you. Be on my word. Watch them all. When you have time, you can watch them in 3 years. Doesn't matter. Watch them. You will understand everything.
Yeah. I'll make sure to do that. I'll watch all of them.
What do you know about the globe?
Oh, are you talking to me? Sorry.
Sure.
Not much really. Well, up until not long ago, I thought it was around globe and not flat. But my parents have been flat earthers for a really long time, and they finally convinced me.
Oh yeah.
So I thought I'd try it out.
Well, what arguments did they use to convince you?
Basically just like saying, well, not really arguments. They always just told me that I should get into it. Really.
Well, the first thing would be to learn the globe itself, right? Because how are you going to test it if you don't know what it is, right?
Yeah. I was quite young when they told me, so I wasn't too sure. Like, I didn't really understand it that much because it was years and years ago. So I didn't really understand it that much back then.
Approximately how many years ago?
3, I think. Like 3 to 4.
Did you ask them something about that?
Nah, because they're always just talking about it quite a lot. So they started talking to me about it.
What is KLO?
Hmm?
What is KLO?
I don't understand what you're saying, sorry.
I asked you, what did you ask them something about why they are thinking that that's what?
Nah, they started talking to me about it. I didn't really ask anything.
Oh, okay.
Finn, how long your parents been flat earthers?
4 years.
Nah, it was 3 to 4. I'm not really. I think it's 3 to 4. I'll say that because I know
How
they've
did your
been.
parents find out about flat Earth? Where did they see that?
I think they got into. They seen it on the news.
So what are
Once,
your
and then sorry, and then they seen videos, and I think they just started watching videos and.
So what are your main points and theories that your parents give you about flat Earth? What is their argument for flat Earth?
Again, I just said this. I'm not really sure because they don't talk about it too much now. But I was too young to understand it when they told me. But I think they've just got like the same arguments as you. Like, oh, have you ever seen a curved body of water or anything?
Are you good with your? Are you good with your parents?
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, we've got a good connection.
Why you didn't speak first with your parents about this issue and then come here? Because you're good with them.
Yeah, because if your parents are educated on this, then surely you should refer to them, and if you're curious.
For example, Finn, I know many parents here who is coming and they don't want to put their children in the public school, and they started to educate their children, telling them that Earth is flat. I'm not saying that is wrong or good or right, but it's strange that two parents who are in good connection with his son doesn't telling him anything, and that his son is not asking them nothing, and he's coming here to ask something or whether. That's for me strange. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't know why. I just didn't really think we'd go into my parents to talk about it. I just thought I'd come here, really, because well, there's lots more of you, so I thought I could learn.
Listen, man, did you go to a public
about it easier. No, I go to a private school.
What private school was it? What did they teach you there? Do you know what it was called?
Yeah.
They just teach me everything, the normal subjects, but it's called Dollar Academy.
I know that. Yeah, I know that. Okay, so what kind of stuff did they teach you about?
Just normal subjects. They didn't teach me anything about the Earth or anything. Just normal subjects.
My mistake.
Did you go to a private school or anything? It was Mama, I think, was talking.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
So what did you think of private school?
Me.
Yeah, you.
I liked it because, well,
Wait, sorry, I just missed that last part. So were you educated about globe Earth? Or was it
a
alternate?
wee bit in like some of the sciences, but
No.
only globe Earth, and they only talked about a wee bit. Sorry. Yeah, they never. I don't think the teachers really want you knowing about flat Earth or anything. Yeah, they just taught us about flat Earth. Globe Earth, sorry.
And your parents were fine with you receiving education about globe Earth?
Yeah, 'cause they were fine with it, because I think they knew eventually I was gonna start to learn about flat Earth. Jesus is King, I think, was talking. Were you privately educated, or did you go to a public school?
No man, I was public. I was raised as a globe Earther. I'm still not a complete flat earther, but like I said earlier, I'm not sure if you were there, I'm kind of on the fence about things.
Yeah, I think I was there. I'm kind of in the same situation, to be honest.
Right.
But you stated you were convinced by his. I don't know whose point it was. You said you were convinced.
Yeah, but like not fully, since I'm just started learning about it.
Hi, Finn. Sorry to interrupt. May I ask
Oh, yeah.
what point actually pulled you to think that there might be something here? Like, what are the things that stood out to you the most?
What for? Like thinking flat Earth is like real.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Do you think that, or am I assuming?
Yeah, well, same. I'm kind of agreeing with that Jesus is King guy, because I'm still on the fence, but he do make some good points, like the curved water. I think that's like a good point.
I see.
What did you say? Sorry.
No, I was just curious.
Alright, okay.
I'm always curious about what arguments like catch people's attention.
Yeah. Well, it's just ones like that mostly. I'm pretty sure, because that's what kind of got me into it. Just stuff like that, really.
I understand. Yeah, that's definitely one that affected me as well.
Yeah. Well, you make a good point with it. To be fair.
I agree.
For me, what caught my attention is like the complete disregard for like the conventions of science and other stuff. I thought that was quite interesting.
Nice.
Stasha, I think it was, that sent me the videos. Yeah. Did you go to, what type of education did you get? Private, public, or? Okay.
I was just going to say Stash is a dirty commie.
Okay.
No, he was in the army. That's what I know about Sasha. So he's a good dude. He just sounds aggressive. He sounds angry. He's not. He's really not. It's just the way he is. He's a nice dude.
Okay.
And yeah, seeing as nobody's in the mood for talking, I was just going to say that the scientific method is a wonderful thing, but it's been hijacked, and if you think of science at the top of the pyramid is like, I don't know why I've used pyramid, but if you use it at the top, they've got physics. Physics is really what science is about. That's about the physical and natural world.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. It's an investigation into the physical and natural world to establish a cause and an effect. And the theory comes after. It doesn't come before, it comes after. And shout out Quantum Eraser. That's who taught me that.
Yeah.
And I came into this server just to thank him for teaching me that. More importantly, what science was not, which is make an observation. So they got the first part, but then they just go off and they extrapolate from that all kinds of ideas and things that haven't been verified. And that's really what this server's about. It's about things we can verify for ourselves.
Yeah.
I could talk about the people who are lying all day because I've investigated them quite a lot myself. But there's a lot of speculation involved with that. So, but yeah, I love to talk about these secret societies. And I was joking the other day saying I've kind of initiated myself, but without having the dagger at my heart and the blindfold and all the shit that they do.
Yeah.
Because I've looked into it so much. Because I'm like, what do they know? What is it? What is the? I want to know the secrets.
Yep.
So there's a lot of information out there. I mean, I used to listen to an old American guy called Bill Cooper. He used to have a radio show called Hour of the Time. And he was actually gunned down outside his own house. Now, I really shouldn't get into this, but the point is, when I see something like that, I think, well, what was he saying? What did he? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, that makes me want to have a look more. It makes me want to look more into what did he say? What was he saying? And he taught me quite a lot about secret societies and what they get up to. So, sorry, go on.
No, it's okay. I remember when I was a kid, my aunt studied. She studied in, I believe, NYU, but she had a case of books in her house, and I remember there was a copy of "Behold the Pale Horse" inside that box, and I just remembered the cover because it was such a terrifying cover. So when I saw it years later, when I came across the flat Earth stuff, I remembered the cover because it terrified me when I was such a young kid, and I was like, "What are the chances that this is all coming full circle now?"
What do you mean the cover was terrifying?
Basically, it was a skeleton, basically a skeleton on a white horse, but it had like a kind of like a Van Gogh type of a background. But it's really like it's very like striking if you look at it. I could try to find a picture of it so you can see what I mean.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say? book was called again?
It's called Beyond the Pale Horse.
Oh, I think I've heard of that.
Behold the Pale Horse. Behold. Sorry.
I think I've heard of that.
Thank you for that correction.
I could post a picture, I think. I've got one here, so let me just take a screenshot.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I was just pulling it up. But yeah, so I agree with what Andy was saying. Like, it's nice to be curious about these things because, like, you know, we're not beholden now. So it's like, you know that we figured out some of these things on our own, but we're not bound to silence your secrecy at the threat of death. So it's like we're free to just use this to our benefit and then go in whichever direction we want with it, as opposed to like being told what to do because somebody else gave you this information or this knowledge or this perspective. You'd always feel like you owed them something.
Shit. Oh, I just posted that in the wrong place, yeah. I always do that. I was just clicking full because I always click around the server and look at all different things. There's lots of good information here, by the way.
That's it.
So I always click around and sort of, you know, there's a biblical part if you want to look into that, and religion, spirituality, or I'm usually in chill myself. But there's all kinds of good information on this server, so yeah, I tend to click around and post things and I don't realize where I'm actually posting things. I'm like, where did that go? Such an idiot.
Yeah, but you know, think about seeing that cover like in like second or third grade. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yo guys, I'm head off. I've got my 9 to 5 tomorrow. It's Friday though, so this is weekend after, but I might dream back depending on if I'm tired or not. But it's been a pleasure chatting with you guys.
Alright, see you, dude.
Okay, see you.
Yeah guys, have a good one.
What's up, y'all?
Who's mama here?
We are currently in a quantum supercomputer called Earth. Inside of this computer, we've been fractalized into physical avatars.
This alien's a brainy one, or maybe I'm a crazy cunt. And now I'm astral traveling, I'm flying over stadiums, and I'm abducting everyone, Americans, Canadians, and Europeans, Japanese, and even the Australians. I'm probing them and shaking them, I'm stroking them, impaling them, I'm microchipping them and leaving holes in their cranium. Aim at them with laser guns and rape them with my veiny one, and when I see the pain in them, I burn a fucking flame on them. I'm only joking, I will build a holographic simulation of an artificial world that's containing them. Make a dome and say it's home, and make a moon and make a sun. Make an ocean, make some land and make some clouds to rain on them. Make imaginary characters so they can pray to them. I'm indoctrinating them, teaching them and training them, harvesting their energy to feed them. I'm a lazy one, I'm trapping souls of cycles of life and death and enslaving them.
Bjorn Ekberg, welcome to How the Light Gets In.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
So you're a philosopher of science with a strong interest in cosmology. What first sparked your interest in cosmology? And was it cosmology that motivated an interest in philosophy of science, or was it the other way around?
It was actually the other way around. I studied the historical and logical foundations for metaphysics. I was always interested in this crossing over between, like, the limit space between what we can know and what we believe. So the crossover where science and religion meet. And so I was digging into, I had a chance to research from different theoretical perspectives and overlap sort of history of how we came to construct our theories of the world and how we came to understand things in a modern scientific sense. And then increasingly I became focused on cosmology. It started with physics. I had my first research question was about the Large Hadron Collider and how we could possibly know or claim that an experiment underground in a tunnel outside of Geneva could somehow explain things at a universal level. And I just asked it very naively as an outsider, as a kind of question like, okay, what accounts for that? How do we know this? And so on. But gradually, as I did more studies of theoretical physics and those foundations, and then I became increasingly concerned with cosmology being, you know, the most severely limited science from a scientific point of view, where it's most obvious that you have to make inferences and assumptions. And so I became very interested in how the science operates as a science and pretends not to do metaphysics. And so from that perspective, I was able to raise some critical or skeptical objections to the foundation of that as a science as well.
And how do you understand this kind of relationship between philosophy and science? Is philosophy there to kind of reflect on what this thing that we call science is and kind of dispel some false beliefs that people have about how certain science is, for example? Or is there space for philosophy influencing, for example, how science is done?
Well, I mean, it's a product of a certain history, and this is what actually interested me in the first place, is how did we get into the situation where philosophy and science are almost like two solitudes? Because the actual foundation of modern science, before we called it modern science, in the 1700s and 1800s, it was called natural philosophy. Philosophy and science were very much aligned from the beginning, and all the classical scientists through James Clerk Maxwell up through Einstein would have some degree of philosophy background or something, and not just purely focused on physics. But something happened on both fronts in the 20th century, and you can start marking it back to around 1920s, 1930s. And on the physics side, there was a professionalization of physics, became a professional discipline where you would basically only learn physics and not so much philosophy. So physics set itself loose from philosophy. And at the same time, philosophy went through its own break. In a sense, it got kind of lost in the woods. And the tricky question for philosophy was what role it should serve or had to have relative to science. Because science was emerging as a new dominant way of knowing, increasingly had less use for philosophy. There was a famous or infamous debate between Einstein and Henri Bergson in the 1920s, which I take to be sort of the marker of where the shift happened between science and philosophy. Because Einstein and Bergson were basically debating the nature of time, and Bergson had a sort of a complementary view of time to physical time as Einstein described it, and was trying to advocate that there is a different model of time that is also useful. And Einstein, to put it crudely, had no interest in this whatsoever, and he says physics has no use for the time of philosophers. We have our own conception. So you could mark this as a time when physics kind of broke free of philosophy and broke free of metaphysics and took on the assumption that it's possible to do science without metaphysics. And then meanwhile, in philosophy, you had increasingly either an analytic school that were trying to be useful to science, and then the work of that kind of philosophy became focused on trying to clarify concepts and make scientific work better. And another camp that's sometimes called the continental school, which went wading into existential questions and things that had no direct correlate to science. So in my view, something was lost and broken in this, and that has persisted through almost a century of the lacking discourse between science and philosophy. A lot of the philosophy of the last 50 years has been either of these two. Either it's exists in a space that has nothing useful to say to scientists, or it's completely subservient to it and doesn't actually ask critical questions.
So a lot of your work when it comes to scrutinizing science, as you mentioned, comes in the area of cosmology, and in particular you talk about the standard model of cosmology.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us very briefly what that model is?
Yeah, the standard model of cosmology, it's sometimes called the lambda CDM model for the scientists who are deeply inside of it, sometimes the concordance model. This is a complicated beast, like I describe it as like multiple building blocks on top of each other. It's a multifaceted theory, but the core of it is a general relativity model that is evolutionary in scope in time. There's a linear evolutionary model, coupled with this idea of a finite origin in time with the Big Bang cosmology. And this came about in the 1920s and 1930s, and it was coupled with an insight or a discovery by Hubble that space appeared to be expanding. Now, this was an interpretation at the time of the phenomena that they were seeing, but it became a consensus interpretation that space is expanding, and here was a model that allowed for spatial expansion. So this model was very quickly, within a decade or so, was able to take over the entire sort of cosmological scene. Prior to this, we had a completely different view of what the universe would be like. But this mathematical model, coupled with this idea of a finite origin in time, or a cosmic explosion, which ran in parallel to nuclear physics, which was rising at the time, it captured the imagination of a lot of people, and it seemed to have a solid theoretical framework in that we have general relativity is able to predict extremely precisely within our own galaxy, or within our own solar system. And so what they did with this cosmology was to say, this is now valid for the entire universe, not just our own galaxy. And then as you started developing this further on this assumption, and we were able to make observations further and further out and discovering more and more and more galaxies, then more and more discrepancies started coming in. The observations that didn't fit with what the theoretical model said. So one of the most famous examples of this is dark matter, which emerged as an invention in the 1960s, 1970s to this problematic discrepancy that was showing up everywhere. And it was not just a small deviation, it was like a massive gap between what the galaxies appeared to be doing in the shape and the rotation curves and what the model would predict. And so the standard model of cosmology has, from this core, adding on a layer of dark matter and then adding on another block called inflation to explain the beginning of time, how that's possible. And then further on, tacking on another block called dark energy to explain how possibly space is accelerating and not just expanding. Becomes kind of like a Jenga tower. It is built on a set of assumptions. Each of those blocks is built on a set of inferences that are very difficult to test. And so I think cosmology has ended up in a situation in the last century where it's become kind of stuck with a model that is failing to convince people that it could be the right one. And stuck in a pattern where it has to patch on every time it discovers a deviation. It seems to have to invent something new in order to account for it.
You've mentioned already, you've hinted at a couple of kind of critiques. How do you think of those? Do you think of them as scientific critiques, or do you think of them as kind of philosophical observations and philosophical critiques of the standard model?
I think the observations and the critique that I can come forth with is historically based, it's philosophically based, and it's trying to take an outside observer look in terms of plausibility of how well do we actually know how all these things stack together. But it's not my role to judge the merit of a scientific theory. That is for the scientific community. That is one consequence of physics and philosophy sort of breaking apart. So right now we have cosmologists or scientists, more generally speaking, are setting all the terms for how to approach and understand the universe. And they're also the ones who judge whether they think a theory has more merit or not. To some degree, the core of the model is taken as a matter of faith. And that if you are to question it, then you risk running afoul of a lot of things regarding, funding and career and so on. On the one hand, especially if you are a scientist, you can build a career now on challenging some of the upper blocks, so to speak. For example, dark matter. There is a real challenger to this particular part. But I find very few scientists are willing to look at the more questionable assumptions underneath the core building blocks of how we got here in the first place. And the reason why it strikes me is not because those blocks are so solid and proven beyond doubt when you look at them closely. It's more that if you are to put them into doubt, or if they are slightly wrong, or if you are to remove them, then you lose the guiding structure you have to make sense of the universe. It's like taking a framework away from a scientist is the same as making them blind. Like, then we have nothing to guide us by. So I think that there's a tendency to want to cling on to the basics because it becomes very difficult to do scientific research. It is much more convenient to add things to the model and preserve the existing structure than it is to radically rethink it.
So in connection to this, in a recent interview, you argued that the standard cosmological model relies on metaphysical assumptions. But it didn't sound like you meant that necessarily as a critique.
I think it's impossible to create a cosmology or to have a cosmological understanding without having made some metaphysical assumptions to begin with. So even competing models before the Big Bang Theory, there was something called the steady state theory that was competing for a little while with the Big Bang Theory, had its own metaphysical assumptions. This whole, which was in that case an unchanging universe, so whatever we observe as changing is actually being recreated elsewhere. But it's one of the legacies of the split between philosophy and science in the 20th century is a strand of thought sometimes called logical empiricism or positivism, which really greatly influenced science into this rise of the professional school of science, is to believe that science has to be free of metaphysics, and that it's the ideal is to have a science that's pure without having to make any such grounding claims or any such framing devices. So in my view, this is a delusion, and it would be much better if we could speak openly about what the guiding assumptions or the premises for a theory are, and speaking about them openly instead of trying to hide them away. If you look at scientific texts or any scientific calculation, if you look at Einstein's own work on general relativity, he has a couple of pages describing the assumptions or the principles that he uses, and then there's pages of mathematical equations. Now, most physicists would be trained to look at his math and then to train to look at the field equations and to kind of gloss over the assumptions part. But all of those assumptions are themselves up for debate or questionable. They're ways of framing the problem, and I don't think you can ever get around that. One very important principle that connects general relativity to, like, creates a cosmological model for it, it's known as the cosmological principle. And that sounds very elevated and fanciful, but it's really just to say that the universe is the same in all directions. And its main function is to be useful as a simplifying assumption.
Is this cosmological principle the same as saying there are laws of nature that apply everywhere, or is it a slightly different assumption?
That's an even more fundamental claim, and in a way that is one of the key tenets of standard cosmology, is to say that what we know with high confidence within our own solar system, the laws that we have been able to deduce from our little tiny corner of the universe, they apply across the universe. And this may have made a lot of sense in the 1920s, 1930s, and so on, when this theory was under formation. But as we have learned more about the size and the scope and the vastness of the cosmos, it becomes more and more untenable. And the number of contradictions start piling up as well. There is something about this. There's something about this core assumption that the laws we have here apply all across the universe, which ultimately rests on a kind of faith in that mathematical laws are the same everywhere. They increasingly come under scrutiny from empirical data and observations.
Would it be possible to tell the difference, though, when we have observations that seem to contradict what we think are laws of nature? Would we be able to tell the difference between whether that means our laws of nature are just wrong, or that just that bit of the universe that we're observing has different laws of nature? Could we tell? Could the data alone tell us whether one or the other was the case?
That's an interesting question. I think that's where it becomes difficult with cosmology, because we lack clear guideposts for how large of the scale is the scale. Part of the way that we understand just the sheer space alone and how we measure it is we use light phenomena in the sky, certain stars or standard candles, to use them as guides for understanding how far they are away. That in itself is theory dependent. And especially if you look at something like supernova explosions are now used as part of a guidepost to indicate how far is it to galaxies that are out in space that far. The further out you go, the more model dependent you become. Like, you could have huge variations of just the scale itself, depending on which model you choose to calculate by. To put it this way, we are a little bit lost in the dark without anything other than a map to guide us. And even if we know the map is incorrect, throwing the map out is also something that most scientists would be reluctant to do, because we don't know quite what to put in its place. So fumbling in the dark like this, it gets fuzzy the further out you go.
What will the shift that you're envisaging mean for how we understand our place in the universe and what the universe is like? Is it going to turn out to be an even stranger place than we think it is now?
I mean, this is the interesting thing. The shift that I was trying to describe, I think, could be phrased as we become better at mathematical descriptions. So we can create models that better fit with observations, that can add in variability for certain factors we thought were universal before. But what we will end up with in this vision is better and better approximation between, like, we have a complex theoretical model that aligns better and better with observations. But what we're lacking is explanation. So if you take away dark matter, for example, and you insert this Challenger modified Newtonian dynamics, you change the laws of gravitation instead, and you say dark matter doesn't exist, but here we tweaked the laws of gravity to make the observations fit. One of the risks surrounding the science and the development of the science. And some of the, I think the public is very interested in cosmology, generally, it seems to me. But it's very hard to access the theory on a level that is understandable. And it's almost not understandable to astrophysicists or cosmologists themselves. There's a lot of questions at stake that I think also need to be addressed, and maybe that's a space for philosophy to enter as well, that I don't think scientists can explain.
So thinking about philosophy of science and cosmology is one aspect of what you do. Another aspect is you write dramas and thrillers for film and TV.
Mhm.
Have you ever thought about merging your creative writing interest with your interest in cosmology?
I never liked science fiction growing up as a category. I found it is why it was curious to me. I started becoming interested in physics and metaphysics and astronomy and cosmology. It was not from, I grew up with the remnants of the space age kind of filmatic universe, and it never spoke to me. It always struck me as being false somehow. I should say that the work I do on the side of being a philosopher of science is really because there is no career path. I found out at some point that doing all this research, it would lead me to unemployment or frustration or just a very marginalized existence. I didn't think that that was the right outlet for this kind of research.
Does philosophical thinking inform your creative writing in any way?
They are in practice very separated, but I do believe that they integrate on some level that I have yet to quite see. I was told before going into philosophy and warned about ever spending time doing philosophy is that it's very intangible knowledge. It's not obvious how it can be put into economic use, for example. And I used to think that a lot of my studies on, logical and historical foundations of how this came to be is something that is of no particular value to anyone. And then I realized as I engage more with physicists community that they are not trained in this kind of thinking at all. And that there might be, if there is dialogue here, there might be something to contribute.
Bjorn Ekberg, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For more debates, talks, and interviews, subscribe today to the Institute of Art and Ideas at IAI TV.
Is anybody there? Sorry that the internet made you stupid. Tired of the influencers influence. Living for the views, what the fuck you doing? Come back to the real world, bitch, okay. You just a catfish, wanna live lavish. Broke little joke that don't pay the taxes. Gucci bags, but you still get the tag shit. Ass so thick, yeah, we know it's plastic. They be selling their lip kits, narcissistic. Little dipshits, materialistic. Got the rich outfits in the land of misfits. Hypocrites trying to live a life unrealistic. Yeah, oh my god, look at this, yeah. Got a blue check, now they on a power trip, trip. Oh my god, look at this. We got the cool kids with the Kool-Aid. Got a sip, sip, sip. Oh my god, look at this, yeah. Got a blue check, now they on a power trip, trip. Oh my god, look at this. We got the cool kids with the Kool-Aid. Got a sip, sip, sip. Sad what it's done, sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb, so stupid, stupid. Sad what it's done, sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb, so stupid, stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid. Sorry that your Twitter feed made you stupid. Sorry that the president made you lose it. Looking like a fool, what the fuck you doing? Come back to the real world, bitch, okay. Oh my god, look at this, yeah. Someone made you mad, now you had another fit. Oh my god, look at this. Gotta post it, gotta bitch, bitch, bitch. Oh my god, look at this, yeah. Someone made you mad, now you had another fit. Oh my god, look at this. Gotta post it, gotta bitch, bitch, bitch. Sad what it's done, sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb, so stupid, stupid. Sad what it's done, sad what it's done, yeah.
does the water lay so flat? You ever really thought about that? Why does the sun traverse the plain and comes back over again? Think about is the logic sound with the globe story just don't check out. Think about claims already down with the globe story just don't check out. Why do we see so far away? Much further than they say we can. Don't just ignore what you first see. Learn to trust your senses again. The globe story just don't check out. Think about claims already down. With the globe story just don't check out. Think about is the logic sound. With the globe story just don't check out. Think about claims already down. With the globe story just don't check out.
It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah.
We the best music.
It's rock, yeah.
Another one.
It's rock, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a glow. The curve is my priority, and I'll Put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Calf gas pressure and less contained. They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that this curved and that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, fly smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me, say it's a ball. He ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall? Don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog. See tough far less is some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making good claims without no evidence. Globe too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel race with some shadows in the stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Let it go, let glow.
What's all this ruckus? Traffic noises. Oh, James, that's right, you in the back. You're fired. All right. All right, now that we got rid of James, things are going to be better around here. There was rumors that there's snacks in the back, but it turns out James was constantly eating them all. And that's why by the time you get back there, there's none there. But now he's gone, so there'll be more snacks. Oh man, you guys bored or what?
I'm trying to get people in here, and I'm trying to, have a reasonable, rational discussion with some of these people who are straw manning, and they're just having a real struggle with some cognitive dissonance. I got a guy right now who thinks that the Foucault's pendulum proves rotation. I'm like, you need to understand the finite mechanics of that pendulum to know that it operates on magnetics or electromagnetics that can be turned on or off. And if left alone, it's going to stop swinging completely. It's going to hang perfectly still like a plumb bob.
Oh, interesting.
And if left alone, it won't move at all unless you touch it, unless you turn it on. Which, they want to say that the Foucault's pendulum is proof of Earth's rotation. And of course, everything they find on Google, which I call Google their supervisor, tells them that, it proves the Earth's rotation. No, it doesn't. Not if you turn it off and leave it alone. It stops swinging. It hangs still like a plumb bob. Perfectly vertical, 90 degrees to the ground. But they can't prove me wrong. Nobody's proven me wrong about it. I've looked it up. I've done the research for myself, It's kind of funny because they tell me, do the research. I'm like, I have.
Oh man, what is even in their claim? What is even causing it to move?
Earth's rotation. I'm like, what rotation? If you turn the electromagnetic switch off, which it does state that it has an electromagnetic switch that can be turned on or off, and if you turn it off and you leave it alone without any assistance, it will stop swinging and hang perfectly still with no motion whatsoever. And that's been proven. That has been proven.
Yeah, but according to them, if you park your car in your parking lot, your car's moving, right, with the Earth's rotation. So,
yes.
What's different about the pendulum?
For them, I don't know. I don't know. I'm like, it stops moving. It's not moving. There's nothing that's been able to detect rotation. There's been a lot of experiments done, and every experiment has failed. If anything, Foucault's pendulum is just proof to the claim that there's no rotation. When you leave that thing alone, it just hangs still. What rotation? It's not moving.
Well, rotations occur right around an axis, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the focal point at which the rotation is going around. So all rotations are essentially planar around the focal point, unless there's an eccentric wobble, right? like a rotation with a twist in it. Otherwise, it's just going around in a circle.
Yeah, isn't that the claim for the globe, though? That there's like a wobble to the Earth?
Yeah,
like,
but not
like
something that's dramatic.
There's like 3 different norths.
So, if you ever been to a racetrack, right?
Mm-hmm.
let's just use people racetrack for example. They do not start all at the same starting line, or necessarily finish on the same finish line. If they're going in an oval track or a circular track, right? For obvious reasons, because the internal diameter of the track is less distance than the external diameter of the track, right?
Yeah.
So if you both started at a line that was through the track that was equal, the person on the inside would always have an advantage because they'd be running less miles.
Right. That's why a lot of racers go for the inside.
Exactly. They offset the starting point for the racers, because in foot racers you're supposed to stay in your lane, right? You're not allowed to cross lanes.
Yep.
So the outside person can't adopt the inside track unless you're doing a really long distance run, right? And then they'll allow people to merge to the interior, right? And to pass each other. You pass on the outside, then you get back to the interior.
Right.
So let's just say, for sake of argument, that all the racers decided one day to agree with each other that they're going to start at the same spot and end up at the same spot and try their best to make all their times equal. Well, the guy on the inside would have to run either slower, or the guy on the outside would have to run faster, right? In order for them to all arrive at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But if they were all going the same speed, and then they switched tracks, they would arrive at different times, right?
Theoretically, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, well, there's no theoretically about it. If they maintain the same speed, it'd be a definite that they'd arrive at the finish line at a different time.
If they maintain the same speed, you've got at different circumferences, different size circumferences.
Right. So you can understand that. It kind of makes sense, right? When you're going around this big track, there's less distance to cover.
Right. But how does that relate to Earth being a globe?
Well, it's because they think that the mechanism of the stupid Foucault's pendulum is essentially you set up the pendulum in the middle track, right?
Right.
And then as you swing the pendulum, for a portion of the time that it's swinging, it's in the inner track, then the innermost track, and then it swings back to the middle, then it goes to the outer track, and then the outermost track, right?
Right.
And they think that it's maintaining the same rate of rotation, being, 1 revolution per 24 hours. But because each track is a different amount of miles.
Gotcha, yeah.
Right? It's going less miles, so that is imparting like a twisting or torquing force onto the pendulum bob because of the conservation of momentum rules.
Right, but what is conservation of momentum other than kind of just an excuse for there's really no revolution that can be detected?
Conservation of momentum is its own thing in itself.
Oh, like if you're jumping inside of a train or jumping inside of an airplane.
Well, yeah, and the same thing applies with the track. Like if you're in the middle track and your speed is 20 miles an hour and you switch to the inner track, you're going to get to the end faster. If you switch to the outer track, you're going to get to the end slower.
Right.
But what if you're not the one? What if you're not the one who's going 20 miles an hour? What if the tracks have a speed? The tracks are spinning, right?
Right. See that?
So
Yeah.
when you're in the middle track, you're going to have a certain speed about you, and if you instantly move to the other track, you're going to bring that speed. Yeah, you're either going to bring that speed with you, or you're going to bring that sluggishness with you, and you're going to have to speed up or slow down. And that force differential is going to create. Yeah, it's going to create either a drag or a boost on you.
Right.
So here's what they imagine. They imagine that a pendulum, right? So unless you're on the equator, right? And even on the equator is a little bit different, but let's just say for lack of a better explanation, like you're somewhere in the middle between the alleged equator and the North Pole, and you set up your little pendulum, right? So they imagine.
I see where this is going, because they say that up north is spinning slower, and
exactly
and south is spinning faster, which doesn't make sense for conservation. Okay, yes, that clicks in my brain. Thank you, because I needed to set that straight.
Right. So in one breath, they'll tell you that the Earth isn't spinning fast; it's just going 1 RPM per 24 hours. Ha ha! You're so dumb. But then at the same time, they'll tell you, oh, the Earth is actually a bunch of concentric rings that spin at different miles per hour. And because of the conservation of momentum, when I make a pendulum pass through multiple rings of differential diameter, it applies a force to the pendulum bob, which causes it to shift.
I've got something that can show this.
Keep in mind that you're talking about a pendulum string that's like 10 feet long. Right. And it's swinging in a building which has literally got a flat floor, right? But they're imagining in their minds that this pendulum is swinging between differential diameters of the Earth's circumference. Right.
Right, and that doesn't quite add up.
Right. Yeah. So when the pendulum is on the one side of the room, they imagine that it's on a diameter that's essentially. Now this is laughable. You ready for this?
Yeah, let's go.
What's the differential in the diameter of concentric rings based on the geometry of the globe they claim in a 20-foot room? Like from one end of a 20-foot room to another end of a 20-foot room.
Yeah, see, that makes that make way more sense, because that pendulum would have to be going faster around the outside in order to match the faster rotation of the equator. And that's not
correct.
That's not what's happening.
Yes, but look, that's a gross simplification, because when you talk about the midline between the equator and the North Pole and the equator, you're talking about hundreds of miles of differential in concentric diameter from the axis of rotation. But when you're talking about the span of a 20-foot room in a museum, how much differential diameter would you have? If the curve rate is roughly 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Mm-hmm.
After 20 feet, you're not even at a fraction of an inch in difference.
Right.
And they're imagining that this fraction of a differential in miles per hour of rotation, right? An absolute fraction of a miles per hour, right? Differential is going to impart this twisting motion onto the pendulum bob, right? To cause it to change its trajectory.
Right.
So it swings through the room from one side to the other. It must slow down. It swings back. It must speed up. So this is implying like a torquing force to the pendulum.
Right. Yeah, I just posted a video in the chat here. It's directed towards the Ball Earth pilots, and it shows what you're talking about with this this spin.
Right. So a change in speed to increase over a period of time, or a change in speed to decrease over a period of time, are accelerations and decelerations. Correct.
Right.
Right. And so whenever you have an acceleration, you have a quote unquote force.
Correct.
Present by definition. So, lo and behold, if you just have a pendulum just sitting there without swinging back and forth and changing its concentric diameter path, right?
Mm-hmm.
The question then is the pendulum accelerating in any meaningful way?
No.
In the globe paradigm.
Right, in the globe paradigm.
Aha, gotcha.
It wouldn't be. Yeah. It wouldn't be
You're wrong though. Because it is true that if something is following a curvilinear path around a radius point in the center, right? That in order to follow that path, it must constantly accelerate in a new direction, correct? In order to follow an arced path.
Okay.
A curved path is a constant acceleration.
Right.
You're never not accelerating. You're always accelerating.
So it would have to always be, okay.
So the pendulum would, as it gets to the arc of these different points, have some kind of torquing force applied to it to tweak it into the other direction. Correct?
If Earth were rotating.
Right, so if that's the case, then they claim that when it changes its differential circumference, right, or differential radius, or whatever you want to, diameter, however you want to refer to it, really doesn't matter. It's just a different size circle path that it's following. There's also the conservation of momentum with the arced path that it's following. So they claim on one hand that minuscule conservation of momentum differential is enough to impart a torsion or torquing or reorientation of the plumb bob in free space. Yet they neglect the fact that even if the plumb bob was just sitting there, it would experience a similar force.
It should
be moving.
Similar
right?
force. Right. Right.
Right. It would be splayed out, similar to where if you're doing a curve, a constant curve, like a string that was hanging in your car.
Mm-hmm.
If you're doing a constant curve, you could see that the string that's hanging in your car is leaning to the opposite direction of the curve.
Correct. Yeah.
Like I have one right now. Right, I have a cross hanging from my mirror here.
Mm-hmm.
And when I do a curve, when I go through a curve, the cross is angled away from the direction of the curve.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm constantly accelerating in a new direction.
Right. The body is in motion. The things within are not keeping up, so to speak. But yeah, he just, the pendulum works, by electromagnetics. When left alone, it hangs like a plumb bob and doesn't move. And yeah, with the concept of a plumb bob, we should hang a plumb bob and see a little bit of motion in it. But we don't. It wouldn't work if we did. It'd be a useless tool.
Right.
And I've made that point plenty of times that, just about every navigational tool and every tool used for building requires square and level. It requires angles, period. And you cannot get these square and level angles on the outer surface of a sphere. You can't get 90 degrees on a sphere. You Just bring, correct. Excuse me, guys. We'll be right back.
Well, a common man false assumption for adherence of the globe model is that Plum is directional to the center of the Earth. That's not even true in their model. Plum would be directional to the equipotential of the aggregate mass, right? In the local effectuating vicinity of where you're taking the reading. So there never is any splayed radials of directionality of down towards the center of the Earth that's actually to the center of the Earth perfectly. That doesn't exist in their model. That's an ideal interpretation. So not only do they not have square in their model, they don't even have perpendicular to Plum where it's a radial to the center of the Earth. They don't even have that. They have Plum lines that are all over the place. Over here they're doing this. Over there they're doing that. Do it. It's very convenient that way. If there's no way to be certain that Plum and Level line up, right, from here to there, and you're using Plum and Level to chart the surface of the Earth, then how are you ever going to get an accurate chart? Well, the answer is simple. You use laws of transform, which force the data that you acquire wherever you are into an overall model that's wrapped around a concept, right, of a spinning body with a gravitational inward force. Yeah, that's right. It's applied to an assumption. Requires a set of assumed preconditions. Oh, man. How's our YouTube chat doing? That's right. YouTube chat, I'm talking to you. Whoa, bo, 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 bo. Yeah, so Foucault's pendulum, right? They say that it's precessing, but precession is this particular thing, which requires multiple axes of motion, right? So to claim that it's precessing means you already assume that secondary axis of motion. So again, you're requiring a precondition that's presupposed at the beginning of the line of argumentation. Oh no, man! Is there any way you got a globe argument that's not presuppositional or essentially a logical fallacy? They're pretty hard to come by. Mm-hmm. Oh man, I'm tired. Oh man, let's see who's on here. This is Demo, Timbo, Frimbo, Blambo. Yo, shut it up. Oh man, who else is out there? It's Wave Mixer, mixing some waves, trying to open the eyes of all the globe's slaves, getting mad prop for every glober he saves from the globe lie that you can't deny. I did it all for the cookie, so you can take that globey and shove it up your anus, which lets out farts on the miscellaneous.
Shit, don't stop now.
What's that?
I said don't stop now. I was starting to listen. I was listening to that.
Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of innuendo in the space story.
Oh yeah, I point that out all the time. Like SpaceX, give me a break. SpaceX and dick-shaped rockets. I'm like, tell me that you're trolling us without telling us that you're trolling us. You know, NASA, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, so when we back in the day when we had this show where we would do articles as they would come out on Fridays. That Miggy used to go by Dr. Science, and we'd critique the articles. And there's an organization called PNAS, PNAS, right? So PNAS organization released the Uranus update that it occasionally releases gas that smells like farts. No joke. We were just laughing our heads off. It's like, dude, how could people not understand they're being trolled?
Oh yeah, I heard about that. And they're like, and they want to try to probe Uranus. I'm like, guys.
Made a whole building and organization just to freaking troll that Pacific troll. Particular thing they're doing.
I call them cons and trolls. Con trolling everybody's brains.
Wow. How did I not think of that one before?
I don't know, but that's a Jenna original. You are absolutely welcome to use it.
Yes, but you have to pay me 5 cents.
You must pay me 5 schmeckles.
See, I'm her agent. Now, she doesn't know she has an agent, but she said I'm free to use it, so I'm using it as her agent. So now you got to pay me royalties.
Sounds like the construct, all right.
Ad infinitum in perpetuity. 3 cents on the dollar until you pay me off my $2 million.
Helioindoctrination is another word that I don't think I've seen anybody else use.
The doctrine. Not a ding dong.
Come on and sit for just a bit. Let's wax philosophical. Let's get down to everything that's logical. Talking about what's real and what's not.
Oh man.
Talking about all the false things that you were taught. Like outer space and orbits and astronauts.
Yeah.
They got us believing in galaxies, man. You all know that that's just a fallacy, man.
Man, if you rhyme man 4 times in a row, you're like basically like a legit rapper.
That's the shit.
There's a lot of rappers that do that. They try to act like they're freestyling and they basically just say the same things 4 times in a row.
I try not to do that when I'm freestyling, but it happened that one time.
Well, the worst part is when you're not freestyling and you actually have all the time in the world to write a song and you still rhyme the same word 3 or 4 times.
That's really bad.
It's like, dude.
Repetitive lyrics.
You literally had 3 months to work on this song, and you couldn't think of another word that rhymed with plan? No. Plan.
Pan.
Pan.
Lyrics
Man.
that don't really.
Man.
Can.
Can. Fan.
Oh.
Ham.
Mean something, but
Your hand with the plan.
Cram. That's up to my answers.
I'm a Capricorn. Not a Cancer. There's that old conspiracy, man. Nobody is the sign that they say they are because you never actually see anything when it is where it is. According to the globe, logic. The distant stars are visions of their former selves. So they're not actually where you see them when you see them. So the whole idea of that you're in a time when it's this sign is misaligned. By design. Oh man. It's so hot. I mean cold. I mean some. What's the middle between hot and cold?
Warm. Warm.
No.
Warm.
Lukewarm. Room temperature.
Use lukewarm in a sentence.
I left my soup out. Now it's lukewarm.
Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Who the heck is Luke? And how do you know its temperature?
Well, how about this one? I am your father, Luke. Warm up to me, and we will rule the galaxy as father and son. Yes. Yes, my friend. Star Wars was all about a redemption arc between a father and son, where the actions of each other were intertwined to where they had to decide. Yep. Yeah, the old Star Wars was a good movie, man. Had a lot of iconography and what was that other word? What's that other word? That's a good word about that. Oh, archetypal stories. There you go.
Yeah.
The new Star Wars didn't really do it because they lost a lot of that. It's more hip, more happening, more culturally woke.
Culturally broke. Sleepwalkers acting like jokers, hysterically laughing while still in their dreams. And they'll stare at you with that blank stare right in your face and tell you that nothing is what it seems. Why are there so many sophists these days? That's so weird that so many people don't actually believe that existence exists.
Oh man,
I'm pretty sure. Oh, shit, like 99%, like 99.99. So you're still uncertain whether or not reality even exists. Yeah, well, I can't say I'm certain about anything. So why does anything matter?
That's just a definitional error.
Hey, good, all this nihilism.
They're certain that experiential reality exists. They're just not certain that it's informed by concrete external objects that exist independent from the experiencer.
I'm just saying, I've met so many people who just they use that kind of logic to hand wave away any rational arguments. Oh, well, this, and then they'll just kind of move goalposts out off into oblivion. This is weird.
Well, those usually defeat them as well. Like, is the Earth a globe or is it flat? And then they'll argue that the external world is unknowable and it's only experienced as an end user level. Well, then whether it's a globe or flat becomes inconsequential. Correct? Well, of course. But then they'll say, no, but it's definitely still a globe.
Yeah.
The non-existent abstract information system that informs the experiencer of an end user, experience is ultimately definitely a globe.
They're kind of like, I don't really care about anything, but also I definitely believe it's this.
Yeah.
Okay, great job. That really, really helped out. What's the point of even discussing anything if we can't be certain?
Well, the number one thing you can be certain about is your internal experience because you're present for them. It can't be denied.
Yeah. And of course, I'm not talking about like just general discussions like speculation. I mean, like when it comes to this, like the flat Earth discussion or shape of the world type stuff. If we can't be certain, there's no point to even have the discussion then. I don't understand why those type of people even bother coming here. There's 1,000 other things they could be uncertain about.
Yep. Shabba-dabba-doo-doo. Man, I'm hungry. Man, I want a big old steak.
Fire up the grill.
Big old juicy steak. One that isn't fake.
Bioengineered bug and grass burgers.
Yeah. Oh man, that's going to be a contentious issue coming up in the near future.
Yeah. I wonder how many influencers they had to pay in order to get that to go trendy.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, people be acting like the big, agricultural industries don't have a vested interest in pushing the product that they manufacture. People don't understand economics 101.
This the world's run by lobbyists who just pay for things to happen.
Yeah.
That's where the real voting happens. And America tends to agree because they vote with their money by supporting all the stuff that everything ends up getting paid for. It's kind of like we were talking about modern slavery earlier, and really everybody's to blame. But all these people who they want to act like they're these social justice warrior whatevers, there's bullshit artists who like opportunists. Oh, it's convenient for me to do this and make me look good. Because if they really cared, they'd be actually speaking out against real slavery that's still happening right now. It's heartbreaking and horrifying if you dig too deep into it to find out exactly what's going on. I think they just don't want to know, or they don't want to be inconvenienced by the thought of having to discontinue using certain products that are literally made by slaves. But where will we get the batteries for our electronic vehicles from? We don't have lithium mines that we're using to exploit people. You gotta have lithium mines, obviously. What's wrong with you?
Yep. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
I think that's part of like what comes along with the helio indoctrination is, shortage of resources, a lot of destruction of the earth, taxation and theft, global climate change and stupid crap like that. When people figure out what's really going on, all of that stuff ultimately in reality ceases to even be a thing. I feel like it's just part of the fear porn narrative to keep people's vibrations low. They don't want to care. Their minds are too fragile. They'd rather not be inconvenienced. By the truth. Just they don't want to know. It's all rainbows and good vibes over here. Don't ruin my vibe.
I believe in climate change, but when you tell people it's like seasons, then they get super pissed. No, it has to be caused by man because they want that fear narrative.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we can go to hydro vehicles and free energy and things like that, well, there's your fix for climate change. It does it. It's pretty simple. If all of these vehicles are burning hydrogen, then they're putting out 100% oxygen out the tailpipes. So. I don't know, there's just a lot that we could do, and it just feels like we are far more regressed than we should be as like a human unit,
As a kind of tribe as a whole. There's so many people who don't understand that we're just one giant family and they want to work against each other.
Yeah, the primary technology that humans have stifled, right, of late in the modern world is the reproductive system.
Oof. Interesting note. In a completely unbiased way, I'll mention that there's a disproportionate amount of autistic people who happen to transition or be drawn towards that sort of thing. And I'm not going to cite my sources. That one's right there, like deadpan on Google.
I found out the cause of autism.
I found out the etymology of it.
The cause of it is definitions.
Autos means self. Selfism. You look up the definition for selfism, it has to do with self-centric type behavior. And the archaic version of autism has to do with people being obsessed with a fantasy version of reality. So, yeah, I believe it. What I think is the actual thing that's going on, though, is a lot of these people are very trusting and end up being hurt by other people. It can lead down to certain things, mental, I guess, glitches, wrong programming, misunderstandings. When we let feelings program us, it's not rational decisions after that. I think a lot of hurting people make decisions without thinking too much about the long-term consequences. One of my main things is when it comes to adult, whatever, you do you. Just don't push it on children. It becomes a permanent stuff. Like, come on.
Oh man.
It's just there's certain people who might say something like, yeah, I want to do this, and then, you know, buyer's remorse. You can't undo certain things. It's not like they keep certain parts on ice or anything. I also think that's a sensitive subject because there are indeed people who are born as honest hermaphrodites who may have certain decisions that they want to make. And that's on them. So, I ain't touching that. You do you.
Yeah, but even that's kind of a misnomer.
I think people should be happy in their own skin, not worry about butchering themselves, but that's just my opinion. Not medical advice, whatever everybody says.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, we should have like this really long but very rapidly explaining disclaimer, like whenever they're kind of like how they use when they're selling drugs on the commercials. So then we just like, yeah, nothing here is medical advice.
So they're selling it on the street corner.
List all the side effects for sitting in this corner.
Oh yeah, dude, that'd be even better. Side effects may include.
If you have died from fentanyl, you may be entitled to millions of dollars. Call now.
It's gotta be flat earthy though. Gotta be
If you have received, dude, no, I got one though. You have like they're trying to frame FP as a terrorist organization because you know people are afraid of the truth, alethiophobia or whatever, and they like have a lawsuit against the Flat Earth Society for terrorizing people. Dude, yes, you should paint the Flat Earth Society as being terrorists. Would backfire so hard, but they kind of are because they literally help encourage people to be afraid of crap by helping to push that crap.
Flat Earthers are terrorists. They live on Earth. Oh.
What are you talking about? We're discriminated. We're not terrorists. It's the other way around. They're the terrorists.
Terrorists. The terrorists versus the terrorists. Get off my lawn. I can say for sure, people who are like not as afraid of crap existed before people who are incredibly afraid of everything. Like, for sure. And for much longer. Much longer. Usually surviving longer, too.
It's the old cycle. Good times. No, what is it? No, it's...
Good times create weak men, and hard times create strong men, kind of thing. I don't know the exact one. I know what you mean.
Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create bad times.
Yeah. The cycle continues.
Bad times eliminate the weak men. Only the strong survive to then create good times. Or something, I don't freaking know. Somehow you say it and it goes in a circle. I don't get it. I can't remember.
Probably one of those things like that were chanted by people when they're going off to war.
Yo, Ascensionist. That's what I thought.
There's too many things, though. There's too many
Dude, he came in here, I said his name, and he bolted.
There's
He's like, oh, they noticed me.
Contradicts that somewhere.
It is. Bella Hadid, is that a new guy? Mr. Bella, are you new? Let's find out. If you're new, welcome. Flatters. Snacks in the back, bathrooms on the right. We got no rolls here. Oh, Bella, Mr. Hadid, you could probably listen. You gotta go to VC check-in. Or at least type it.
Yes, you must go to the front desk and check in. And bring your
Gotta
passport.
get a guess fast.
Well, looks like we've provoked the hornet's nest. Now we just need some people to message him and show him the way to the check-in process. Check him in, give him a thumbs up, then he'll get verified, then he can come in here and talk. And then you guys can speak to him in a logical sequence, yielding the floor to each other and to the guest no more than every third time, so that it's not 4 people in a row who aren't the guest speaking, etc., etc. You get the hint. Because I gotta go take care of some things and I won't be around. So I'm trusting you to handle it. That's right, you right there. Yeah, you. Don't look around, I'm talking to you. Alright. Alright, bros, I'll check back
Got
in.
it. Stay blessed, man.
Yeah, you got to curate the experience. You know, it's like you ask a question of the guest answers, not a different person, right? Then maybe somebody interjects, right, with a point that's on topic and in the logical sequence that's already been established, not diverting the guest to a different topic, completely losing the point at hand. Then maybe the guest asks the questions back, then the questions answered.
I feel like there needs to be a tutorial, even though there really shouldn't have to be, but there kind of should be.
This is a curated stream with a hierarchical structure, right? So
not that I need one. But I was just saying.
You know, some people just are waiting in the chamber to get their point out because they have a fervor to speak about it, even if it's at the expense of a logic train that's been established and it's going somewhere. You can't have a shotgun blast of 5 different points to one person who's just coming in inquisitive. You basically have expositionary conversation, which is just us giving our point of view, right? Then you have an interrogative conversation, which is questions and answers. Then you have a confrontational conversation, which is combative debate tactics, right? You can't constantly like have somebody in a long exposition, right? And then you just come in with blast and debate tactics, or you can't have somebody with, you know, a back and forth question and answer, and then all of a sudden you just go into an exposition and just ignore the fact that there was questions on the table that somebody new asked.
Yeah. Especially if somebody's obviously somewhere, and yeah.
Speaking of that, what's Bella still doing here? Why isn't he up in the AC checking, getting checked in?
Yes, do I need to get off up there?
Let's see. Nobody wrote to him.
Well, I can.
By the way, if you don't have any roles, you don't populate. I don't think you populate in the. Or maybe I can't spell his name right. Yeah, whatever. You guys will figure it out. I'm out. See you.
Okay.
Okie dokie. Sorry to see AI go.
I was
How
just
you
going to
guys
say,
doing?
hey, Drace, how are you?
You were gonna say?
I was just going to say, if Bella Hadid wanted to go up to the VC check-in, I'll meet him up there, him, her, whatever, and do a VC, and then he can come down and talk. So Bella Hadid, go up to VC 1, VC check-in 1, and I'll meet you up there. Thanks, mate.
I'll hop up there with him.
Well, I guess most of them left, so we just gotta talk about something. Has anybody else left here?
I'm still in here, Drace. I've been listening. In the middle of eating some supper.
Yeah, cool. I'm just chilling with Karma.
What's up?
I did have something funny happen today. I got complimented for being very articulate, and I was like, "Oh, what do I say to this?" And so I complimented ChatGPT, and then copied its response and changed it a little bit, and then pasted that. And the person thought basically that I was an AI. It was pretty funny. Kept trying to send me messages, and I was always like, invalid command. And then they were like, /commands, /help. I had fun with it. Eventually, we talked it out. I told her I'm not a robot. So have any good Globers come on stream? Any interesting conversations? I guess asking for interesting is too much. Faust Thanos, you wanna... Oh, you don't even have any roles. Go up to VC check-in.
Grace, where's the accent from, brother?
I'm from Iceland. Land of ice and fire.
Nice. So, Iceland, I heard back in the day, you guys would tell all your enemies that Iceland was actually just full of ice. Like, you don't want to attack us. Is there any truth to that?
Oh, that's a misrepresentation of our thing. I have heard this so many times, but like, it basically happened that some of the first people who came here had a really bad winter, and the sheep that they brought just died in the winter. And so they were like, oh shit, the stupid fucking country Iceland. And so they called it Iceland. And then we had some outlaws that were like, because a lot of people who were outlawed from Norway ended up coming to Iceland. And so they kept on being like assholes over here. And so they were outlawed from here as well. And so they sailed off and found Greenland. And so to try to lure people over to Greenland, they were like, "Cha, you live in Iceland? We got Greenland over here, man. It's all green." Ours is pretty good during the summer, I mean, but Greenland's more ice.
What's your temperature over there, out of curiosity, summertime? I take it you guys do Celsius, right?
Yeah, it's on a good day, it's 20-something Celsius. On the best days, it's like 30.
That's rare.
But it's rare.
Yeah, we got the same here up in Canada, close to the American border. Summertime's like, I don't know, 37. The really hot days are 40.
Yeah, some parts of Canada are pretty high northern-wise, so we're at a similar longitude or whatever. Is it latitude? I forget. Forget which line is which.
I remember being taught you got longitude and latitude. Latitude you can think of as fatitude. It's the waist, it's the girth, it's the fatitude. Latitude.
Yeah,
right?
he's long and he's thin. Got it.
That's how I remember it. Long is up and down, and then fatitude or latitude is the wide part.
I never had any kind of like mechanism to help me remember that, so like it just faded away.
That's the way it worked for me. I've been looking into the Gleason map now. They got what are we in here? 24/7. Yeah. So one of the videos somebody mentioned, there's a video on one of the new releases, a full explanation of the Gleason map. So you got to do a little bit of calculation, but it's interesting. Very interesting. You got to calculate the what is it? The degrees, and every degree counts for a certain amount of miles. And you just work your way around, and you can calculate distance from here to there, like, you know, the popular one, Chile to Santiago, Chile to whatever, Sydney, Australia, I think, usually.
Okay. That'd be interesting to see. I like looking at these kind of things.
He didn't come back in either.
Yeah, he didn't even come in here. That false Thanos dude's still chilling up there. I guess he wants to clown around.
Did he not?
I would leave him up there.
Francis Powell or something like that. He's ready to go. He doesn't know where he is though. So
Yeah. If you had the ability to move him, you could have dropped him in here.
I can't. He's not in there anymore.
Yeah, it'd have to be in one of the VCs. Yeah, well.
Yeah, he needs to be in a voice call for me to move him.
This guy in the lobby, his name's not too. It's kind of funny that the people most knowledgeable about the globe Earth model is a flat earther. It is funny. It's not a happy type of funny though. Like it's funny, but it's true. But it's a sad form of comedy. Let's help this guy join VC.
Yeah, it's super ironic. I never know where to start when there's a silence.
Start by breaking the silence. I don't know.
I just don't know, like, I sit here and I'm like, should I start talking about this? Or should I start talking about that? And then I just sit in the silence.
We should make conversation starter dice. Have two different words that are all flat earth related and just roll them when there's silence. Like, okay, we're going to talk about this.
That's actually a good idea.
Man, you can flip a coin, but it's God who decides the outcome. Just roll the dice and whatever, that's the topic.
I'm also pretty sure you could find like some sort of randomizing program that allows you to put in like a bunch of different topics or like little bubbles or whatever, and then randomize it and you get one of them. And then you can just speak about that topic.
Spin a wheel.
Someone jumps in.
This not two person would like to get VC verified, but they're in VC check-in 1. I'm gonna hop up there real quick. I might need somebody to give them a roll or something.
Yeah, I'll jump up with you and fix it.
Iceland is green. Greenland is covered with ice. Greenland is where they're faking Mars. Devon Island, too.
Where's Devon Island again? That's Canada, isn't it? One of our islands?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, I thought I read that somewhere. Yep.
I'm like, isn't it just a funny coincidence that the terrain in Greenland and on Devon Island look identical to the terrain on Mars? Even like the hills and everything, like identical. Like, what are the odds?
Yeah, I don't even know how you would present something like that to somebody. Even with pictures, there's something that'll hold them back. Doubt. I don't know what it is. It's almost like, how did you
My
pull this off?
My
How'd you pull this
awakening
off to show
was
me?
when I spotted like a prairie dog. Like there was a fucking like a NASA official image, and I was like, "Is that a fucking prairie dog, bro? Like what the fuck is that? There's a
Oh, I
fucking
saw that.
rodent on Mars. There's a rodent on Mars. Like what?"
Speaking of, what was it? Was it the SpaceX? One of the first flights they had that rat running around, just above the
Yeah.
thrusters. Remember that?
I got a video of that like when it was happening. Like I was watching it on TV, and I just decided to fucking start recording what I was seeing on the TV, and I was just like, "Look at this bullshit! Look at this!" And then I pointed out how, oh, the Earth went flat. Oh, they put it back to curved again. What the fuck? And then I seen like the bubbles and like the rat and the fly. I'm like, this is nuts right now. I think it was a bubble. Like I don't think it was a rat. Like I think it was
No. It was an actual. It was a rodent. It moved around
Really?
like a rodent. It was definitely a rodent. I don't know if it
Like,
was a
I've
rat
seen
or
it.
a mouse.
I've seen it. It looked like a mouse, like a kangaroo rat,
Yeah.
But like I was like I couldn't make it out. It was really hard. I was like, it's either a fucking kangaroo rat or a bubble. Yeah. I saw that shit. I've actually got a video on my channel of somebody taking that NASA video or the NASA image and zooming in and being like, "Do you see the rodent?" Let me see. I can find it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good evening from Muskogee, Oklahoma.
It was 4:20 in Mountain Time just a second ago. So,
Of course, Sonny's going to figure that out. Spot that right away.
in every time zone, my friend. Rastafari. I thought it was hilarious. I've been to Jamaica. We walked the streets of Trenchtown. 3 of us, 3 Americans. And so I was laughing when I came back. And later on, I'd see these white kids with dreads. They never even been close to Jamaica. Hilarious.
We call those Trustafarians. They're like the trust fund kids with dreads.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I call them. I call them Trustafarians.
It sounds about right.
Like they think they're woke or whatever, but like they've never had to struggle. Like mommy and daddy always like we're there to like pay for everything and take care of everything. You know, you don't have to worry about shit. Like, no.
And if they were dropped off in a couple of square acres of wilderness, they might not make it. A couple days would be all they need.
That's a fact. That I actually can tell you that is like very accurate from experience, because like I've been traveling around and working Renaissance festivals state to state, and you got to set up camp and everything like that. But the Trustafarian kids always have fancy ass campers and like everything that they need, air conditioning for when it gets too hot, you know, just like
are you
glamorous camping. I'm like, I've got no fucking electricity. I'm cooking with a little propane grill. I'm in a fucking tent. I don't have anything but a tiny little, like, you know, Chinese fan.
Yeah. What Renaissance fairs do you work?
Let's see. I've done Oklahoma, Arizona, Louisiana, Wisconsin, Ohio.
Really? That's a trip, man. See, I knew like a couple of my friends were actors in high school, right? So like after that period, you know, like my friend who eventually became an actor, but we hitchhiked up to Topanga Canyon and into the Malibu Hills, Agora Hills, where they had the Renaissance Fair in the middle of the night on mushrooms, I think. And ended up in actors camp. What a beautiful freaking place, though, man! Like,
yeah,
what an experience. And man, I don't know. I had a great time at that. Waking up and drinking like really strong, authentic Turkish espresso, right?
Yes.
The Turkish coffee in the morning. Yeah, man.
I love Turkish coffee. I worked for an Israeli family, and we always had Turkish coffee in the morning. And then we had like Turkish coffee floats. It was just like a scoop of ice cream in your coffee. It equates to your cream and sugar, and it's just so freaking good.
I've done that myself.
Oh, so good. That's an experience, though. You know, I can tell you from having worked state to state, job to job, different jobs and doing different things, I've learned a lot, and I've learned a lot of like survival type skills. Like I know how to make longbows now, and I know how to cut and punch leather. I know how to do all that. So
that's good. Yeah, I could do that stuff too. I don't know about making a bow, but I would love to make my own bow. Definitely. I think that would be a really great experience.
Yeah, I'm always the one at camp that a lot of people come to if they need something, they need help fixing something. Like my Jeep is packed full of supplies, like crazy amount of supplies.
I actually have building skills with very like survival, like the very least amount of things that you would have possibly at you know that you could use out there to actually build, to make twine, to like lash logs together to build a structure. You know, like all kinds of like. I think those are great skills, and some of those, to be honest, I don't know where they came from, but I have them.
You know, sometimes I honestly think that it's a strong kind of instinct, I guess, in some people, because I have that too. You know, I grew up just building forts and all kinds of crazy stuff, making bows and arrows in my backyard with the bamboo. You know, I just always had it. Like that craftiness, that survival skill, that primitive warrior type. Like, you know, I can survive just fine outside of this society crap, you know.
I think that's a lot. I think that's what a lot of us have different than the average person.
Right.
Here in this community, I think that's what we have, is that we have a bunch of unique individuals that are pretty hardy and able to fend for themselves, like pretty self-sufficient. And yeah,
I love it. I absolutely love it.
I think with us, like when you find out where you really are, you have a love of this place, of Earth itself. And so,
oh my God, yes.
And then, you know, we can learn to like love each other too, you know? So,
yeah. And I remember like before I became a flat earther, I was like, please just somebody get me off of this spinning rock, you know?
Totally. I didn't think of it that way, but I just wanted to get off the ride. I'm like, really, is this this all there is. I'm like, I'm done. I'm tired. I want to rest. And now I don't want to do anything but continue on and see what's next.
Exactly.
I don't want to miss anything because I feel like all I've been through, like I'm not here for no reason. That's obvious to me, like very, very obvious.
Right. Yeah. That was a reality that I came to as well. I'm like, damn, this place is just so beautiful. And like, we're all just kind of contained here together. Like, this is our place. Like, this was made for us. And it has everything that we'll ever need forever and ever and ever, so long as we take care of it. You know, it provides for us if we provide back for it.
Yeah, exactly. I just wish like the land hadn't been stripped away of most of it, like a lot of areas. Like, but I mean,
you're talking about like where there's like a lot of desert and like a lot of like meltology, you know, a lot of melted stuff and a lot of just like it's dirt and dry.
No, not necessarily. But like when they came in the cities and so forth, they graded huge areas in towns and cities. That used to have natural geology going on, and they erased that natural geology.
Natural geology, buddy.
Bro.
We are in the biodome, buddy.
All right.
It's right in our faces.
I see pictures of this area where I live in San Diego of where there used to be canyons and stuff going up through where the park was. Now, 6th Avenue, one of the biggest avenues that goes up and down. There's actually literally here, there's downtown, and it's downhill all the way like in a fishbowl. San Diego is, everything is up above it.
Shit, you're in San Diego. I was born in San Diego.
I think you said that before. Really?
Yeah, I was born in San Diego. Miramar Naval Hospital.
You know what? I've been to Top Gun school when I retired. When I was getting out, not retired. When I was getting out, you have an exit plan, so they have classes that you take. And a couple of the classes were up at Top Gun school in their class. They were all there. We got to talk with the pilots a little bit and stuff like that. Plus, I had a really gung ho recruiter. Took us to the Blue Angels, took us to go tour the USS New Jersey that was in Long Beach at the time, and a couple other ships, and the Prairie, I think, or one of those. So
that's what's up.
Interesting stuff.
Yep, I spent like 3 years in high school in junior Air Force, and that was a lot of fun. That was pretty cool. So
that part wasn't in San Diego.
No. That was actually here in Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. I see. All right.
Yep.
All right, guys. There's been a couple of people that have left and joined. So before anybody else leaves, we've got Not Two and I think Henderson. I think that's correct. You've just verified, but no determining roles. So Not Two, you've got control of your microphone. If you want to speak, my friend, please just push your way through these two.
Yeah, don't be afraid.
Oh, hey everybody! I'm just lifting weights, and I like to hear people talk about flat Earth while I lift them sometimes. So good to be here. I'm pretty sure the Earth is flat myself, but you know, I just enjoy going down the rabbit hole. So it's nice to be around people that think about interesting things like that. Most of the people I know in my real life would write such a topic off immediately. So it's good to be here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
No problem, Henson. Nice to meet you.
Awesome. Nice meeting you.
Sounds like you're on the level.
Not Two as well. You got voice verified. If you want to open your mic and get involved in the conversation, or did you leave? Oh, you left.
Oh.
Got to really keep an eye out, guys, on the live stream whilst you're talking.
We will. I go
that
off
have been talking.
You're right.
But we have the Glober inside, not only new person.
Yeah, we have cousin Sueño. He's a globe earther.
Yep.
Hey, cousin Sueño. ¿Cómo está?
Why you think that Earth is the globe?
Maybe he's not near his mic. Give them the. benefit of the doubt. Yeah. So
Why you are not near to the mic?
why? What reason do we have to believe that Earth is not flat, stationary, and contained?
Why you are here and you are not near to the mic?
Everybody out there listening, what are your best reasons that you think the Earth is a globe? We want to hear it. Anybody?
We know them all.
Sorry, Sasha.
Yes, and we know them all. That reason.
Well, we long to hear something different. Don't we?
Do you know, Sunny? Do you know what is funny? Do you know who knows more than heliocentric believers about heliocentrism?
Well, ex heliocentrist, like
yeah, like a flat earther.
Yeah, we're the ones apparently. Come one, come all, learn about your globe.
From the flat earther. That's impossible.
Yep. Don't be shy. Step right up. It's your chance to speak up about the globe, Earth.
But to learn about globe, you need to learn first about globe. Don't come here and you didn't learn about globe.
That's right, that's right. Come one, come all, step up, and we'll flatten the ball.
I like it. That's perfect.
That comes from my years of hawking and stuff like that at the Ren Fair.
Yeah, I bet.
Kind of comes naturally.
That's pretty.
We will not do anything, Janet. We will not change the shape.
We were Queen's Guards. We were Queen's Guards. Like me and my friends, we were like Queen's Guards. We smoked so much blonde Lebanese hash during that period. I can't even tell you. we looked the part. We looked and sounded the part, man, of like drunken sailors or whatever. But we were young, It was a fun. It was fun. It was a body time, I tell ya.
The guy today in chat asked, "What is our goal?" And I said to him, "We need to ask president." President is in Japan now, and we cannot contact him.
Oh darn!
Who is the president of the flat Earth community?
Did someone say that again? Did they ask for the leader or something? I don't know.
They're asking for our goal.
Our goal.
And I said to him that our goal is to tell people that it's water doesn't curve. That's our goal.
We're the anti-numpty chamber.
Oh, they are saying that we are in echo chamber.
Are you trying to convince people though?
No.
Do you want to?
No, I don't want to convince nobody. There is a earth telling everything. I don't need to convince nobody. There is ocean, lake, and you can go to the ocean and say, "Ocean, please curve for me because I need to prove this fucking curve." And that's it. I cannot convince you. The water is flat. No, I don't need to convince you. Water is there telling you that.
Yeah, Brandon. Congratulations on your Brandon. Congratulations on your microphone. It's perfect now. I had to turn you.
Well, I'm on my phone, not my computer.
Oh well, I see. Well, it works much better.
Yeah, I know. Discord messed up on my computer for some reason. I don't know. I'm glad that it's better on my phone too.
Got any more proof of the curvature of Earth than yesterday? You didn't do too well yesterday, did you?
Or this morning.
I come here a couple of times.
Depending on where you live. Sorry, what was that? Repeat that. Sorry, I spoke over you.
I've come here a few times, so they know me.
Yeah, we wasn't worried about whether we knew you, mate. We were talking about the evidence that you had for a ball. So have you got any more today, being as you've been here a few times? Now that we all know you.
That's all you want to talk about, or do you want to
Well-
talk about something else?
No, we talk about. Sorry, Sonny. We talk about the shape of the Earth and what the Earth is and does. We don't talk about Netflix or your TikTok account. That's the name of the server, right? Oh well, he bounced.
Yes. Jesus Christ. I don't know why you people on 24/7 Flat Earth want to speak about Flat Earth.
Yeah. What do people think we want to talk about? Curious.
There's somebody. Sorry, Sonny. Do apologise. There's somebody who's watching on YouTube called. Well, I've renamed him Respawning Clown. Respawning Clown. You need to get back in the server, mate. You need to go to voice checker #1 or speak to a moderator or something and get your microphone sorted out and come into the live stream and stop berating me from a text room.
Yes, please do. That would be the logical thing to do. Mr. Spock would approve.
Meanwhile, Cozy and Sueno come back, and we have now proved what to call.
Or spawning frogs or whatever your name is. You could try to change your approach, perhaps.
What is that, copper? Cups and stuff.
Someone is spawning something. They're spawns of the evil frog. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I mean, if we're making up stories. Has anybody else eaten these chia seeds? Wait a minute. What are these things? Organic black chia seeds. Anybody else eat that? I know it's off topic. We'll get right back on Earth and being its flatness. It's supposed to be prized by ancient Aztec and Mayan warriors. Whoa, that's right up my alley. Superfood.
Does anybody remember Faust Thanos from the other night?
I can't stand that brick.
Faust
No,
Thanos. I do remember the name. He was on here last night. Oh, I had to leave because Helio's being a dick. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that happens.
Not sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, I think he's in voice. Well, he's been in voice checking for the last half an hour, speaking with people. A couple of our flat earthers. So hopefully he'll be down in the live stream at some point too to reassert his bullshit from the other night.
Yeah, that'd be good. We also have Ziploid, who has a listening pass. Maybe we should ask him if he wants to speak. Ziploid. Do you have control of your mic? Or does he not have control of it with the listening pass?
Well, no, he wouldn't have control of his mic with a listening pass because that would give him the ability to talk.
Yeah, exactly. Duh, that would defeat the purpose of the listening pass.
I didn't want to embarrass you, Sonny, but yeah.
Yeah, like, thanks, Mr. Obvious. I like the jovial attitude we have here lots of times, Yeah, this is serious business, actually.
It's not Mr., it's Captain. Sonny, okay? Respect the rank.
Sorry, Captain. Yes, sir, Captain. Sir, yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Wow. It seems like 500 years later of anything, you wouldn't still be waiting for the results to come up positive in your favor. What do you say? Don't get me started. I wrote a song. It's called "Hey Glober Girl." Stay tuned for the new album.
Did you really, Sonny? You did a song?
Yeah, I wrote the lyric. I want to put it to a rock beat, but I'll figure that out. I just have to get moving. I don't know why I have this. I don't know, man. I have this toolbox fallacy going on with getting things done that I could start very easily. It's bizarre. So, but I work through them little by little. I've made some headway actually in that respect. If you don't know what a toolbox fallacy is, I'll tell you. You're going to wait until you have all the tools in the toolbox for a particular project that you know you can do easily, but you don't get started on it because you don't feel you have the toolbox all established yet.
See the person in the live stream called In the Firmament. Do they have any roles? Can you...
In the Firmament.
Interesting name.
Oh yeah, we were talking to In the Firmament earlier.
Anything interesting?
Yeah, hold on. Jedi. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Jedi DM. Ta-da.
Ew. That's nasty.
Remember? You don't remember? Oh, you weren't here during that period. Oh, you don't even know. Okay.
I caught the tail end of it. Very tail end of it, apparently.
Okay, so you got it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking with Miggy earlier. Pretty good conversation. About illustrating people that want to come in and distract the conversation, confuse people, make them things that aren't true, and also make them think things that we don't think are true, but telling others or trying to convince others in some weird, cunning ways that we believe certain things that are cockamamie and none of us believe. Common tactics, right? I was a flat Earth counterintelligence agent. Just kidding. Or maybe not.
An interesting name, isn't it? In the Firmament.
That's what it seems like. That was said specifically in those words, where the lights are, or where the lights were put.
Respawning Clown joined us. Hello, Respawning Clown. See, you've respawned.
Oh, Responding Clown, how are you there? Saw you light up. Welcome. Or Chris will let us know if he's welcome or not.
I've never heard him speak. That's all. Just berating from various text streams.
Berating from a distance.
Can you speak for him?
I cannot speak for him. No.
Oh shit.
Have not a clue what the experience of a respawning clown would be. I don't have any idea.
Maybe he can speak for you.
I don't have any reference. Like the globe doesn't have any reference.
There is only one reference frame yet.
Globe curvature. What does that refer to? Doesn't seem to be anywhere around here. Around here. That's a funny statement. No curvature around here. Did you see any responding clown? We get those cricket sounds.
Why that curvature is so important for you?
For me?
Yeah. You're always asking that curvature. Why is that important for you?
Why is it important to them? They're the ones saying it. They're the ones that said it in the first place. Don't ask me, bro.
Not important for me.
I don't know why. That'd be like trying to determine what psychotics did 500 years ago.
Respawning clown. Yeah, no, we can't hear you, buddy. So I don't know what the fuck's wrong with your microphone. But you might need to get a new one. Sort that one out. Bash your head against the wall a couple of times. I don't know. No, we can't hear you.
Something.
Have you tried unplugging your microphone and plugging it back in again?
Try turning it on and off again.
Yeah, the wire needs to be connected to the computer.
Yeah.
Can't imagine just the microphone. No.
Your phone is shit if you're on your phone because nobody can hear you talk.
Yeah, like, have you tried calling someone? Does your phone function at all?
Take your headset out and try using your phone in, like, the 1980s way.
But if you're on PC without mic, you cannot do anything.
No, I think he's one of those old fax like sending machines where you put the phone on the cradle and it goes.
At this moment in time, respawning clown, you got a better chance of opening your fucking window and shouting. So we haven't heard you since you've been here, mate. Like at all.
He's gone, but someone changed his name. No, now we have Neil and the most highest.
Hello.
Yeah. How you doing?
Pretty good. Haven't been to the server for a while, but just checking in, seeing how it's going.
I'm wondering to what Neil you refer.
The one who's speaking.
Okay.
Sí, señor.
Sonny, I know what you was thinking.
No, I'm just wondering what Neil like.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse.
No, I wasn't thinking of that one. I was actually like, wait a minute.
Armstrong.
You are like a hurricane. There's storms in your eyes.
Okay.
No, it's probably
I hate
true.
Neil deGrasse Tyson so much.
Isn't he great?
It's funny. I saw a video of how often he interrupts his interviewers and stuff, and how frustrated they get throughout having sit down talks with them, and how he's just so arrogant and always talks over everyone and just
Yeah, he's kind of a boastful. Is it kind of a boastful, kind of a braggart? Actually, is I think the word.
Yeah, he loves himself, and
Yeah, like that.
I think it's just because oh look, it's a black guy and he's all sciencey. Look, make him popular, and he just ate that shit up.
Yeah, like when that woman asked him, what is gravity? And he was like, I don't know, next question. She's like, wow, okay.
Yeah, along with those other weirdos too. The other one that was like showing the
Yeah, you
freaking.
can't be like so incredibly detail oriented with everything that you base knowledge off of that you know of, and then like you have ask like something like towards gravity. You can't just like say something like that. Like you have to.
Or you wouldn't be saying like, well, I'm sure there's a procedure somewhere that I don't have on hand right now. Like there's a procedure for when you have a leak and you don't know what it is. But I mean, I know that's not Neil deGrasse, but that's what I'm saying. These other numpties too say some pretty dumb shit. or like that guy on the TV show where he's showing the boat going over a paper towel roll. See? The boat's going over the curve, like they're boastful, like it's all like they're all high on themselves, right? Yeah, like you said.
I think the one that pisses me off the most is Professor Dave's dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
Not familiar.
He's so rude. He's just so rude. He cannot have a civil, debate or conversation.
Yeah, the
I can kind of appreciate a scientist that hates humans, though, like Bill Nye.
Bill Nye.
I've got a clip of Bill Nye. Hold up, I'm gonna put it in the chat because I've
Bill
got a
Nye
clip.
hates everyone.
Don Pettit, Bill Nye, like all that.
But he's also like, Bill Nye is also like retardedly left-leaning woke. He had like a TV, like some show recently that was just incredibly cringe as fuck recently.
Yeah, we remember.
I think it was like they tried to like redo his like science show. It was like in front of a live audience.
Sounds like a circus.
Here's
I
Bill
mean,
Nye.
he's a science guy. Basic shit, science.
Speaking of
Yeah, you're-
circus, Respawn